Karl Marx's Theory of Revolution. By Hal Draper. Volume 4 Critique of Other Socialisms. Hal Draper died on January 26, 1990. The manuscript for this volume had already been received by Monthly Review Press. The special notes C, bibliography, and index were not included. They were supplied by Ernest Haberkern of the Center for Socialist History, who relied on extensive notes left by Hal Draper. This volume is dedicated to the student and worker revolutionaries of China who fought for workers' power through workers' democracy from below in the bravest popular upheaval ever seen, against the bureaucratic collectivist ruling regime that calls itself communist, and who temporarily yielded before the monstrous massacre of June 4, 1989 executed by the bureaucratic military dictatorship, assassins of the people. The association of this counter-revolutionary tyranny with the name of Karl Marx is the biggest big lie in history, systematically falsified by both the Stalinist world of bureaucratic collectivism and the decaying world of capitalism, and by the apologists of both exploitive systems. H.D. June 5, 1989. Forward. The present volume, KMTR4, is devoted to an important part of any exposition of Marx's views, namely, his criticism of alternative ideas and movements, socialist views and theories put forward by others during his active years. The real content of any line of thought is clarified not only through what it says it is but what it says it is not, what it differentiates itself from, what it denies or rejects, what it counterposes itself to and how it criticizes it, and also what it accepts from others' contributions. In fact, all thinkers have to start from this point. The subject they broach is not a tabula rasa, their own thinking has to go through an apprenticeship. As a matter of fact, a good deal of attention has already been paid to this approach in the preceding 3 volumes. The present volume would have a long chapter on Marx's views about Blanqui and Blanquism, were it not that KMTR3 has already devoted more than 1 chapter to this subject. There is another very important ism missing from the present volume, reformism, along with a long list of associated isms, such as gradualism, parliamentarism, opportunism, and several others. All of these terms are aspects of a single subject, often summarized as the issue of reform versus revolution, or sometimes the road to power. Marx's views, both positive and negative, that is, both as positively expounded and as counterposed to reformist views, will be the subject of the first half of KMTR5, the volume which will end this enterprise. Of the isms that are treated in the following chapters, several have already come up for partial discussion in the preceding volumes, in connection with other subjects. For example, anarchism in general or Bakunin in particular has been discussed in relation to the peasantry, to dictatorship, and to other topics. Needed now is a general analysis. Each chapter, devoted as it is to a particular socialist tendency, should not be considered an attempt to sum up the state of historical knowledge about that tendency. My subject is not the tendency itself but the views of Marx and Engels on it. For example, there is a great deal about utopian socialism which is not even broached in Chapter 1, my task was viewed as more limited. The beginning of Chapter 1, below, points out that some of the isms taken up in this volume tend to interpenetrate, in practice they seldom live entirely detached from each other. In particular, the common practice of affixing the label state socialist on some figure is seldom justified, as is explained below in the case of Louis Blanc, for example. The more useful task is to define a state socialist element in a viewpoint. In general, the subject of each chapter is not a hard-edged theory or school but rather a more or less pervasive element in socialist thinking. One element of confusion in socialist history is illustrated by the lack of any agreed-on term for a non-state socialist, with the result that terms get invented to label the confusion itself. For example, libertarian socialism. Since questions get raised about such fuzzy isms, we may take this one as an example of several that are not separately considered here. Libertarian goes far back as simply the adjectival form of liberty, and the checkered career of that much battered word goes far to explain what happens when a blur of thought is turned into an ism. Some of this history is irrelevant to us, For example, libertarianism once referred to a philosophic doctrine about the freedom of the will. By at least 1830, in English, it was in general used to label any advocacy of liberty. The Oxford English Dictionary illustrates this usage, between 1830 and 1906, with 5 cases, none of which is concerned with any shockingly extreme view of liberty. More to the point, the term was eventually expropriated by that school of thought which lives ideologically on various declensions of the word liberty, the anarchists. An anarchist paper named Le Libertaire was published by French émigrés in New York as early as 1858 to 1861, but its terminology did not take hold. In 1895 a leader of the French anarchists, Sébastien Faure, founded a journal with the same name, and announced that libertaire was a convenient synonym for anarchist. He did not explain why a fuzzy word was more convenient than one that already had a known ideological content, but he did not have to, for everyone could understand that libertarian was preferable because it was more beguiling and less communicative. By defining liberty in terms of anarchism, it made it unnecessary to prove the identity by argument. In a later stage of the term, libertarianism was taken over by some other political currents. One tendency was that of left-wing social democrats who wanted to distinguish themselves from the democratic socialism vaunted by the European social democracy that ignominiously collapsed in the 1930s. It was now too ambiguous for leftist radicals to call themselves democratic socialists in order to differentiate themselves from the Stalinists. The term libertarian socialist came into some use to fill the need, but only sporadically. Later, libertarian was seized on by an American extension of the so-called bourgeois anarchism that goes back to Josiah Warren. In its degenerate contemporary form it was adopted by a right-wing extrusion from the Republican Party to describe a quasi-anarchist program, the program of minimizing government interference with the profit system, free enterprise, while the power of capital remains unchecked. Obviously these terminological vagaries have little relation to the subject of this book. The isms chosen to be the subject of chapters in the present volume are some that actually played a significant role in the development of the socialist movement. 2 Inquiries into Marxology and Scholarship. The rest of this foreword is devoted to 2 supplements. The first is a supplement to KMTR 3, dealing with the French Revolution. The other is related to Special Note B in the present volume, but it might be thought digressive there. The real subject of both supplements is one that our forewords have touched on before, the nature of our contemporary Marxological scholarship. 1 Marx and the French Revolution, a supplementary note. This subject has been dealt with in KMTR as an adjunct of other issues, especially the question of terror and terrorism. A brief explanation of Marx's views on the so-called reign of terror in the French Revolution was given in KMTR 3 as part of Special Note C, pages 360 to 367. For other aspects of the French Revolution, see the indexes of KMTR volumes. 1. An interesting addendum to this special note deserves space here. In 2 letters written in the last years of his life, Engels recalled a long-forgotten article on the revolutionary terror that had clearly made a great impression on him and on Marx, in their youthful days. Writing in the centennial year of the Revolution, on December 4, 1889, Engels gave his friend Victor Adler an educational summary of the meaning of the French Terror, and we have already quoted from this letter in the aforementioned special note. 2 At the end of this letter, Engels referred his correspondent to what he considered an especially enlightening article, the explanation of how the Battle of Fleurus June 26, 1794 overturned the Reign of Terror was given in 1842 in the First Reinigungszeitung by K. F. Koppen, in an excellent critique of H. Leo's Geschichte der Französischen Revolution. 3 In 1895 Engels made the same recommendation only more emphatically in a letter to Mering, to guide the work the latter was then doing in collecting Marx's early writings. Clearly Engels was directing attention to material that had impressed the young Marx, not simply himself. One of the best writings in the Reinigungszeitung is still, in the Feuilleton section, a long critique of the history of the French Revolution by Leo. It is by Marx's friend K. F. Koppen, and gives, for the first time in any language, the correct explanation of the terror period. Point 4. What was this explanation for the terror that was so impressive in 1842 and was still impressing Engels at the end of his life? What was the correct explanation of the terror period that it put forward? Koppen, then a very close friend and comrade of Marx, did have a critique of Heinrich Leo's just published book, in the Rheinische-Zeitung of May 1842. Marx, already active as a contributor, was not yet editor of the New Left democratic organ. Koppen, like Marx himself at this time, was a revolutionary democrat, not a communist, and in attacking Leo he was polemizing against a well-known champion of Junkerdom, absolutist reaction, and anti-Semitism. Now here hangs a tale of bibliographical confusion, which has helped to keep this material from being better known. For despite Engels' latter-day recollection, in this long book review Koppen said nothing about an explanation for the terror. The piece did not deal with this subject. Engels' memory had played a trick on him. But Koppen did publish another long critique of Leo, only it came the following month, and appeared not in the RZ but in the Deutsche Jahrbucher. It was, in fact, this latter work that Engels recalled with praise in 1889 and 1895. Here, then, one finds the basic thought that later reverberated through Marx's and Engels' references to the French Revolution's period of terror, as presented in the aforementioned special note. The most cogent passage in Koppen went as follows. Not base arbitrary despotism and caprice, not petty intrigues and cabals, not the twinges of conscience of an old and bigoted mistress, and similar trivial causes, not these have been the levers of terrorism, but rather iron necessity itself, i.e., the mutual abrasion and struggle of the most powerful forces and principles. As is well known, this would never have mounted to its radical heights without the intervention from outside by the European powers in war coalition. It began when Europe was ranged in arms against France, it ended as soon as this danger for France was over. For it was not because Robespierre was overthrown but because the cause of the revolution was, since the Battle of Fleurus, no longer in danger from without. This was why the system of terror came to an end. Point 5. What Koppen's interpretation underlines, once again, is that this point of view was not Robespierrist, in the sense already discussed in the special note. Marx and Engels did not regard Robespierre's political current as the central progressive leadership of the revolution, contrary to the viewpoint currently called Marxist, especially in France, where the line stretching from Mathies to Sobol via the CP industriously ignores what Marx and Engels actually wrote. Point 6. Let us zero in on the more specific question raised by Koppen and so heartily approved by Marx and Engels, that is, the emphasis on the roots of the original terror in the danger felt from the European counter-revolutionary war. What has happened to this thought now, in the 200th anniversary of the revolution? Engels' first recollection of the old Koppen article, in his letter to Adler, came while the world was celebrating, or damning, the 100th anniversary of the revolution that helped to remake Western society. We have now come another century beyond that point, in 1989, when the society that the French Revolution shaped is losing elements of cohesion. To celebrate the bicentennial, the University of Chicago Press has published Professor François Furet's work Marx and the French Revolution, which should be of special interest to us as a summary of the present wisdom of the academic world on this topic. Point 7. Not that Professor Furet himself stakes this claim. On the contrary, he assures the reader that he is not a Marxologist, much less a Germanist. In the English version, this comes out, he is not a specialist on Marx, 8 that is, even though he is publishing a whole book about Marx's views, he avers that he has not been prejudiced by a surfeit of knowledge on the subject, nor tainted by overexposure to the facts. In truth, his essay bears out his claim to have no special expertise on Marx's work. Nevertheless, almost every page of Furet's essay assures the reader that everything in Marx is all wrong. Marx's preoccupation was inventing a new revolution, the original French said, imagining a new revolution. Marx substitutes politics for religion as the dominant illusion of society, in Marx's view of the rights of man's citizenship is what is false. He did not have any concept of democracy other than one of illusion or mystification. He defined the state as a communitarian lie, whatever that means. Under French absolutism there was by definition, no dominant class. 9. These pearls of socialism, which I select out only because they can be exhibited concisely, are not supported by textual references or other pedantic modes of verification. Instead, Ferret leaves all that to the second half of the book, which is not Ferret's product but an anthology of snippets from Marx about the French Revolution, assembled by another person, Lucien Calvi, and not directly linked up with the assertions by Ferret. As a non-Marxologist, Ferret is doing his duty as a historian of the Annals school just as competently as when he retailed the Stalinist ideological line in the 1950s. As a recent critic of Ferret has said about his anti-revolutionary output on the revolution, Ferret is not primarily a historian but rather an ideologue. 10. The result is that, in this year 2 centuries after the event, the academic establishment offers a work of such shoddy scholarship that its perpetrator does not even know that there exists an interesting question about Marx's view of Robespierre and the Terror. Ferret thinks that Marx portrays the opposition to Robespierre, the Girondins and the Thermidorians, as representatives of the propertied classes, meaning that they were the only such representatives, and is apparently unaware that Marx hailed the opposition to Robespierre on the left, i.e., the enrages Roux and Leclerc in particular. In this same sentence by Ferret, Marx supposedly portrays the Robespierrist dictatorship as emanating from the only truly revolutionary class, the innumerable masses. Through a concatenation of assertions, Marx is represented as believing that Robespierre was the proletarian paladin of the revolution, even though, as I have shown, virtually every reference to Robespierre by Marx, or Engels, is a hostile or distanced one. It will occasion no surprise, therefore, if we reveal that Ferret thinks that the relationship between the terror and the outside war danger was unknown to Marx instead of being the essential explanation of the terror that Marx and Engels hailed at the very beginning of their political lives. Ferret writes, Marx remained rigorously attached to this pure notion of historical necessity and invention of Marxologists, without making the least allusion, for example, to the role that might have been played in the revolution by external events such as revolutionary France's war against the European monarchs. 11. Rigorously attached pure notion, not the least allusion, these are the sweeping terms in which the ideologue wraps his sorry scholarship. The very thought for which Ferret cannot find the least allusion in Marx in fact played a central role in Engels' exposition of Marx's views, repeatedly. And now we find that both Marx and Engels grasped this point enthusiastically when Koppen made it way back in 1842. But the Marxologists have learned how to handle such inconvenient facts, by means of the Engels versus Marx myth. It is clear how important it often is to rip Engels out of the Marx story, and why this game is so popular with a variety of fantasists who wish to write their own version of Marxism, whether to refute it or toot it. Ferret is an advanced practitioner. Engels' name does not even appear in Ferret's index. Engels has become a non-person, victim of a modern fate well known to Ferret in his Stalinoid days. 2. Packing the Hague Congress, the fable according to Hans Goethe. In special note B of the present volume the essential facts are set forth about the rule or ruin operation by Bakunin and his wrecking crew, organized around the Hague Congress of 1872. This note necessarily offers many cases of falsifications by Marxologists. The term distinguishes falsifications from falsifications, as we have explained. I have staunchly refused to take space to refute all of the innumerable falsifications that later clustered around this episode, since this would leave no room for other material. If now I make an exception, it is in order to take up the one falsification which is most often repeated. I have seen this fable quoted at least 1,000 times, no exaggeration, and one reason it is quoted so freely is that its source looks so authoritative. Professor Hans Goethe is an eminent sociologist, and no one would charge him with deliberate falsification. When a set of minutes of the Hague Congress, perhaps made by Zarga, was discovered among the Schluter papers at the University of Wisconsin, Professor Goethe was given the task of translating the document and editing the book in which it was published, the First International Minutes of the Hague Congress. Unfortunately, Goethe also felt called on to write the introduction, which should have offered the reader some necessary background history. It hardly even attempts to do so in its scant 7 pages, and where it refers to the history of the International it is so confused as to be incompetent. What it does manage to do is devote over half its scanty space to heaving mudballs at Marx. Most of these missiles are standard and have been covered in KMTR. The Bakuninists always denied maintaining their secret society inside the International, and Goethe endorses their claim ex cathedra. Marx persecuted poor Bakunin unmercifully and set out to destroy him, and so on. It is evident that Goethe's sources are Guillaume's Compendium of Bakuninist Fabrications plus Karl's irresponsible biography of Marx. But only one of these mudballs has generally achieved an independent life of its own as an accusation reference noted to Goethe himself. Goethe writes, "They Marx and Engels did what they could to pack the Congress. Engels paid the fare for the 5 members of the General Council he brought over." And then he quotes 2 letters by Marx. Point 12 The fact that, right on the face of it, this passage has a number of puzzling features has not impaired Goethe's scholarly authority for all the aforesaid people who have quoted his statement with confidence. Even before we get to the 2 letters by Marx, the reference to Engels' fare-paying must knit a few brows. To begin with, Goethe's own reference note for the fact is a blunder, a testament to sloppy scholarship. But few readers will check it, of course. Secondly, in all the countries where the International had sections, delegates usually had to scrounge up travel expenses as best they could, preferably from their organizations but not infrequently from friends, including political supporters. This is so well known even today, for small revolutionary groups, especially those populated by impecunious workers, that it would be ridiculous to offer evidence. The reader must wonder, since this was done by every group in the International, including the Bakuninists, as well as by every group since the International, why is it a matter of packing the Congress? Part of the answer lies in the way Goethe has twisted the words of Gustav Mayer's biography of Engels, which he quotes. Goethe writes about the 5 members of the General Council he Engels brought over. It sounds as if Engels brought them over to The Hague in his pocket. What Goethe actually read in Meyer was that these 5 members were the regularly elected delegates of the GC, and that the GC's treasury was empty. There is no implication in Mayer's account that there was anything discreditable in Engels picking up the tab, nor could there be any such implication. Nor were the 5 elected delegates of the GC the kind of people who would fit into Engels' pocket. Now one may ask, how did Goethe's mind work so as to impose this twist on the facts? The answer is that Goethe got it, not from the source he footnoted, Meyer, but from his real authority, viz., the foxy work of Guillaume, who specialized in working out twists for easily confusable Marxologists. This should prepare us for those 2 letters by Marx. To make the story short, what our eminent scholar exhibits triumphantly, as evidence for the packing, are a couple of letters by Marx, to comrades in America and Germany, urging them to make sure that their organizations would be fully and properly represented by delegates at the Congress, which meant life or death for the International. What? That's all? Impossible. How could an intelligent scholar like Goethe fail to distinguish this necessary activity from packing? Couldn't he tell the difference between active efforts to win a majority under the existing rules, on the one hand, and on the other the use of illegal and forbidden methods, as are implied by the term pack? Well, Goethe does not bother to explain where he thought the packing came in, or what it consisted of. One supposes that he thought the mere words of Marx's letters were enough to indict him. The suspicion must surface that he simply did not understand what he read and quoted, not because his command of German was faulty but because he understood nothing of what was happening in the International, in particular how delegates were elected. The understanding of one term is particularly in question. The 2 comrades to whom Marx wrote, in the letters quoted by Goethe, were not casual vagabonds whom Marx was proposing to pack into the Congress by a back door. They were both leaders of their respective local sections. Beyond question they would get themselves elected as delegates if they wished. Why shouldn't they wish to go to The Hague? Because Zarga lived in the New York City area, in modest circumstances, and it took a fortune in money and an eon of time, from the viewpoint of a working man, to journey across the ocean and the continent, and back again, just to cast a vote. The other correspondent, Dr. Kugelmann, lived in Hanover, Germany, which on my globe is only about a centimeter from The Hague, but it was still a longish and expensive trip for a stay-at-home, across one or two borders, and a physician had to make special arrangements for an absence. This was why Marx wrote in such urgent terms. First, to Zarga, after telling him the Congress date. It will just not do for you to put us off with a memorandum memorial. At this Congress it is a question of the life or death of the International. You and at least one other, if not two, must come. As for the sections that send no delegates directly, they can send mandates, delegates mandates. Point 12. Whatever the first sentence means, Marx is obviously telling Zarga not to send any kind of casual document that would not be official. The official kind of document was a mandate, a delegate's mandate, a document signed by the proper official, naming a delegate. This concern about following the rules and regulations exactly is seen again in the same letter, in a paragraph not quoted by Goethe. Naturally every section, no matter of how many members, if not over 500 strong, gets only one delegate. It is a reminder about the official basis for mandates, explaining the possibility of two delegates. So far, not a word about packing. On the contrary, Marx is trying to get out the vote, to get representatives of the legitimate strength of the defenders of the International against the wreckers. At this point we can throw in the second letter cited by Goethe, in which Marx merely tells Dr. Kugelmann exactly what he told Zarga, that at The Hague it is a question of the life or death of the International, and Germany must therefore have as many representatives as possible. 13. Did Goethe understand the meaning of the term mandate? This system of delegates' credentials was seldom used in the later history of the movement, for good reason, though it was unchallenged in the First International. A section or branch, entitled to, say, one delegate, filled out a formal document, signed by the proper officers, giving the essential information about the branch for the use of the Credentials Committee, and naming its delegate. The rules of the organization allowed the branch to name any member of the International as the delegate, and the minutes of the congresses are peppered with allusions to delegates who were not members of the branch they represented. At the only international congress he attended, in Basel in 1869, Bakunin represented Lyons, although the Russian then resided in Geneva. Later, this was sometimes called a proxy system. But the branch might also decide to leave the delegate's name blank temporarily, until it found a suitable person to represent it, one who could in fact get to the Congress. Blank mandates were publicly discussed and known, they were not illegal, though used as a last resort. Again, we must emphasize, for obvious reasons, that blank mandates were as freely used by the Bakuninist forces as by any other tendency in the movement. This system was used due to the difficulties that faced every branch about sending delegates to a congress at a distance. Its drawbacks were obvious, but for too many cases the only alternative was to send no delegates at all, or to allow rich individuals to represent the branch simply because they could afford the trip. Again and again Marx or Engels received letters about supporters who would be unable to go to The Hague because they could not afford it. 14 In any case, the mandate system as described was not controversial at The Hague. Whatever the system, all tendencies scrambled to get as many delegates for their faction as possible, and the operating system was used equally by all. Now it is easy to believe that the average reader of Goethe's introduction would know nothing about the mandate system, but it is hard to believe this of Goethe himself only because he had, presumably, just translated every word of the Congress minutes he was editing, and nearly the first 3 days of the Congress were taken up with detailed arguments about delegates' mandates. He had just read pages and pages of discussions at the Congress over the validity of credentials. He had read, for example, about delegates who routinely presented the Congress Committee with as many as 3 different mandates from different places. Could he make anything of this? In citing that incriminating letter of Marx's to Zarga, Goethe took the space, in a very short introduction, to give the whole list of possible delegates that Marx had included for Zarga's use, precisely in order to avoid a blank mandate. Obviously Goethe thought this was somehow damaging, a smoking gun. This is a measure of his incompetence in this field. Now if he had been moderately well acquainted with Marx's and Engels' correspondence, he would not have had to rely only on ammunition supplied by Guillaume. He could have cited, for example, Engels' letter to Liebknecht 6 months before. It exhorted Liebknecht in the same terms as Marx wrote to Kugelmann, about getting a maximum of delegates, and added that the official forms must be carefully followed, warning, since the Bakuninists and Proudhonists will probably do their utmost, the mandates will be strictly examined. Engels alerted Liebknecht that the German organization had to regulate dues payments with care so that its mandates cannot be contested at the Congress. On the other hand, writing to his loyal supporter Cuno, Engels stressed, repeatedly, that the Italian Bakuninists could do anything they liked within the rules, and their mandates would not be challenged. The Italians have the right to commit all the idiocies they wish, and the General Council will counteract them only by way of peaceful debate. So long as these gentlemen remain on lawful grounds, the General Council will gladly let them do as they like. Engels wrote to J.P. Becker that things were going well, but only if, on our part, we muster all forces. And he stressed the danger that the Bakuninists might get a majority through the negligence of our friends. 15 That was the danger. Negligence meant doing less than was possible to mobilize a majority at The Hague to defend the International. While Bakunin's factional correspondence was industriously searched out and destroyed by his friends, as we report elsewhere, the correspondence by Marx and Engels and their friends has been industriously collected and published. And every word of it speaks to the care taken by Marx and his friends to win a fair majority at The Hague in open debate. If we were to use the Goethe mode of scholarship, we could quote a number of situations in which the Bakuninists used dirty tricks to gain mandates, for the letters of Marx, Engels, and their correspondence are peppered with statements about these goings on. 16 Fortunately, for various reasons it was not necessary to turn the Congress into a month-long credential session. But looking at it all in hindsight, there was one basic difference between the two sides that does not depend merely on charges and countercharges. The Bakuninists believed on principle in using dirty tricks to defeat the evil authoritarians in any way possible, and they proclaimed this principle openly as an anarchist mark of honor. Now let us return to our original subject, Goethe and scholarship. We submit a test specimen, almost of laboratory quality, using a passage of Goethe's introduction which is not about packing the Hague Congress. Although Goethe had no space in his introduction to explain much about the history and functioning of the International, he had space enough to include some other items that appealed to his scholarly soul for the purpose of discrediting Marx. On his second page, he has a relatively considerable passage on the Paris Commune and Marx's defense of it, the civil war in France. We refrain from commenting on his views about the Commune, since these might provoke us to digressions, but in the middle of this passage is the following demonstration of a mode of scholarship. Goethe writes, Marx drew the ire of a hostile European society upon himself and the International, for he published the pamphlet The Address on the Commune and several addresses in its name without being too scrupulous about prior consent and endorsement. The ordinary reader will understand Goethe to be saying that the ire of a hostile European society was due to the handling of the address inside the General Council. Let us try to ignore this absurdity. Goethe has the following scholarly footnote appended at this point as evidence for his substantive assertion about Marx's lack of scruples. Some of the Englishmen whose names, as members of the General Council, were appended to it, afterwards declared that they had not seen its contents until it was published. Karl, Marx, pages 218, 223. This refers to one of the less interesting episodes involving some English trade union leaders' attempts to rid themselves of the revolutionary taint of the Commune. We see that neither of our scholars, Goethe nor Karl, thought it important to mention here that the address had been endorsed unanimously at the regular General Council meeting called for the purpose with due notification to all, that every GC document since the beginning had been routinely signed by the entire GC list, and that this format of the publication had been routinely executed by the Secretary, John Hales, not Marx. We are interested at the moment in a different aspect of scholarship. Please note that Goethe's reference footnote to Karl pointed to 2 pages in Karl, 5 pages apart. It might be supposed that both pages said the same thing. Not so. On page 218, Carretero made the statement duly quoted by Goethe. 5 pages later, on page 223, without making any connection, Karl gave the following information. Hales, the new Secretary of the General Council, signed a letter to the press explaining that Auger and Lucraft had received a summons to the meeting at which the famous manifesto the address had been unanimously approved, and that it was the custom of the Council to append to its publications the signatures of all its members, whether they had actually participated in their preparation or not. We leave aside Karl's irresponsible handling of the matter, irresponsible because, as author, he took no responsibility for ascertaining the truth, for we are interested in Goethe. Goethe was aware of Karl's page 223 because he referred to it in his own footnote. But he kept its content a scholarly secret. All the reader learned from his own scholarly pages was that certain unnamed Englishmen later made a complaint which reflected badly on Marx. And what reader could doubt that the accusation must be true, for otherwise would an eminent scholar like Professor Goethe regurgitate it in this way? The principle of this scholarship is clear: against Marx, anything goes. To paraphrase Clough's well-known lines, you must not lie, but need not act officiously to check a fact. For some reason I can't remember the name of the old Anglo-Saxon king who commanded the flood to recede from shore. This volume is the same as previous volumes in format and other technical respects. The following reminders may be useful. Notes. There is a sharp distinction between reference notes, which are relegated to the back of the book, and footnotes, which are intended to be read as part of the text. The general reader is advised to ignore all the superscript numbers that pepper the pages. The reference notes mainly offer information on sources and some other technical matters, but never affect the line of thought. Quotes. Inside quoted passages, all emphasis is in the original, and all bracketed words represent my own interpolations. Degree mark symbol. This unorthodox sign is used to indicate that certain quoted words or passages are in English in the original. A double degree mark, degree, at the beginning of a quotation means that the whole passage was originally written in English. Inside a quotation, words or phrases originally in English are marked off using the symbol like quotation marks, degree as here degree. This is done only when necessary, not in every case. Translations. Where possible, I have used English translations from the volumes so far published of the Marx Engels collected works, MECW, or from the 3-volume Marx Engels selected works, MESW. All translations or revisions of translations not otherwise ascribed are my own. Single quotes. These, with the punctuation marks outside, are used to indicate that a word is being exhibited, that a term is being used as a term rather than being either quoted or used as an integral part of the sentence. Finally, the term falsification does not mean the same as falsification, as explained in KMTR 3, p.3. 1 of Utopian Socialism. The types or schools of socialism considered here are grouped mainly as a convenient way to organize Marx's views on the subject of movement alternatives. They certainly are not an attempt at an exhaustive listing in these pages. They seldom appear as pure schools or consciously organized tendencies. They are often simply common currents or strains or ingredients in the socialist movements of the time. The names or labels usually assigned to them have most often been given by others, critics, rivals, enemies rather than by themselves. This is surely true of the ingredient called utopian socialism. 1. Accenting the positive. When the Communist Manifesto was written, the modern socialist movement had been in existence only a few decades, but it already exhibited virtually all of the currents that were to become prominent in the next century in more developed form. The spectrum of possible socialisms was in active creation before anyone could turn around and say Karl Marx. And by the 1840s all the rival tendencies were already heatedly denouncing each other, especially the righteous exponents of unity who denounced everyone else for denouncing them. In other words, the situation was normal, there was a lively forum of ideas. Compared with much of the resulting polemical literature, Section 3 of the Manifesto, which looked critically at the socialist field, was as sober as a dissertation. This section of the Manifesto presented 5 schools of socialism that needed discussing, and what it called critical utopian socialism and communism was only one of these, the 5th and last. Marx clearly did not agree with the later writers on socialist history who lump all pre-Marxian socialism under the label of utopian socialism. The utopian element had to be analyzed out of the picture. Socialist history, as it is written, has not been fortunate in its account of utopian socialism. Cole's History of Socialist Thought, widely quoted, states erroneously that in 1839, the economist, Jerome Adolphe Blanqui, in his pioneer history of political economy, characterized them all as utopian socialists, a name which was to become lastingly attached to them through its adoption by Marx and Engels in the Communist Manifesto 1. But in point of fact the book by the elder Blanqui did not use the term utopian socialist at all, but only utopian economists. Indeed, the term socialist itself was still so new that it appeared here only twice, as a designation for and only. 2 The word utopian had already been around for a long time, and had been hitched to a variety of nouns before this. Getting hitched to economist was no great innovation. In 1845 a then noted book by Karl actually counterposed utopianism, utopismus, to scientific socialism 3. And the manifesto itself did not use the term utopian socialism but a hyphenated one, critical utopian socialism. This may be taken as quibbling, perhaps, but we point out that all this matters mainly because of the Marxological myth that Marx invented the term utopian socialism merely as a contemptuous denunciation. Marx's actual term, critical utopian socialism, is at odds with the myth. If we concern ourselves with what is really in the manifesto, a characteristic that leaps to the eye is the thoroughgoing distinction that Marx made between the innovative founders of the schools and the sects that later operated in their names. This was especially true of the Saint-Simonian and Fourierist sects, which became active after the founder's death, but it was precisely the writings of Fourier and Saint-Simon themselves that had the greatest impact on the young Marx. Long afterward, as in Socialism Utopian and Scientific, Marx and Engels continued to speak with utmost admiration of the contributions made by the germinal thinkers at the same time that they criticized the retrogressive role of the sect followers. This combination is found in full force in the manifesto. The combination is signaled to the reader by the hyphenated name that the manifesto confers on this socialist current, critical utopian socialism, and communism, not utopian socialism. The valuable positive contribution of these socialists, it says, lies in their critical element. They attack every principle of existing society. Hence they are full of the most valuable materials for the enlightenment of the working class. Their positive propositions on the future society, point solely to the disappearance of class antagonisms which were, at that time, only just cropping up, and which, in these publications, are recognized in their earliest, indistinct, and undefined forms only. Their proposals, therefore, are of a purely utopian character. 4. In the German ideology Marx and Engels repeatedly identified the strong side of the utopians. The Saint-Simonian criticism of existing conditions was the most important aspect of Saint-Simonism, and the critical side of Fourier was his most important contribution. 5. This explains the contrast between the founders and their sect followers, who hardened the fanciful side into a dogma. Fourier's orthodox disciples of the Démocratie Pacifique, their organs show most clearly how little the real content of these systems lies in their systematic form. They are, for all their orthodoxy, doctrinaire bourgeois, the very antipodes of Fourier. 6. The manifesto further emphasized this contrast, although the originators of these systems were, in many respects, revolutionary, their disciples have, in every case, formed mere reactionary sections. 7. No one has praised the contributions of the early utopians more enthusiastically than Engels, who repeatedly wrote that Marxism itself rests on the shoulders of Saint-Simon, Fourier and Owen, three men who, in spite of all their fantastic notions and all their utopianism, have their place among the most eminent thinkers of all times, and whose genius anticipated innumerable things the correctness of which is now being scientifically proved by us. 8. Engels' socialism, utopian and scientific, begins with this appreciation of their revolutionary roles, an appreciation broadly applied not only to the early utopians but also to the enlighteners who inspired them. The great men who in France prepared men's minds for the coming revolution were themselves extreme revolutionists. They recognized no external authority of any kind whatever. Religion, natural science, society, political institutions, everything was subjected to the most unsparing criticism. 9. For criticism, uninhibited analysis was inherently revolutionary. 10. In Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, Part 1, the part dealing with the utopians, overwhelmingly accents the positive. After a single paragraph stating their utopian fantasy side, Engels declares, "These facts once established, we need not dwell a moment longer upon this side of the question, now wholly belonging to the past. We can leave it to the literary small fry to solemnly quibble over these fantasies. For ourselves, we delight in the stupendously grand thoughts and germs of thought that everywhere break out through their fantastic covering." 11. And it is to the grand thoughts that the rest of this part is devoted. Without losing sight of their negative sides, Engels shows how the foundations of socialist thought were laid in their writings in Saint-Simon's historical view of the class struggle, of the economic basis of politics, of the coming abolition of the state, in Fourier's witty and insightful critique of bourgeois society and its miseries, his genial social satire, his dialectical view of the stages in the history of society, in Owen's materialist teachings, his belief in the regenerating power of humanized conditions of labor, his educational innovations, his understanding of the relation between the growing productive forces and the need for rational economic planning and organization, his stimulus to cooperatives. 12. Cabet is not discussed here along with these great innovators, for, coming in the wake of the Great Three, he rigidified the utopian side without opening new critical vistas. Marx, like Engels, paid little heed to Cabet as a thinker. He mentions Cabet's name more usually as an example of the ready-made system, the negative side of utopianism. 13. He gave Cabet more attention and respect as the leader of a significant pre-1848 group of French workers. 14. Marx's emphasis on the difference between a founding ideologist and the movement he founds is well expressed in the German ideology, where he explains that the first utopian writings had propaganda value as popular novels in the early days. Cabet should on no account be judged by his system but rather by his polemical writings previously quoted, against Butches. 15, in fact his whole activity as a party leader. As the party, i.e., the movement, develops, these systems lose all importance and are at best retained purely nominally as catchwords. Who in France believes in Cabet's Icaria? 16. So Cabet's name was separated from the three great innovators. In fact, so heavy was Engels' emphasis on the positive contributions of Saint-Simon, Fourier, and Owen that, when this part of anti-Dühring was taken over into the first part of the booklet Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, Engels had to write an additional critical paragraph to strike a reasonable balance in terms of the modern movement. This edition discussed how the utopian mode of thought fostered the later mishmash of eclectic socialist ideas that rubbed the sharp edges off the revolutionary aims of socialism. 17. The new passage took the place of a couple of pages of anti-Dühring in which Engels forcefully denounced Dühring for his contemptuous attitude toward and ignorant undervaluation of the three great utopians, in language so enthusiastic that one must wonder whether Engels gives them too much credit. 18. Engels has been emphasized here because his socialism, utopian and scientific, is often referred to as if it were mainly a denunciation of the utopians, apparently after an exhaustive study of all 4 words of its title. This is associated with the Marxological myth that utopian is simply a term of opprobrium in Marx or Engels, or that they simply cavalierly dismissed the utopians. Point 19, to be sure, when you run across the syllogism, you know you are looking at a particularly ignorant Marxologist. Marx's references to Fourier and Saint-Simon were in the same spirit as Engels' encomiums. For example, in a note for publication in the French press, Marx wrote that Proudhon poured gross insult over the utopian socialists and communists whom I honored as precursors of modern socialism. 20 It is easy for us to verify this. Proudhon's cornets, published only in our own times, show that alleged libertarian foaming at the mouth as he blackguards Fourier et al. As Engels wrote, Marx spoke only with admiration of the genius and encyclopedic mind of Saint-Simon, but this statement occurs in an interesting context. In Volume 3 of Capital, Marx mentions that Saint-Simon and his disciples lumped workers and capitalists together under the head of travailers, workers, as distinct from the idle aristocracy. Here Marx reminds us that only in his last work did Saint-Simon address himself to the working class and adopt its emancipation as a goal. His previous writings had been encomiums of modern bourgeois society in contrast to the feudal order. What a difference compared with the contemporaneous writings of Owen. This judgment by Marx is quite accurate. It states a negative side of Saint-Simon's theorizing. Marx had recognized as early as 1844 that Saint-Simon himself never proposed a socialistic form of society. Point 21. At this point, as editor of Capital, Engels appends a longish footnote, lest a reader think that this passage in Marx's manuscript expressed the sum total of Marx's opinion of the great utopian, and Engels virtually apologizes for Saint-Simon's shortcoming, blunting Marx's critique. Point 22. So sensitive was Engels to even the appearance of derogation. Actually, Marx's passage was concerned mainly with the Saint-Simonian disciples who became the manipulators of the Credit Mobilier and Bonapartist socialism. 23. Engels, in his excess of pious regard for Saint-Simon's reputation, gives the impression of glossing over the founder's degree of responsibility for the direction taken by the disciples. Or perhaps he did not rightly understand, as Marx did, that Saint-Simon stopped well short of proposing the abolition of bourgeois society. Point 24. In any case, here Engels was wrong and Marx was right. The irony lies in the fact that Engels tended to be too soft on the utopians, not that he cavalierly dismissed them. While Marx and Engels paid homage to the critical, social-analytical, element in these great innovators, it was the utopian element that was subsequently hardened into sex as socialism took organized form. We have to separate this utopian element out, especially since utopianism by no means died with its 3 great exponents. 2. Scientific socialism. The counterposition of utopian socialism to scientific socialism has been associated with a widespread misconception. The special difficulty here is that the term scientific socialism is often taken askew, especially in English. In modern English, more than in the continental languages, the word science and its derivatives have tended to become specialized as references to the natural sciences. As Raymond Williams notes, this causes considerable problems in contemporary translation, notably from the French. 25. The case is just as true of German, in particular socialist writings in German, not just Marx's usage. Even where the English science is allowed to refer to social studies, the problem has stimulated hazy debates over something called scientism and over the applicability of scientific method to society, or over the mechanical derivation of social principles from physical scientific analogues. These are not the problems that concern us here. It is a question of what the term wissenschaftlicher Sozialismus, scientific socialism, meant to Marx, as well as to his contemporary world. The German word Wissenschaft means knowledge, hence the learning and scholarship that accumulate knowledge. It includes the idea of science, and it tends to get translated as science. But it is by no means limited to the natural sciences. It embraces any body of knowledge that a scholar or researcher might investigate, much more loosely than English writers tend to tolerate. Thus, today as yesterday, A good dictionary will define not only the exacten Wissenschaften or Naturwissenschaft, n, but also the historische Wissenschaften and even the Skinnen Wissenschaften, Belles Lettres, point 26. There is a good example, for present purposes, that we have mentioned in another connection, the first Society for Jewish Studies, established in Germany in the early 19th century, called its subject the Wissenschaft des Judentums. This in its society title, in English the Science of Jewry would be a mistranslation. Point 27 in France too, but later, the Société Scientifique Littéraire was founded to publish materials on Jewish studies. English shrinks from calling such research by the name of science. In German this broad use of Wissenschaft and Wissenschaftlich is normal. It is too bad that the English language does not have a word that is congruent with Wissenschaft or even the French science. Its science has been narrowed. Another example is provided by the title of the work by Engels, from which his socialism utopian and scientific was derived, usually called anti-Düring. Its full title was Herr Eugen Düring's Revolution in Science, in German. Umwälzung der Wissenschaft. This uses science in the continental sense. Düring's field was mainly a complex of philosophy and the social sciences. Everywhere in German literature, Wissenschaft and its cognates are used without strain for any study adding to the sum total of knowledge, any subject of scholarly study. This is illustrated in Engels' remark that socialism, since it has become a science, demands that it be pursued as a science, that is, that it be studied. 28 in English. This is virtually a non sequitur. Still, it is true that the broad continental meaning has had an impact in some sectors of English language literature, beginning with second international publications, especially translations, and continuing with later Comintern literature. When in such contexts Marx's Capital, for example, is called a scientific work to distinguish it from Marx's journalistic or propagandist or epistolary writings, this term is not a claim that the method of Capital is equivalent to a laboratory demonstration. The meaning of scientific method in the social sciences is not under discussion here. In this context, socialist usage in English has often made do with the term theoretical work, in distinction from propagandist work. Well then, it is the broad meaning of science as Wissenschaft that became attached to the efforts of socialists to base their program not on dreams, visions, or sentiments, but on a knowledgeable analysis of the real forces operating in society. In the days when socialism was very young, all modern thought wanted to be thought scientific, in aspiration at least. The new thinking of Campanella, of Francis Bacon's New Atlantis, of the encyclopedists, of almost anyone you can mention, was more or less imbued with scientific thought, and the new thinking of the socialists took this course just as naturally. This immediately confronts us with another widespread myth, about Marx's relation to this development. It follows from these facts that Marx was not the first, and never claimed to be the first, to set the objective of establishing socialism on a scientific, wissenschaftlich, basis. On the contrary, this objective was already a well-known idea and aspiration when Marx first heard of socialism. The aim of working out a scientific socialism was fairly common among Marx's predecessors and contemporaries, ranging from academic types like Düring to socialistic yellow journalists like Émile de Girardin, who opined that law science is the true name of socialism. 29. Moses Hess has been credited with being the first 30, but a decade before Hess, Butches had called his own tendency Science Nouvelle after splitting from the Saint-Simonians and establishing his Journal des Sciences Morales et Politiques. A similar magazine title, Phalanx, or Journal of Social Science, has been vaunted for the American Fourierists of 1843 to 1845.31. Before either Butches or Brook Farm, the Saint-Simonians had looked to science as their guide. Saint Simon had seen the solution of all social problems in the attainment of an empirical science of man, explains the social historian G. G. Eggers, and the Saint-Simonians tried to demonstrate the scientific character of society, at a time when the term science, avers Eggers, denoted the reduction of reality into a system. When Francis Wright was lecturing in America around 1836, Her exposition explicitly called for a scientific approach in the explanation of history. 32. Examples can be multiplied, but Lawrence Stein must not be overlooked. When Stein published his pioneer work on French socialism in 1842, he heavily emphasized that socialism had to be viewed as a part of the science of society, Staatswissenschaft, political science if you will, and he refuted the superficial notion that socialist theories were merely empty dreams of unscientific minds. On the contrary, after several pages of this emphasis, Stein wound up defining socialism, in letter-spaced type, as the systematic science of equality realized in economic life, state, and society, through the rule of labor. 33. Socialism is a scientific system, he wrote in the 1850 edition of his work. Mengelberg says of Stein that he elaborated St. Simon's interpretation of socialism as the first manifestation of a science of society. 34. 3 years after Stein's first edition, as already mentioned, 35, Karl Grun counterposed scientific socialism to utopianism. In short, the widespread Marxological claim that Marx invented, and imported into socialism, the view that socialism should be based on a scientific approach to society, gives Marx too much credit, on the one hand, and, on the other hand, obscures any useful discussion about the meaning of science in social analysis. Naturally, aspiration is not achievement. If, say, Saint Simon or anyone else saw himself as a social scientist, this does not oblige us to agree with him. Marx was one of many socialist pioneers who aspired to really base socialism on a scientific view of society. What defines Marxism is his success, or for enemies, his failure. Given his materialist world outlook, this basis in scientific method was of special and fundamental importance for him. When Engels wrote down his opinion that Marx's was the only scientific socialism that has ever existed, 36, this was, after all, only another way of saying that he agreed with him, which is not news. It is, I think, not hard to show from our present-day standpoint how far Saint Simon, Butches, Hess, etc. were removed from a consistently scientific analysis of society. Everyone has the democratic right to argue that the same is true of Marx, and half of them have published on this point, it seems. But, as stressed previously, this is not our present subject. The fact is that some sort of scientific socialism, the view that socialism should be wedded to science, was widely accepted in the earliest socialist circles, including those called utopian. The idea that the term scientific socialism involved some special esoteric claim, beyond what we have explained, was repudiated by Marx when he ran across it. Like many other canards, it was invented by Bakunin, the most prolific inventor of lies and slanders that the socialist movement has ever seen, in the course of a book larded with racist and personal smears against Marx. Marx jotted down some short comments as he made excerpts from Bakunin's tome. At one point Bakunin charged that the Marxists looked to a despotism under an aristocracy of learned men, which they called learned or academic socialism or scientific socialism. Bakunin really had Lassalle in mind, but he was not choosy about smears. Marx's note on this said that the first term had never been used, and that scientific socialism has been used only in opposition to utopian socialism, which would like to saddle the people with new chimerical fancies, instead of reserving its science for the comprehension of the social movement created by the people themselves. See my book Against Proudhon Poverty of Philosophy, 37. This comment, that the idea of a wissenschaftlicher socialism should be understood in the context of a critique of utopian socialism, helps to illuminate both sides of the comparison. It is a question of scientific method, which concerns itself with the real forces and facts of social development and not with mere fantasies and feelings. We can now directly address the question of what utopianism as a method meant to Marx, and why this method had to be superseded by an approach based on inquiry into the realities of social relations and the forces governing social change, the laws of motion of society, in short, superseded by a scientific approach in the broad sense of the word. 3. Utopianism. In the course of over 3 centuries of use in English and other languages, the word utopian picked up a variety of connotations, like barnacles. Long before Marx, utopian might imply any of the following ideas: anything considered impossible, anything considered ideal or ideally perfect, anything imaginary or involving the imagination, any concern with the shape of the future. The word often suggested adjectives like visionary, perfectionist, chimerical. All of these meanings, whether incompatible or not, are correct, that is, anyone has the dictionary's authority to tangle thought into knots. It is therefore child's play to prove that anyone is utopian in some unspecified sense. To be sure, this way of proving utopianism has a drawback: it is likely to be empty of content. This word game has been played with Marx ad infinitum. If nothing else works, Marx was certainly concerned with the future, wasn't he? The game is further complicated by colloquial uses. As we have emphasized in other cases 38, Marx had no compunction about using a word both in a scientific and strict sense, in one context, and in a loose or colloquial sense, in another context, particularly in journalistic articles and letters. For example, Marx wrote in his 1848 paper that our readers have never entertained utopian hopes regarding Vienna, i.e., about revolutionary possibilities there. 39 Here the word seems to connote over-optimistic expectations about impossibilities or improbabilities, though it can be argued that such utopian hopes about the Vienna Revolution were inconsistent with the real relationship of forces. Again, about the right to a job watchword in 1848, Engels explained in a letter that the Paris workers were attracted to it because it looked so practical, so little utopian, so realizable without any trouble, whereas in reality it could be carried out in capitalist society only in the form of nonsensical national workshops. 40 This seems to use utopian with mostly the colloquial flavor. It is also not hard to find journalistic articles in which Marx, in a U2 spirit, says that bourgeois schemes for reforming capitalism are utopian. 41 Apparently meaning impossible, though there is usually the background thought that this impossibility is due to the real forces of society. Marx was as well acquainted as anyone with the conservative propensity to dismiss proposals for basic social change as utopian, that is, chimerical and impossible. Summarizing the usual bourgeois Philistine viewpoint in an 1848 article, he commented that in this view, if you demand the transformation of the socio-economic organization as a whole, then you are destructive, revolutionary, unscrupulous, utopian, and you overlook partial reforms. Hence the result: leave everything as it is. 42. This whole sprawling congeries of traditional and casual uses of utopian has to be put aside in order to focus on the central meaning of utopianism as counterposed to a scientific approach. This investigation begins with an elementary step, the rock-bottom need for positive knowledge about the real world of society as the basis for theorizing, as against theory spinning out of the blue. Marx began with this conviction even before he became a socialist. When he was still the militant democratic editor of the left-liberal Reinigungszeitung in 1842, he was already hostile to the prevalent forms of theory spinning. This was one of his charges against a group of ex-friends on the Berlin University campus who called themselves the Free, and who wanted to get into his newspaper's columns. Marx expressed his opinion after receiving a letter from one of them, whose favorite category is, most appropriately, what ought to be. I demanded of them, related Marx in a letter, less vague reasoning, magniloquent phrases, and self-satisfied self-adoration, and more definiteness, more attention to the actual state of affairs, more expert knowledge. I requested further that religion should be criticized in the framework of criticism of political conditions rather than that political conditions should be criticized in the framework of religion. 43. Indeed, the political conditions were rooted in the actual state of affairs, whereas the framework of religion was then another area for theory spinning. The following year, the same concern for actuality as starting point brought about a basic reorientation for Marx, as he began trying to work out a new socialist approach, in an exchange of letters published in the Deutsche Französische Jahrbucher. We have already discussed this under the head of How to Develop a Movement Program, 44. But now let us view the same train of thought as part of Marx's critique of utopianism. We note first that Marx, a new-fledged socialist, immediately links the utopianism of the theory spinners with the doctrinarism of the sect. No one, Marx argues here, has an exact notion of what the desired new world is to be like. Various sect leaders propose various visions of a new society. Should we compete by imagining new and better Icarias? No, let us take a new direction altogether. We do not dogmatically anticipate the world but rather want to find a new world only through criticism of the old. If constructing the future and settling the matter for all time is not our job, yet what we have to accomplish at the present time is all the more certain, I mean ruthless criticism of everything that exists. 45. Instead of raising a new dogmatic banner, Marx goes on, we should help the dogmatists clarify their own tenets to themselves. How? Through the actual interests of the people, which center especially about political issues. We must start with these interests even as they are, and not counterpose to them, ready-made, any particular system like, say, the Voyage en Icari by Cabet. With this critical method we can develop, out of the existing reality, our own idea of what to aim at. We do not confront the world as doctrinaires with a new principle and call on them to kneel before it in admiration. We develop new principles for the world out of the principles of the world itself. We show the world why it is actually struggling, and from this develop a new consciousness for the world. 46. And Marx even concludes, it will be demonstrated that it is not a question of a big hiatus in thinking between past and future but of carrying out the thinking of the past. 47. He is clearly trying to bend the stick the other way, away from overemphasis on the miraculous leap from the bad old world of today to the shining new world of tomorrow, and toward emphasizing the continuity from struggles over actualities to the reshaping of actualities. In this argumentation, utopianism is not the center of the problem, but utopianism can virtually be defined as that which Marx is combating here. There is no mystery about where Marx acquired this approach, for it emerges essentially out of Hegel's approach to history. It is heavily stressed in what is perhaps the best-known locus in all Hegel, the preface to his philosophy of right. 48. Whereas Marx exhibited no early susceptibility to the utopian mode of thought even in his early period of left democratic apprenticeship in politics, or at least no record of it remains, the case was otherwise with Engels. Right after he did his small part of the Holy Family, which means, right after he had teamed up with Marx but before the two had associated very much, Engels wrote an enthusiastic account of the utopian community experiments in America, to prove that communism was feasible in practice. 49. There can be little doubt that it must have been his further collaboration with Marx that straightened him out on utopian communitarian forms of socialism. Soon came the first clear statement of the balanced, positive and negative, view of the great utopians, the view they both adopted. For several months in 1845 they discussed the project of publishing a library of the best foreign socialist writers, mainly French and English, an anthology of socialist ideas in texts, and Marx even drew up a list of authors to be translated, naturally including the great utopians. 50. When Engels suggested this idea, Fourier had been in the forefront of his mind, and in fact a selection from Fourier was the only part of the project actually published. By this time, the latter part of 1845, Engels wrote an introduction to the selection which put Fourier into perspective. Here Engels' main theme is praise for Fourier, especially as against the German theoreticians who take ideas from French socialism and Hegelianize them in the worst sense. What these people find in Fourier is only what is worst and most theoretical, the schematic plans of future society, the social systems. Systems means, artificially constructed systems of speculative thought. We will return to this term. The best aspect, the criticism of existing society, the real basis, the main task of any investigation of social questions, they have calmly pushed aside. Within the framework of this balanced appreciation, Engels praises Fourier for correctly understanding the past and the present, even if he speculatively constructs the future along utopian lines. Even when Fourier writes speculative nonsense, like his visions of lemonade seas and anti-lions, his cheerful nonsense is preferable to the gloomy and profound nonsense of these German theoreticians. 51. Thus we see that, well before Marx and Engels formulated their opinion of utopianism in terms of the counterposition utopian socialism/scientific socialism, their essential criticism was already clear. Its crux was the utopian leap into abstraction. The trouble with, say, Fourier was not a failure to present a critique of actuality, a brilliant one at that. But this critique existed on one side of a yawning gulf, on the other side of which was the alternative, bright new world. To get to the other side, the utopian took a great leap into the void, on the wings of speculative abstraction. Since no two utopian speculators dreamed up the same new world or leaped over the void in the same direction, it was inevitable that, when their brilliant insights hardened into organizational form, the result was a sect. A sect was a theory-based group which counterposed its specially revealed body of doctrine against that of the next brilliant mind who fluttered a pair of wings and took off. In an article in 1847, Marx reminded that the utopian method was not limited to socialists, bourgeois thinkers, in the days when their new class was struggling against feudalism to change society, also fell into a more or less utopian, dogmatic, or doctrinaire pattern as long as they reflected the undeveloped character of the social struggle. 52. In a draft for the Communist Manifesto, Marx addressed the charge, or diagnosis, of utopianism also to the bourgeois ruling class, in the following terms. The communists do not put forward any new theory of property. They state a fact. You deny the most striking facts. You have to deny them. You are backward-looking utopians. 53. It is just as well that this formulation was stricken, it exaggerated. But what it exaggerated was the contrast between a new theory of property which is sucked out of one's thumb and a theory derived from an analysis of facts, that is, from a study of the actual development of society. This highlighted the difference between the utopian and the scientific approach. 4. First exposition. The first passage in which Marx clearly counterposed utopian socialism to the scientific approach occurred in his book Against Proudhon, The Poverty of Philosophy, in 1847. 30 years later, it was this passage he remembered when he jotted down his brief comment on Bakunin, above quoted in section 2. Marx, writing this work in French, continually used law science in the broad sense of Wissenschaft that we have explained. Just as the bourgeois economists are the scientific representatives of the bourgeois class, so the socialists and the communists are the theoreticians of the proletarian class. The bourgeois economists were here called scientific, though they were wrong, but the word was not used for the socialistic theoreticians of 1847, who were mostly utopians. The passage continued, so long as the class struggle is still at a low stage of development, these theoreticians are merely utopians who, to meet the wants of the oppressed classes, improvise systems and go in search of a regenerating science. But as the proletarian struggle becomes clearer, they no longer need to seek science in their minds, they have only to take note of what is happening before their eyes and to become its mouthpiece. The expression to seek science sounds odd in English, as compared with seek knowledge, plainly the word has to be broadened in the sense explained. So long as they seek science and merely make systems, so long as they are at the beginning of the struggle, they do not see the revolutionary side of poverty and social conditions. From the moment they see this side, science produced by the historical movement of society and associating itself consciously with it has ceased to be doctrinaire and has become revolutionary. 54. Observe that Marx noted repeatedly that the utopians too aspired to law science, like everyone else. But this aspiration they sought to implement in a utopian way, by a utopian approach. Instead of inquiring into what was actually happening in society before their eyes, they improvised mental constructs systems. This word was a highly pejorative one in Marx's vocabulary, and we must understand why, at the cost of a short digression. Marx always denied frequently and indignantly, in late as in early writings, that he put forward any system, for this was a semi-technical term meaning, a speculatively and artificially constructed fabrication of theory in the German philosophical tradition. he would have violently rejected the title of Louis Boudin's 1907 book The Theoretical System of Karl Marx, though Boudin innocently used system in the popular sense of a consistently interrelated body of views. The speculative system was counterposed to a really scientific investigation, which is not based on any such system. For example, this was what Engels explained in a very early article, on what Germans, i.e., German philosophers, meant by thoroughness. With a few meager data they are capable not only of concocting any kind of theory, but also of linking it with world history. On the basis of the first fact that happens to reach them at third hand, concerning which they do not even know at all whether it occurred in such and such a way or some other, they will prove to you that it must have occurred in this particular way and no other. 55. Engels wrote this 3 decades before Dühring published his egregious exemplar of the traditional system fabricating pattern. Like German philosophers, the utopians also fabricated systems, and this was one of their great weaknesses, in Marx's eyes. For the utopians, law science still involved the sterile invention of artificially constructed doctrines, hence they were doctrinaire. They did not make an investigation into the process by which society actually revolutionized itself, hence their approach was not revolutionary. Indeed, as Marx wrote elsewhere in the same work, these utopian socialists want the workers to leave the old society alone, the better to be able to enter the new society which they have prepared for them with so much foresight. 56. Proudhon was an example of this pattern. He aspired, Marx wrote, to be the man of science soaring above the class struggle, but in fact his petty bourgeois mentality moved him to oscillate between the polar classes in struggle, borrowing eclectically from both the bourgeois economists and the utopians. He is in agreement with both in wanting to base himself upon the authority of science, added Marx, again acknowledging the utopians' aspirations in favor of science, but instead of science Proudhon in fact substituted something else. Science for him reduces itself to the slender proportions of a scientific formula. He is the man in search of formulas. 57. Formulas, like systems, were doctrinaire. In the thinking of the socialist innovators, including the utopians, there was commonly a tension between utopian elements and critical elements, that is, scientific analytical ones. The utopian elements in Fourier, for example, were prominent and pervasive, and so it is easy to sum him up on balance as one of the utopians, even while crediting him with his scientific contributions, as Engels did in Socialism. Utopian and scientific. On the other hand, Louis Blanc, who is not properly summed up by the label utopian, nevertheless on examination shows utopian elements, especially when his national workshop scheme is regarded as a theoretical construct. Proudhon, likewise, was not summed up by Marx as merely a utopian socialist, but, more than his contemporaries could, we now know, from his carnets, the degree to which he played with utopian construction elements, as he speculatively invented a mutual credit society that was to take over the world. 58. We can thus properly speak of the utopian elements in Proudhon as considerable. In The Poverty of Philosophy, Marx noted the essential element in Proudhon's economics which was both reactionary and utopian, without knowing what Proudhon was writing in his notebooks. 59. One of the utopian elements in Proudhon was also present in the theories of a number of other early socialists, who were not necessarily primarily utopian socialists. This was the labor money utopia, a scheme to replace money with labor certificates which was invented and reinvented by a series of reformers from John Gray and Owen to Rodbertus and Proudhon. Discussing the form it took in Rodbertus, Engels explained that this German economist was one of several thinkers who deduced socialistic consequences from Ricardo's political economy. The conclusion that the social product should belong to the workers who produced it was very attractive to the hard-working petty bourgeois, who toiled in an artisanal workshop or tavern or shop but whose honest labor was daily depreciated by competition with large-scale capitalist production. They longed for a society which would be recast to give them the full product of their labor without going so far as to abolish the laws of capitalist production. Their ideological representatives tinkered about for some way to arrange a state of affairs that would accomplish this. Thus Rodbertus developed Ricardo's theory of value in one direction, to socialistic conclusions, only to a limited point. But he cut himself off from further development in this direction by also developing Ricardo's theory from the very beginning in the second direction, in the direction of utopia, the labor money scheme. Thereby he lost the first condition of all criticism, freedom from bias. He worked on towards a goal fixed in advance. He became a tendenzoeconom economist with a line to push. Once caught in the toils of his utopia, he cut himself off from all possibility of scientific advance. 60. Here again, the counterposition of utopian socialism to scientific socialism was used as an analytical device, even though Rodbertus could hardly be summed up as primarily a utopian socialist. It was a question of evaluating utopian elements. The label utopian socialist described a preponderant tendency, like most labels. 5. The meaning of utopian socialism. In short, what made utopian socialism utopian, in Marx's view, was its method of approaching the problems of society. For one thing, it meant the concoction, by means of the imagination, of an ideal society as perfect as possible, instead of relying on insight into the nature, the conditions, and the consequent general aims of the struggle waged by the proletariat. 61. In a passage summarizing how this contrast was made even before the manifesto, Marx wrote that, as against utopianism, we put forward the scientific view of the economic structure of bourgeois society as the sole tenable theoretical foundation, and finally explained in popular form that it was not a matter of carrying out any utopian system but rather of consciously taking part in the historical process of social transformation that was going on before our eyes. 62. In a draft for the Civil War in France, Marx gave one of his best expositions of this point, in his shakiest English. The utopian founders of sex, while in their criticism of present society clearly describing the goal of the socialist movement, the supersession of the wages system with all its economical conditions of class rule, found neither in society itself the material conditions of its transformation, nor in the working class the organized power and the consciousness of the movement. They tried to compensate for the historical conditions of the movement by fantastic pictures and plans of a new society in whose propaganda they saw the true means of salvation. From the moment the workingmen's class movement became real, the fantastic utopias evanesced, not because the working class had given up the end aimed at by those utopists, but because they had found the real means to realize them, but in their place came a real insight into the historic conditions of the movement and a more and more gathering force of the military militant organization of the working class. 63. Marx saw socialism as the outcome of tendencies inherent in the capitalist system, just as capitalism had developed out of the social world before its day, whereas the utopians saw socialism simply as a good idea, an abstract scheme without any historical context, needing only desire and will to be put into practice. From this primacy of will it followed that the practical way to demonstrate the superiority of the new scheme was to offer a small-scale working model, either on the margin of existing society or virtually outside of it, as in the wilds of America. Since these communities were arbitrary constructs, not developments, they encouraged the thinking up of precise blueprints for the minutiae of community life, characterized by uniformity and regimentation and by control from above, the control being naturally exercised by the philanthropic do-gooders in charge. Of the large number of utopian communities actually established, all the secular ones failed fairly promptly for reasons easily predictable from Marx's viewpoint. Religious communities lasted longer, for the same reasons that monasticism has endured since the early centuries. Since Marx's approach emphasized the need for society, indeed, capitalist society, to reach a sufficiently high level of production on a society-wide basis, it suggested that socialists should stay in their own countries to fight for the transformation of the whole of society from within, instead of going off into a void with others of the converted flock. One reason why German communists such as Karl Schapper, first in the League of the Just and later in the Communist League, moved toward a rapprochement with Marx, in 1847, was that they had come to this conclusion themselves, especially in a disputatious discussion with Cabet and his Icarian 64. One of the best pieces of argumentation against utopian community building that can be read even today was an article in the September 1847 single issue of the Communist League's paper, Probably, written by Schapper. 65. The Communist Manifesto, which was written soon after, picked the question up where Marx had left it the year before in his Poverty of Philosophy. Since the economic system and the class structure were still undeveloped, the material conditions for proletarian emancipation did not yet exist. The utopians therefore search after a social science, after social laws, that are to create these conditions. 66. Marx appreciated that the utopians were seeking to be scientific. As we have seen, their trouble was that they thought they could concoct the science simply out of their own skulls. Society's historical action is to yield to their personal inventive action, historically created conditions of emancipation to fantastic, i.e., fanciful or fantasized ones, and the gradual ongoing class organization of the proletariat to an organization of society specially contrived by these inventors. Future history resolves itself, in their eyes, into the propaganda for and the practical carrying out of their social plans. 67. As a consequence, the utopians' kind of socialism was non-class, above class, and non-revolutionary, but this was also true of other types of reformist socialism. It did not specifically distinguish the utopian variety. Their fanciful pictures of future society corresponded to workers' aspirations for a general reconstruction of society. 68. Hence had a revolutionary side, but this way of seeking the future was immediately related to the utopian method. In socialism, utopian and scientific Engels emphasized the abstract rationalist side of the utopian method. The solution of the social problems, which as yet lay hidden in undeveloped economic conditions, the utopians attempted to evolve out of the human brain. Society presented nothing but wrongs. To remove these was the task of reason. It was necessary, then, to discover a new and more perfect system of social order and to impose this upon society from without by propaganda, and, wherever it was possible, by the example of model experiments. These new social systems were foredoomed as utopian. The more completely they were worked out in detail, the more they could not avoid drifting off into pure fantasies. 69. As the utopian, following this method, went on his search to discover the new model society inside his own cranium, rather than in the observable tendencies of the real society, he derived his abstract society from other abstractions. To all these utopians, socialism is the expression of absolute truth, reason, and justice, and has only to be discovered to conquer all the world by virtue of its own power. And as absolute truth is independent of time, space, and of the historical development of man, it is a mere accident when and where it was discovered. 70. Socialism thus appeared as an accidental discovery of this or that ingenious brain. 71. Instead of as a historical consequence of society's own development in the real world. Historical was often the key word because to Marx it emphasized the links of development between the realities of yesterday and today and the prospects for tomorrow. For Marx there was nothing utopian in itself in thinking about the future. Utopianism was that way of thinking about the future which makes the future an arbitrary isolate, which breaks away from the historical developmental link with reality, i.e., with history up to now. Utopians clothed their aims in the form of pious wishes of which one couldn't say why they had to be fulfilled right now and not 1,000 years earlier or later. 72. This was illustrated from a new direction when, on the eve of the 1848 revolution, Marx, then living in Brussels, engaged in a little polemic with a Belgian bourgeois radical newspaper. The Débat Social of Brussels was trying to draw a line of separation between the Belgian Democratic Association as such and its left wing, that is, the communist tendency openly grouped around Marx. In this context the liberal editor jibed at the utopias pursued by certain Democrats, meaning Marx's democratic communists, the term used by Marx, who had no hope of effective reforms in their own country, meaning Germany, and who therefore engaged in dreaming about castles in the air. One could see that these liberals assigned a thin meaning to utopianism, simply dreaming. In his rejoinder, Marx took up utopianism from his own standpoint. German communism is the most determined opponent of all utopianism, he replied, and far from excluding historical development in fact bases itself upon it. Marx pointed to the social realities, in particular the class struggle, and cited Robert Peel and Guizot on the actuality of class conflict. But, he went on sarcastically, the Belgian liberals think that Peel and Guizot are utopians. On the contrary, it is the Belgian liberals who are thinking in the utopian manner when, for example, they dream of introducing a universal suffrage system like the American or like the British Charter into Europe without great social upheavals. Marx concluded, in our eyes those people are utopians who separate political forms from their social foundation and present them as general, abstract dogmas. 73. Marx's target here was utopian liberalism, not utopian socialism, any ism that cut the road to the future off from the social historical realities, and substituted general, abstract dogma for a scientific inquiry into political and social tendencies and forces. It may be thought that Marx was merely saying that the liberals' dream of a complete constitutional democracy without great social upheavals was impossible, thus making utopian a synonym of impossible in the usual colloquial fashion, but this was not so. Marx was at pains to explain that this dream suffered from a particular kind of impossibility, namely, the utopian pattern which separates political forms from their social foundation, etc. Undoubtedly, utopian here includes the connotation of impossibility, but it does not work vice versa, that is, impossible does not necessarily imply utopian. In short, utopianism was a much wider pattern than simple speculation about the future in freewheeling fancy, but, to be sure, it frequently showed up in this guise of future-mongering. And not only in the early, pre-1848, period of the great utopians. Abstract dogmatizing about the future has enjoyed bursts of popularity throughout the history of the socialist movement, especially when rise of intellectuals entered the movement, not on a wave of class struggle but because of intolerable alienation from the realities of the status quo. They therefore liked to reshape the status quo nearer to the heart's desire with the only means at this disposal, their bare minds. This happened in the German movement in the 1870s, under Marx's eyes. Indeed, the pioneers of reformist intellectualism in the German party, the Hochberg-Schramm-Bernstein Trio 74, named their organ Die Zukunft, the future. Bad articles inventing socialist futures began appearing in abundance. In a letter to a friend, Marx groaned that utopian socialism, the play of fancy about the future structure of society, is again rampant, and in a much emptier form as compared with the brilliant forerunners. It is natural that utopianism, which before the days of materialist critical socialism concealed the latter within itself in embryo, can now, coming belatedly, only be silly, stale, and reactionary from the ground up. 75. The latter-day fantasizers no longer had anything useful to contribute, whereas in the utopias of a Fourier, an Owen, etc., there is the presentiment and fanciful expression of a new world. 76. Throughout their lives, as in the passages just cited, Marx and Engels contrasted admiration for the imaginative brilliance of innovators such as Fourier, Saint-Simon, and Owen with scorn for the increasingly empty fantasizing of the latter-day utopia-mongers. 2. Of sentimental socialism. Early socialism, stripped of utopias, and therefore reduced to phrases pure and simple, one turned into a sorry offspring of the great utopians. The less the epigones had to say and the more banal their content, the more they depended on substituting grandiloquent phrases for stirring ideas, and on replacing revolutionary programs with empty sentimentalities. 1. The meaning of sentimental socialism. Sentimentality. Sentimentalism. Well, what's wrong with sentiment or feelings? Nothing whatever. The point is quite different. In the first place, it is a question of a substitution. Vegetarians aside, you may be put out if you are expecting to be served meat, only to be fed molded bean patties, and the case is worse if this is made a steady diet and the bean meal is third grade to start with. Substitutionism is as important in politics as in gastronomy. In the present case, it is a question of substituting sentiment for revolutionary ideas and action. Furthermore, we must know that, in English as in German, sentimentality commonly suggests a sickly or sticky form of sentiment, its exaggerated or excessive form, an affected version, according to various dictionaries. Everyone has sentiments or feelings, but sentimentality becomes a derogatory term when sentiments are, 1. Abstract ionized and, 2. Substituted for, or counterposed to, practical thought and action. That this pattern is true of a multitude of abstractions is well known to common sense, but when Marx insistently points this out in the field of social ideology, his exposition is sometimes treated as scandalous. Thus, one of the staples of the Marxological industry is its indignation at Marx's attacks on the substitution of alleged eternal truths for concrete historical truths, on the substitution of abstract invocations of justice and morality for concrete analyses of social morals, on the hollow celebration of freedom instead of the defense of actual and concrete freedoms, and so on. It is possible in English, unlike German, to indicate the abstraction by capitalizing, as we have just done. We will take advantage of this capability, just as did the Moore Engels translation of the Communist Manifesto. Sentimental socialism is not a school of socialism, but rather an ingredient in various schools, an ingredient that runs through the history of socialism and other isms like a soggy vein of unbaked dough in a loaf of bread. It is often a substitute for something else, and its social meaning may depend on what it is a substitute for. Thus, it should be platitudinous by now that abstract sentimentalities about peace are today a necessary preparation for war, and in order to fulfill this function they have to be abstract and sentimentalized. This can be taken as the model. Analogously, abstract sentimentalities about morality have historically done a similar service for a host of social evils. Take the following attack by Marx in 1846 quite early on socialistic sentimentality. In a critique of Proudhon, Marx started by stating that they agreed on this point. I had, before him, provoked a great deal of hostility by ridiculing mutton-headed, sentimental, utopian socialism. But is not M. Proudhon inviting strange delusions by counterposing his petty bourgeois sentimentality, I mean his elocution about home, conjugal love, and all the banalities of that sort against socialistic sentimentality, which in Fourier, for example, is much more profound than the pompous platitudes of our worthy Proudhon, too. Marx's own warm regard for home, conjugal love, and so on is well known, and so we know this is not the target. It is not conjugal love that is banal, it is banalities about conjugal love that are banal, of course. The fact is that Proudhon elevated his peasant patriarchal view of home and marriage into a basic principle of his ideal society, as part of his fanatically anti-feminist, indeed woman-hating, standpoint. This libertarian liked to pose as the great moralist, but failed to grapple with the real problems of the marriage institution in present-day society, except by pronouncing anathemas on such abominations as equal rights for women in the family or outside it. Point 3 Thus he converted morality into patriarchal sentimentalism, substituting this for a social historical analysis. During the 1848 revolution, a liberal deputy in the Frankfurt Assembly cried rapturously that this was the most humane revolution ever, in its decrees and proclamations. As Engels recited part of the record of ruling class cruelties and atrocities that had occurred in the course of this humane revolution, he replied that the decrees represent a compendium of philanthropic fantasies and sentimental phrases about fraternity produced by all the featherheads of Europe, for the sentimental phrases about freedom that churned out of this parliamentary talking shop represented the counterpart of its practical impotence to enroot any freedom, even for itself. A few months later Engels called attention to another substitution. We have pointed out often enough that the sweet dreams which came to the surface after the February and March revolutions, the fantasies of universal brotherhood between peoples, of a European federal republic and of everlasting world peace, were fundamentally nothing more than a cover for the boundless helplessness and inactivity of the spokesman of that time. They tacitly agreed that the people should merely be given sentimental phrases instead of revolutionary deeds. Thus the betrayal of the revolution's aims was concealed beneath the flowers of poetry and the frippery of rhetoric, and we have now learned that the fraternal union of peoples will come to pass not by mere phrases and pious wishes, but only by profound revolutions and bloody struggles. 5. It was especially in Germany that abstract ionized thinking flourished and sentimental gushing was glorified, so Marx thought, along with much of the rest of the world. Basically this was an aspect of Germany's retarded social development. The aspirations which in France and England had been worked out in political and industrial revolutions, in Germany took place only inside the skulls of its intellectuals, becoming mere phrases and pious wishes not because of the peculiarities of Teutonic grey cells but because social conditions permitted no other outlet. This view of the abstract Ionism of the German mentality was made internationally famous in Heine's satirical poem Germany, A Winter's Tale, written in 1844 in the first months of the poet's friendship with Marx in Paris, and first published in the Paris Vorwärts, with which Marx collaborated. The German soul feels free in dreams, so wrote Heine in Caput 7, and he added, the land is held by the Russians and French, the seas by the British invested, but in the airy realm of dreams our sway is uncontested. Here we exist unfragmented, and rule without a murmur. The other nations of the earth, developed on terra firma. Engels, like Marx, emphasized that it was in Germany where false sentimentality has done and still does so much damage. 6. In KMTR2, we briefly discussed abstract Ionism and sentimental socialism in connection with intellectuals in the socialist movement. 7. Let us see some of the more general forms that sentimental socialism may assume. 2. The modern mythology. In the first article Marx ever published, before he was even a socialist, he already wrote, the Germans are in general inclined to sentimentalities and extravagances, they have a fondness for music out of the blue. They devote a cult of worship to ideas instead of putting them into practice, instead of seeing them from a blunt, realistic standpoint derived from the immediate background, derived from actuality. It was necessary to translate the language of gods into the language of man. 8. This intellectualist fondness for converting the actualities of people's interests, the language of men, into the abstractions of idealist sentimentalities, the language of gods, produced a climate that gave rise to a socialistic version of this mode of thought. It was criticized in the Communist Manifesto under its then assumed name of True Socialism or German Socialism. 9. French Socialism, meaning especially Fourier and the Saint-Simonians, had given a critical analysis of actual society, but the German mind, appropriating the French phrases, emasculated them. And, since its socialism ceased in the hands of the German to express the struggle of one class with the other, he felt conscious of having overcome French one-sidedness and of representing, not true requirements, but the requirements of truth, not the interests of the proletariat, but the interests of human nature, of man in general, who belongs to no class, has no reality, who exists only in the misty realm of philosophical fantasy. 10. The difference between truth and truth was vital to understanding this transcendental robe of speculative cobwebs, embroidered with flowers of rhetoric, steeped in the dew of sickly sentiment. As against the common view that moral, political, and similar ideas have a life of their own apart from society, that there are eternal truths, such as freedom, justice, etc., that are meaningful even when stripped of social context, the manifesto expounded its class view of society and its realities, truths. The bourgeoisie liked to declaim about freedom when it really meant its own freedom to buy and sell. 11. The so-called true socialists are not concerned with practical interests and results, but with eternal truth, which means they are simply German theoreticians. 12. For they counterpose their abstract ionized truth to the social truths about practical interests and results. This language of gods, this language which directs the gaze to the misty realms above rather than to the gritty soil of practical struggles, is what Marx later called the modern mythology, as a designation for the goddesses of justice, liberty, equality, etc., who are all the rage again. 13. Here Marx had in mind, in the late 1870s, a new clique of reformist intellectuals who, he thought, were introducing a rotten spirit into the German party, as they strove to replace its class struggle. approach with an allegedly higher, idealistic orientation. This was the Zuckenfeet group around Hochberg, which has already been mentioned. Modern mythology. Marx liked the phrase so much he used it at least 3 times. A letter to a friend said the Zuckenfeet intellectuals wanted to replace the materialist basis of socialism by modern mythology with its goddesses of justice, liberty, equality, and fraternity. 14 Their socialism, wrote Marx scornfully, had long ago been criticized in the Manifesto's section on true socialism. Where the class struggle is pushed to the side as an unpleasant, crude phenomenon, nothing remains as the basis of socialism but true love of people and empty phrases about justice. 15. This is the crux of the substitution that takes place in this modern mythology. If socialism is emptied of its crude social content, something else has to come in as replacement, if only phrases about something else. With well-carpentered abstractions, one can prove anything and nothing. Justice, humanity, liberty, equality, fraternity, independence. So far we have found nothing more in the Panslav Manifesto by Bakunin than these more or less moral categories, which admittedly sound very fine, but prove absolutely nothing in historical and political matters. Justice, humanity, liberty, etc. may demand this or that 1,000 times over, but if the cause is an impossible one, nothing will happen and it will remain, despite everything, an empty dream. 16. Thus, this modern mythology is congenial to the utopian mode of thought. By the same token, it is alien to the scientific approach. In Capital, Marx took as his example Proudhon, again, since he substituted moral homilies for social analysis as a matter of principle. Proudhon begins by taking his ideal of justice, of eternal justice, from the juridical relations that correspond to the production of commodities. Then he turns around and seeks to reform the actual production of commodities, and the actual legal system corresponding thereto, in accordance with this ideal. What opinion should we have of a chemist who, instead of studying the actual laws of the molecular changes in the composition and decomposition of matter and on that foundation solving definite problems, claimed to regulate the composition and decomposition of matter by means of the eternal ideas, of naturalness and affinity? Do we really know any more about usury when we say it contradicts eternal justice, eternal equity, eternal mutuality, and other eternal truths, than the fathers of the Church did when they said it was incompatible with eternal grace, eternal faith and the eternal will of God? 17. Here we see Marx trying very hard to explain in very simple terms the difference between a scientific materialist approach and an idealist moralistic one. There was, to be sure, a practical difference between appeals to eternal justice made in different social contexts. On the one hand, Proudhon or Lassalle 18 liked to make such appeals as a matter of abstract rhetoric, but they were also made in the course of real struggles. The left Chartists, for example, proclaimed eternal justice as industriously as anyone, along with other fuzzy moralizing, and Marx grumbled about it since it meant self-deception or self-befuddlement. 19. But the class struggle activity of the Chartists was concrete enough to give justice a class meaning despite the abstract oratory. When a mill worker heard invocations of justice while striking for a bare living, he knew what he meant by justice, precisely because his justice was not eternal. It had a context other than the oratory. The point of Marx's attacks on the modern mythology was not to forbid appeals to justice, or even justice, but to anchor such appeals in class struggle. The appeal to justice has always been a staple of any social movement, but it is meaningful only if the movement bases its concept of justice on its social struggle, instead of basing its struggle on an abstract ionized justice. Anyone who, like Marx, has lived to hear bushels of soggy abstractions, about a mythical justice, freedom, morality, and truth as substitutes for substantive ideas or programs, tends to become allergic to this type of elocution, since it usually has little to do with lowercase justice, concrete freedoms, down-to-earth morality, and scientific truths. 20 There is a case of such an allergic response by Marx which has been exhibited by Marxologists in, literally, hundreds of books. It is evidently regarded as a major scandal. Here are the facts. Alarm signals went off for Marx just as a newly founded organization was getting underway in October 1864. An international meeting had just been held in London, and the General Council, as it would later be called, was meeting to draw up a program. This organization was going to be the first international, but at this point it was more likely to turn into a damp squib. Marx, absent through illness, was informed that a windy old Owenite named Weston had read the council a draft that was a dreadful sentimental declamatory editorial. So said Marx's friend Icarius, on the council, he had just heard it and trembled for the enterprise. Weston, wrote Icarius to Marx, confines the sentimental doctrine of the old school to the workman, to be sure, and hates the oppressors instinctively, but seems to know no other basis for labor movements than the hackneyed phrase, truth and justice 21. Then a French member submitted another draft, written with the elocutionary fustian of the continental left Republicans, an appallingly phrase-filled, badly written, and utterly half-baked preamble, pretending to be a declaration of principles, in which Mazzina peeped out everywhere, crusted over with the vaguest scraps of French socialism. So wrote Marx to Engels, and he trembled with Icarius. Anyone who has read the typical agitational declamations of these leftists needs no further elucidation. The council voted to adopt the sentiments embodied in this document, but Marx managed to gain time to present a new version. What he wrote, and got adopted, was the famous inaugural address plus the provisional rules, with its preamble, the unique political basis for the International's career. My proposals, Marx informed Engels, were all adopted by the subcommittee. Only I was obliged, in the preamble to the rules, to include two phrases with duty and right, ditto truth, morality and justice, but so placed that they can do no harm. Point 22. This is what the commotion has been about. These words are Marx's crime, about which more has been written in indignant denunciation than about centuries of lying by presidents and potentates. For they mean that Marx repudiated truth, morality and justice, do they not? That in fact he sneered at truth, morality and justice, thereby proving himself an enemy of humanity and civilization. Let us see further. The passage in the preamble that Marx referred to stated that the International and all its affiliates will acknowledge truth, justice and morality, as the basis of their conduct towards each other, and towards all men, without regard to color, creed, or nationality. They hold it the duty of a man to claim the rights of a man and a citizen, not only for himself, but for every man who does his duty. No rights without duties, no duties without rights. 23. Thus some of the adopted sentiments were so placed as to acquire some concrete content. Truth, justice, and morality were tied to the proceedings of the International itself, not to eternity, and specified as applying against discrimination on account of color, creed, or nationality. They were further elucidated by the preceding 6 considerations of the preamble, providing the social and class context. Thus embedded in a clear class setting, the generalities had part of the curse of abstraction taken off them, or so Marx opined. As mentioned, it has been a principle of the modern mythology of Marxology to prove, by dint of Marx's letter, that he did not believe in the sterling virtues under discussion, and hence was a moral monster. It does not occur to the mythologists that the point is just the reverse. The problem was that everybody believes in truth, justice, and morality, provided that they can implement their own versions, and this is why the meaningful content of these abstractions tends to rub off and dissolve away. When the reactionary Villard published his History of the International in 1872, he pooh-poohed its appeal to truth, justice, and morality by making precisely this point. It's meaningless, he grumbled. No society has ever considered itself placed under the protection of injustice, falsehood, and immorality. Everybody has a most beautiful desire to conform to the true, the just and the good. 24. Everybody included Marx only in his own way. There is a test to be performed. If it is true that Marx was overcome with revulsion at the idea of writing truth, justice, and morality into the preamble, he had ahead of him 8 years or so of the life of the International in which to make sure that he at least never sullied his pen with these words. For that matter, since the preamble was revised in detail more than once, he could have got rid of those dread phrases, but we have remarked, instead, that in later versions the last sentence was put in italics. It is seldom or never noted, in view of the to-do described above, that Marx evidently quite willingly ended the inaugural address of the International with a section on foreign policy, in which workers are exhorted, as against the shameless foreign policy of the great powers, to vindicate the simple laws of morals and justice, which ought to govern the relations of private individuals, as the rules paramount of the intercourse of nations. 25. This occurred not as a substitute for concrete ideas but as the very summary of them. In the address Marx explained the simple laws of morals and justice to be his revolutionary ideas of morals and justice. Così fan tutte. 4 days after writing that dreadful letter to Engels, Marx, at a General Council meeting, picked up the phrase that was so placed as to do no harm, and used it to do good. Criticizing the reports printed in papers associated with the International, he complained, say the GC minutes, that in such reports one of the fundamental principles of the association, viz., truth, had been violated. 26. There was no abstraction or substitution involved, it was a question of garbled published accounts of GC meetings. At the Congress of the International in Brussels in 1868, Marx as usual gave the annual report of the GC to the Congress, and in the course reported on the efforts of the Bonaparte regime to destroy the French section and imprison its executive members. As against the well-known lying and dirty tricks characteristic of Louis Napoleon's government, Marx chose to contrast the International's insistence on truth, justice, and morality. The French government tribunal had the naivete to declare in the preamble of its judgment that the existence of the French Empire was incompatible with a working men's association that dared to proclaim truth, justice, and morality as its leading principles. 27. It would appear that Marx had clasped the dreadful phrase to his very bosom. Of course it was not just a question of the specific phrases written into the preamble. The myth that Marx did not recognize the existence of anything like morality is perhaps more a hoax than a myth. The morality which Marx recognized was that which was, in the short run, consonant with the imperatives of a revolutionary movement, or, in the long run, congruent with the advancement of human development in a free society. Naturally, anyone can disagree with this conception of morality, but it does not help the case to deny that it exists. Marx's writings are peppered, implicitly and explicitly, with appeals to moral concepts, but there is a passage which is of special interest in this connection. In Marx's annual report for the GC to the Hague Congress of 1872, he attacked the King of Prussia for prolonging the state of siege beyond the war's end and for imprisoning Bebel and Liebknecht. These facts, he said, prove the awe in which he, amidst the din of victorious arms and the frantic cheers of the whole middle class, held the rising party of the proletariat. It was the involuntary homage paid by physical force to moral power. 28. Moral power? The moral power represented by the imprisoned socialist leaders was not the power of addressing homilies to the government about justice and morality but, rather, the moral power that accrued to a movement from waging a struggle for a more just society. 3. Morality and moralizing. Marx's view of the relations between ethics and society is not our subject, the remarks in this section are only peripheral to that subject. 30. Marx saw the roots of moral concepts and sentiments lying in historically evolved social patterns. In brief, every social form of property has morals of its own. 31. Anti-Düring summarized part of the thought this way: social relations such as morality and law are determined by the actual historical conditions of the age. 32. The reader can go on from these suggestions to a massive and sometimes murky literature on the question. We are concerned here with a simpler matter, which is known to non-philosophers as moralizing. Just as we have seen that the goddesses of modern mythology are born from the twin process of abstract ionizing and substitutionism, so here, moralizing is the substitution of abstractions for a concrete analysis of class moralities. For example, in an 1847 article Marx took up a liberal's explanation of why kings have ruled for centuries. The moral dignity of man was lacking. But this explained nothing, It takes refuge from history in morality, and now it can allow free rein to the whole armory of its moral indignation. 33. How had man suddenly acquired enough dignity in 1789? Naturally, this argument did not mean that Marx lacked due respect for the moral dignity of man, it merely asked what your moralizing really means. In 1872 Engels tackled this question in the course of discussing an economic issue, the housing shortage. He was criticizing the bourgeois socialists, social reformers, who substituted exhortations to the powers that be in place of struggle. Bourgeois socialism dare not explain the housing shortage as arising from the existing conditions. And therefore it has no other way but to explain the housing shortage by moralizing that it is the result of the wickedness of man. These social reformers want to move the question from the economic sphere into the moral sphere. And nothing is more natural. Whoever declares that the capitalist mode of production, the iron laws of present-day bourgeois society, are inviolable, and yet at the same time would like to abolish their unpleasant but necessary consequences, has no other recourse but to deliver moral sermons to the capitalists, moral sermons whose emotional effects immediately evaporate under the influence of private interest and, if necessary, of competition. 34. When people begin to feel that conditions are immoral or unjust, their feeling is usually based on realities, no doubt of that. The feeling is a symptom, not a proof, and not a program. When a social system is on the decline and a new social order is knocking on the door, Engels wrote, the inequality of wealth increasingly appears as unjust, and it is only then that appeal is made from the facts which have had their day to so-called eternal justice. From a scientific standpoint, this appeal to morality and justice does not help us an inch further. Moral indignation, however justifiable, cannot serve economic science as an argument, but only as a symptom. The wrath which creates the poet is absolutely in place in describing these abuses, and also in attacking those apostles of harmony in the service of the ruling class who either deny or palliate them, but how little it proves in any particular case is evident from the fact that in every epoch of past history there has been no lack of material for such wrath. 35. This was written against Professor Düring, who was trying to prove his theories by appeals to eternal justice. But one must always observe just what a moral appeal is directed to. This is the principle of context. It is one thing if moralizing is presented instead of scientific analysis and proof, as Engels has just emphasized. It is quite another if the moral appeal is simply a symptom of the perhaps inchoate feeling that social conditions are intolerable. From the standpoint of workers in present-day society, that is, from Marx's standpoint, the conditions are immoral and unjust in a definite sense, and when this condemnation appears as the summary of, not substitute for, a concrete socio-economic analysis and program, it can be an invaluable energizer of social action and a driving force of political protest. This relationship may remind us of one discussed elsewhere, the symbiotic relationship in an individual between intellect and passion. 36. Engels added the following thought, if the whole of modern society is not to perish, a social revolution must take place. This tangible, material fact is impressing itself on workers' minds, and on this fact, and not on the conceptions of justice and injustice held by any armchair philosopher, is modern socialism's confidence in victory founded. 37. None of this gainsays that the philosopher's conception of justice tells us a great deal, especially about the philosopher. A moral evaluation may be quite meaningful, provided one consciously understands what the moral evaluation is based on. Marx's writings, as mentioned, often offer such evaluations, not always explicitly. Take a public tribute to moral courage, in a New York Daily Tribune article by Marx. I willingly embrace the opportunity of paying my respects to those British factory inspectors, who, in the teeth of all powerful class interests, have taken up the protection of the downtrodden multitude with a moral courage, a steadfast energy, and an intellectual superiority of which there are not to be found many parallels in these times of mammon worship. One of the factory inspectors, whose semi-annual report Marx was discussing in this article, was Leonard Horner, who covered the industrial center of England. Horner's report urged that, because of the overexploitation of women and children, the clearest dictates of moral principles call for an end to the evil. Marx italicized moral. He added. In other words, Mr. Horner propounds that, in the present state of society, a principle may appear sound on the part of the economist and the classes of which he is the theoretical mouthpiece, and may, nevertheless, not only prove contrary to all the laws of human conscience, but, like a cancer, eat into the very vitals of a whole generation. 38. What Marx especially applauded in Horner was that he opposes facts to declamations. What took moral courage was the revelation of the facts, not the declamations. Moralizing sermons about justice and humanity were heard by mill owners every Sunday with equanimity. They were useful, to massage the conscience. Horner's facts, with a little assist from analysis, had 1,000 times more relevance to social morality. Marx's writings gave such evaluations also with respect to interpersonal relations, hence party matters. Keep in mind that party meant a political tendency, not necessarily an organization. One example will do. In a letter to the poet Freilagrath, Marx discussed the difficulties of keeping political life pure, in the climate of the 1850s, a period of reaction when the émigré groups and their leading gladiators had little to do except engage in mutual backbiting when, also, Marx withdrew from all organizational contact with them. In effect, Marx was discussing socialist morality. This is what he wrote in an unusual passage. After all, when one thinks of the immense efforts made against us by the whole official world, when one thinks of the slanders mouthed by the democracy of dunderheads, which could never forgive our party for having more intelligence and character than itself, and so on, one concludes that in this 19th century our party stands distinguished by its purity. Can one escape dirt in bourgeois intercourse or trade degree? That is exactly its natural habitat. Some examples follow. The honest vileness or vile honesty of ready cash morality, is not a jot higher in my estimation than unrespectable vileness, of which neither the first Christian communities nor the Jacobin Club nor our former league the Communist League could keep wholly pure. The only thing is, in bourgeois intercourse one gets accustomed to losing all sensitivity to respectable vileness or vile respectability. 39. In Marx's eyes, the historical figures to be admired were embodiments of moral good, this term summing up a whole view about historical social progress. Explaining the difference between philosophic idealism and the ordinary use of the word idealistic to honor certain high-minded motives, Engels pointed to some of the early French materialist thinkers who held steadfastly to a progressive view of humanity's course, and often enough made the greatest personal sacrifices for it. If ever anybody dedicated his whole life to the enthusiasm for truth and justice using this phrase in the good sense, it was Diderot, for example. Point 40. For humanism and the power of love. There remain two more sentiments, with their corresponding sentimental phrases, that require a word, only because of the amount of nonsense they have provoked over the years when coupled with the subject of socialism. They are, humanism and love. These are great words about great realities, in themselves. What happens to them in ideological transformations is a caution for the ages. Humanism rivals democracy as a joker word, I mean the joker in a deck of cards, for it has the mysterious property of standing for anything you want it to be. Humanism has had a dozen meanings, and it means nothing until you know what it is counterposed to. Nowadays it may usefully mean opposition to statism. If properly defined, the state must be subordinated to human beings, not vice versa. It is also used to counterpose the primacy of humanity in some global sense as against the individual ego, which may lead to the very opposite of the first sense. But in Marx's early years it meant above all Feuerbach's lately announced humanism, a humanism that counterposed a human-oriented view of the world to a God-oriented one. This humanism was an antechamber to materialism and even atheism, at least secularism. This is the humanism that was referred to in Marx's earliest writings. When Marx wrote in his Paris manuscripts of 1844 that positive humanistic criticism began with Feuerbach 41, this was true autobiographically. In the Holy Family, where the first two words were real humanism, it was laid down that Feuerbach represented the union of materialism and humanism in philosophy, just as French and English socialism and communism represented this union in the practical domain. 42. But at this stage this humanism was mainly negative in content. In the name of a human-centered philosophy it invited one to orient away from the supernatural realm and to reject revealed religion, a giant step forward at the time. But if this philosophical outlook was turned to the human world, what exactly was meant by the human world? Marx's generation sought to give this a positive humanistic analysis, but it did not help much to repeat the words humanity and truly human 1,000 times. Already in the Holy Family, by the second 100 pages, Marx noted down that if correctly understood, interest is the principle of all morality. Man's private interest must be made to coincide with the interest of humanity. 43. But when private interest was understood to be the interest of social groups, humanity broke up into classes, and the repetition of human and humanist at every opportunity was exposed as a way of glossing over class divisions. The human world was no longer seen as seamless. In another year, in the German ideology, Marx saw what social ideological function the term was performing. All quibbles about names are resolved in humanism. Wherefore communists? Wherefore socialists? We are human beings, and he explained the role of such high-sounding phrases in Germany, where philosophic phrases have for centuries exerted a certain power, the role of obscuring and diluting revolutionary views of the existing social order. 44. Emphasis on humanity was a way of blurring a class understanding of society. Shortly before writing the Communist Manifesto, Marx got into a polemic with a liberal who championed the Party of Humanity as a way of saying that he did not champion the interests of the working people, which naturally were too narrow for his lofty mind. By the Party of Humanity, explained Marx with inhumane candor, this liberal meant the worthy and high-minded dreamers who champion bourgeois interests in the guise of human ends, without however being clear about the connection between the idealistic phrase and its realistic substance. For him, all classes melt away before the ceremonial idea of humanity. The use of humanity as a blur was a great convenience for refuting class struggle ideas. 45. A few years later, looking back to this early period, Marx and Engels gave a scornful mention to humanism, the catchword with which all Confucianists in Germany from Reuchlin to Herder have covered up their embarrassment. This catchword seemed all the more timely as Feuerbach had just rediscovered man. 46. Obeisances to humanistic socialism became a way of saying nothing, one of the historic functions of moralistic terminology. Besides, the words humanist, humane, humanitarian have a certain tendency to blur together, as is illustrated in English by the fact that humanity has two different meanings and takes two adjectives, human and humanitarian. Whatever humanistic socialism is taken to mean, it could easily blur into humanitarian, philanthropic, social reform. Along with Feuerbach's brand of humanism came also his religion of love, which was to be the foundation of a new society in which egoism was abolished. 47. Systematized into a sort of socialism by Hess and Grun, it became the true socialism which we have mentioned more than once. What religion should we all profess? The religion of love and humanity. Where is the evidence of this religion? In the breasts of all good people. So wrote Hess in 1844 in a Communist Confession of Faith. 48. Tastefully stirring a pinch of humanism and love into a savory stew of communistic abstractions. In his late essay on Feuerbach, Engels showed how Feuerbach's abstract love was filled with different contents in actual society. He summarized. In other words, Feuerbach's morality is cut exactly to the pattern of modern capitalist society, little as Feuerbach himself might desire or imagine it. But love, yes, with Feuerbach love is everywhere and at all times the wonder-working God who should help to surmount all difficulties of practical life, and at that in a society which is split into classes with diametrically opposite interests. At this point the last relic of its revolutionary character disappears from his philosophy, leaving only the old cant, love one another, a universal orgy of reconciliation. 50. But Feuerbach's attempt to base a theory of morality on love, regardless of social and class context, could not succeed. Classes develop their own standards of morality and their own patterns of violation of these standards. And love, which in Feuerbach's view is to unite all, manifests itself in wars, altercations, lawsuits, domestic broils, divorces, and every possible exploitation of one by another. 51 For love cannot be a social determinant in this society, which cannot be reformed by love but rather itself deforms love. When love is made into a social ideology, it is emptied of all real content in order to be abstractly counterposed to hate, that is, to struggle, especially class struggle. And so social struggle, which humanizes an exploited class, is decried under the label hate, but the ruling class has no objection to an ideology which proposes to love it out of existence. Reduced to cant, love becomes a code word for something else. Therefore, the more civilization advances, the more it is compelled to cover the ills it necessarily creates with the cloak of love, to embellish them, or to deny their existence, in short, to introduce conventional hypocrisy. 52. As mentioned before, it happens that both Engels and Marx were not outdone by anyone in their appreciation of love, including but not only sex love. This needs saying since there has been another socialist type, from Proudhon and Bakunin to Bernard Shaw, which was pathologically anti-sex. But our present subject is not love, but love, the substitute sentimentalized abstraction. Engels' essay explained. Feuerbach himself never contrives to escape from the realm of abstraction for which he has a deadly hatred into that of living reality. He clings fiercely to nature and man, but he is incapable of telling us anything definite either about real nature or real men. But from the abstract man of Feuerbach one arrives at real living men only when one considers them as participants in history. And that is what Feuerbach resisted as when the 1848 revolution sent him flying into seclusion. 53. What was a weakness in Feuerbach became a plague in the 1840s as true socialism took this weakness as its starting point, putting literary phrases in the place of scientific knowledge, the liberation of mankind by means of love in place of the emancipation of the proletariat through the economic transformation of production. 54 Above all, this deification of love excluded struggle just as the phraseology about humanity negated classes, thus making class struggle doubly unthinkable for all acolytes. Since love is deservedly popular, invocations of love became a staple of reformist currents in one form or another. It was a handy burble for anyone, even Weitling, who promised that in the communist state we will love our enemies as soon as we have conquered them. 55. The revolutionary workmen in the Communist League, on the other hand, were disgusted by the slobbering feebleness of this sentimental love-mongering. 56. The original motto of the League had been "All men are brothers," and the replacement of this benevolent watchword by "Workers of the world, unite" was a symbol of its ideological transformation under Marx's influence. A decade later, the left Chartist Ernest Jones, at the height of his association with Marx, explained to a meeting why the motto of Christian love was ambiguous. Yes, all men are brethren, but some are Abels and some are Cains, and this is a gathering of the Abels of the world against the crowned and mighty Cains who murdered them. 57. If love is social reconciliation, and struggle is hatred of the class enemy, then as Engels put it long afterward, in our country it is hatred rather than love that is needed, at least in the immediate future. A statement like this, of course, is made to order for quotation garbling out of context, but Engels was writing a letter to a socialist friend who understood the point. In any case, Engels wanted to bend the stick the other way for Germany, where false sentimentality has done and still does so much damage. 58. The socialism of love was given a workout in 1846, in a case which can stand as a model for history, that of Hermann Kriege, whom we have discussed elsewhere in other connections. Point 59. Having gone to America as an emissary of the Communist League, this young intellectual went into business for himself. He founded a paper in which, in the name of the League, he preached an extravagant communism of love-mongering, based on love and overflowing with love. 60. The executive of the Communist League adopted a circular against Krieg written by Marx and Engels, of which the first section dealt with Krieg's transformation of communism into love-mongering. The circular cited dozens of Krieg's effusions about love presented as political tenets of communism. Sweet nothings, like the Holy Spirit of community must evolve from the heart of love, all addressed to women, who were expected to whimper rather than fight, said the circular. Krieg counterposed a country parson phrase about living together in peace against any idea of struggle. Everything may be achieved by love and self-surrender. It is in accord with this love driveling that Krieg presents communism as the lovelorn antithesis of egoism, and reduces a world historical revolutionary movement to the few words, love-hate, communism, egoism. 61. Krieg orated about the final realization of the beautiful realm of brotherly love, but then, like Whiteling, showed the other side of his love-mongering. Whoever does not support such a party can be rightfully treated as an enemy of humanity. The circular quoted this telltale threat, and commented, "This intolerant statement seems to contradict the self-surrender to all and the religion of love toward all. It is, however, a wholly consistent conclusion to this new religion, which mortally hates and persecutes all its enemies, like every other. The enemy of the party is quite consistently turned into a heretic, being transformed from an enemy of the actually existing party, whom one combats, into a sinner against a humanity that exists only in the imagination, whom one must punish. 62. Krieg's operation, then, has the earmarks of a sect, religious sect, or political sect, or both. Krieg orated, "We want to unite humanity through love, we want to teach it to work communally and enjoy communally, until the long-promised kingdom of joy is finally fulfilled." This was very uplifting, but the circular pointed past the joyful phrases to the first word, we. Then come the prophets, the we who teach the proletarians what to do next. These prophets teach their disciples, who here appear remarkably ignorant about their own interests. 63. Krieg orated further, "We have better things to do than worry about our shabby selves, we belong to humanity." With this abstraction, humanism turns into a doctrine that subordinates the individual to some higher order of being, and an individual's struggle for his own interests becomes shabby. The circular asserted the opposite. With this shameful and disgusting servility before a humanity that is separate and distinct from the self, and which therefore is a metaphysical and in his case even a religious fiction, with this utterly shabby slavish abasement, this religion ends up like every other one. Such a creed, which preaches a relish in cringing and self-contempt, is quite fitting for valiant monks, but never for strong-minded men, especially in a period of struggle. 64. At this point, this discussion of the transformation of communism into love-mongering could well merge into our discussion, elsewhere, of the principle of self-emancipation. 65. Nothing could be more alien to the independent struggle of a revolutionary class than these chimerical dreamy effusions, this phantasmagorical mist apparition, spun from philosophical and love-happy phrases, these stylized sentimentalities, confusing communism with communion and the old religious and German philosophical fantasy. 66. They were useful to Krieg when he sent them out in begging letters to rich German merchants in New York, signing himself a friend of humanity. 67. The circular summed it up when it said that, from Krieg's standpoint, the answer to all real questions can consist only of some high-flown religious images whose meaning is wrapped in fog, in some high-sounding labels like mankind, humanity, species, etc., and in the transformation of every real act into a phantasmagorical phrase. 68. This describes the undeniable appeal of various forms of sentimental socialism over the decades. Their lack of real content is no handicap for certain purposes, but an aid. No one can disagree with these lovely sounding phrases, they will never frighten the powers that be into suppressive action, and they will never discommode the phrasemongers by demanding revolutionary acts. These advantages Marx cannot rival. 3. Of state socialism, Lassaline model. As so often before, we must begin with a political lexicon, an inquiry into the meaning of a term. State socialism is a protean thing. It has no meaning except insofar as a definition is stated or understood in a particular context. In the history of socialism, state socialism has been used in 3 or 4 quite distinct senses, not infrequently 2 at a time. We are concerned here only with usages that Marx had to take up. There was a later usage which was favored by Bakunin and other anarchist writers, and which was sometimes taken over by liberals for their own purposes. This defined state socialism as any socialism that recognized a state or aimed at establishing a socialist state or workers' state of any kind, that is, any socialism other than anarchism. This semantic strategy is one way of emptying the term of any useful meaning, but it is of no interest in the present context. The state socialism which imposed the term on Marx's attention, and which will be our main concern here, was that which arose in Germany in the 1880s, giving currency to the term Staatssozialismus as well as Bismarckian socialism, socialism of the chair, monarchical socialism, and other now exotic labels. This current, which originally arose outside of the Social Democratic Party and socialist movement proper, will be taken up in the next chapter. In this chapter we discuss related tendencies inside the socialist movement, which were retroactively clarified by the Bismarckian phenomenon. Marx himself did not usually discuss Lassalleanism under the label state socialism. 1. Forerunners. Once the term state socialism had established itself in popular parlance and academic treatises as a type of socialism, attention was directed back to early socialist history to identify its progenitors. As far back as 1850, Lawrence Stein had pinned the label on Louis Blanc, but, as I read Stein, he did not use the term as if it were original with him. Perhaps it was, but there is no information on the first introduction of the label in political literature. Stein had so labeled Louis Blanc because, he said, for Blanc in the end, the state will gain complete control over production. This is the basis for state socialism. The state is the only producer. The state has a complete monopoly over the economy. 1. As a definition of state socialism this was quite clear, but in point of fact it was rather unfair to Blanc, who answered the charge by insisting that he looked to the state only for temporary aid in establishing workers' associations that would thenceforth control production. There is no reason to doubt Blanc's sincerity in thus repudiating unlimited and complete dependence on the state. It is enough to note that his earlier writings and ambiguities gave color to the charge, and that there is a difference between insincerity and confusion. Point 2. If Stein's definition of state socialism is used, it may describe an element or ingredient in the socialist movement but not a prominent school or organized tendency. Bismarckian socialism outside the socialist movement is a different case, but of course Stein was writing before this came into being. Later it became a fixed dogma of academic history that Louis Blanc was the father of something called state socialism, without clear definition. Neither Marx nor Engels referred to him by this label. To them he was simply a reformist, petty bourgeois socialist or opportunist. But there were forerunners of Lassallean state socialism worth mentioning from Marx's standpoint. It is necessary to look for 2 programmatic ingredients. 1. The demand for state aid to establish socialistic institutions. As we will see, the central plank of the Lassallean platform, indeed the shibboleth of the tendency, was the demand on the existing state to advance large loans to finance the establishment of producers' cooperatives that constituted the boundary of Lassallean socialism. Lassalle made no other socialistic demands. In other words, the old state was to be persuaded, or pressured, to bring socialism into being. In attacking this approach, Marx pointed out more than once that, in making state aid versus self-help the central point of his agitation, Lassalle merely took up again the watchword which Butches, the leader of Catholic socialism, had given out in 1843 SQQ against the genuine workers' movement in France. 3. Butches, whom Marx once described as an ex-Saint-Simonian glorifying Robespierre and the Holy Inquisition, both broke away from the Saint-Simonian school to orient toward the working class as his field of operation. but the group around his organ El Atelier acted as a conservative religious tendency. In 1848 it was to the right of Louis Blanc. Still, there was a direct line between Butch's El Atelier and Blanc's program for Ateliers Nationaux, national workshops, as the road to socialism. Blanc developed the collectivist and political side of the program to its practical outcome. 5 The common ground, a common ground that would include the Lassalleans, was this: they all looked to the existing state for the key assistance in establishing socialistic institutions. Louis Blanc put it succinctly in a propaganda question and answer piece entitled Socialism. Q. How are we to pass from the present order of things to that which you contemplate? A. By the intervention of the government. 6. That was putting it as flatfootedly as you can. The operative aspect of Blanc's state socialism was that the state which was to perform this service for socialism was the existing state of the ruling class. Workers' movements from below could help only as pressures to convince the tops. Indeed, when in the June days of 1848 and then again in the Paris Commune of 1871 the French workers moved beyond this role and aimed to set up a different state, their own government, Blanc denounced them, and in both cases supported the massacre of the insurgents by the forces of the same state that was to usher in his socialism. This was far more important in fixing Marx's view of Blanc than the exaggerated claim that the Frenchmen wanted a state monopoly of the economy. Though Marx and Engels saw Blanc primarily as a reformist and the representative of sentimental phrase-mongering socialism, yet they also noted the statist orientation of his type of reformism. Even before 1848, when, before the revolutionary experience, they held a hopeful view of Blanc, Engels already commented on his national chauvinist outlook. 8 In 1854, when Marx explained to his NYDT readers the difference between the gathering over which Blanc had presided in 1848 in the Luxembourg Palace, and the Labour Congress then going on in Manchester which called itself the Labour Parliament, the first distinction he offered was this great difference, that the Luxembourg was initiated by the people themselves. 9 The very name Labour Parliament showed that the workers' movement looked to establishing its own government. In short, the basic distinction was, and is, between the existing government of the present ruling class and a workers' state to be established by a revolution against that ruling class. Louis Blanc, Butches, and the Lassalleans were among the many socialists who overtly put forward demands giving to the existing state the basic role in introducing socialism, while the role of the workers' or people's movement was essentially to pressure the state into fulfilling its historic role. This was what defined state socialism, in Marx's view. At the same time, it meant that this state socialism was one variety of reformism among others. 2. The tendency to glorification of, as against hostility to, the state as such. This loose distinction will be tightened up, anyway it is clearer than the vague term statism or étatisme. Louis Blanc, who was moderate in all things, afforded only a moderate example of state cultism, as in the question and answer article previously cited. Q. Why is it desirable for the government to take the initiative in social regeneration? A. Because it is too vast a work, to be easily accomplished by isolated individual attempts. It requires nothing less than the united energies of all, powerfully exercised by the most upright and intelligent. The government undertaking to regenerate society is like the head consulting for the health of the body. 10. Along the same lines, in his Organisation du Travail, which launched his reputation, Blanc described the government as the born protector of labor and capital alike. 11 This way of thinking, including the head-body metaphor, was common among reformists. In this sense most forms of pink radicalism have a state socialist component. For if you do not look for social change to a subversive, transformatory, revolution from below, then is there a good alternative to putting faith in a state power which is seen to hover high above society and its class antagonisms? This problem, what power can bring about the desired social change, points most reformisms toward reliance on the existing state. But for Marx, the guiding issue is not some desired social reconstruction, but something else, the question of who controls society. The crux was the control of society from below, or in Marx's customary language, what class ruled the state power. As KMTR2 explained, Marx and Engels habitually stated their political aim not in terms of a change in social system, socialism, but in terms of a change in class power, proletarian rule. 12. This meant that Marx came at the problem of change in society from an angle entirely different from the reformist slant. For Marx, the political movement was in the first place the movement of the working classes to take over state power, not primarily a movement for a certain scheme to reorganize the social structure. Therefore, for Marx, hostility to the existing state was not merely a state of mind or a personal predilection, but the basic element of his theory of revolution. The first question of politics which the young Marx clarified for himself, in his 1843 notes on Hegel's political philosophy, was not the program of socialism but rather the rejection of Hegel's exaltation of the state and its bureaucracy. 13. When Mazzini, the Italian Republican nationalist, denounced the Paris Commune in concert with European reaction, Marx explained to the General Council of the International that this was not a new turn for him. Mazzini had always been a bitter enemy of the workmen's movements. Marx concluded, in the words of the GC Minutes, which are sometimes a dubious secretary's paraphrase. Degree in Italy Mazzini had created a military despotism by his cry for nationality. With him the state which was an imaginary thing was everything, and society which was a reality was nothing. The sooner the people repudiated such men the better. 15. True, Mazzini was not a socialist of any kind, hence not a state socialist. When such state liberalism as his was combined with the view that the apatheticized state should also intervene massively in socio-economic life, then the resulting socialism had to be repudiated all the sooner. The same was true of what Marx came to call Bonapartist socialism. We have seen that in the late 1850s Marx published a good deal of denunciation, particularly in his NYDT articles, against the Bonapartist socialism or imperial socialism represented by the Credit Mobilier adventure in economics by Napoleon III and his Saint-Simonian finance capital operators. 16 This Bonapartist socialism was, in a small way, the forerunner of the Bismarckian socialism which gained more attention 20 years later. The term state socialism can be applied to it with as much insouciance as state capitalism, and with equal vagueness, though neither Marx nor Engels did so. But this Bonapartist socialism, despite the presence of a clique of Saint-Simonians, or ex-Saint-Simonians, was plainly something engineered by the state from above. It did not pretend to be the work of a people's movement. When glorification of the state was joined to the organization of a workers' movement from below, and the combination was represented as the embodiment of social democracy, then state socialism reached a new level. This was the case with Lassalle and the Lassallean tendency, on the basis of which the German social democracy was originally founded. We turn to it in the next section. Another preliminary word, about the socialist label. It should be clear by now that neither Marx nor Engels had any inhibition against calling many things socialist which later socialists would probably call pseudo-socialist or socialist only in quote Marx. In part this reflected the early amorphous meaning of socialism 17 and Marx's lack of attachment to the term. He preferred communism. In part the later strict use by socialists reflected the exclusivist thinking of sectist organization. The label socialist was thought of as a seal of approval, an import it never had for Marx. Furthermore, Marx was aware that socialism was used with different connotations in different countries. Thus, in the Grundrisse notebooks, written while Bonapartist socialism was still making hay, he commented that Bastiat is right insofar as in France, as a result of its characteristic social formation, many things pass for socialism that in England are political economy. 18 By this he meant state interventions as well as the manifestations of Bonapartist socialism. Perhaps he was more aware than modern Marxologists of how the terminology of the social sciences itself reflected the development of different societies. Lastly, on this point, we need only note that Engels' usage was similarly loose. In the housing question Engels said, of a housing enterprise which was a case of open association between the Second French Empire and the capitalists of Alsace, that it was one of Louis Bonaparte's socialist experiments, for which the state advanced 1/3 of the capital. It was actually a case of state assistance to capitalist enterprise. 19 of the cathedral socialists, who are discussed in the next chapter, Engels used the appellations reactionary socialists and pseudo-socialists in one letter. 20 But there was no consistency in this usage. 2. The cult of the state. The apotheosis of the state as the predestined master of society was not merely a characteristic of Lassalle's ideology, it was its centerpiece. Lassalle proclaimed this idea, it does not have to be deduced from his writings. There was no other socialist figure who came close to him in this respect. And this was the starting point of Marx's political hostility to Lassalle, as it was the starting point of Lassalle's own politics. The myth that Marx's critique of Lassalle was due to jealousy or personal hostility is taken up in Special Note A. There have been many complaints, including mine, that Marx and Engels failed to produce expositions of a general theoretical character on many important political questions. But this complaint cannot be made in the case of Lassallean state socialism. There was a work, promoted by Engels though not written by him, which presented their analysis in some detail. This work is of great historical value and permanent theoretical, scientific, value. It has been obscured in part because the name of Edward Bernstein is attached as author. It was written by Bernstein in 1891, during his leftist period, writing in London virtually directly under Engels' tutelage. It was undertaken to accomplish a political task that Engels was anxious to get done, namely, the education of the German movement in the meaning of Lassalleanism and the exposure of the Lassalle legend. Though the pen was Bernstein's, there can be no question that it closely reflected Engels' views, and by the same token Marx's. To underline this fact, it will be referred to here as the Bernstein/Engels critique, without impugning Bernstein's authorship. Bernstein wrote this study as his editorial introduction to a new edition of Lassalle's writings. Immediately upon its publication in German in 1892, an English translation by Eleanor Marx appeared under the title Ferdinand Lassalle as a Social Reformer. Engels' letters of the time showed how delightedly he greeted this publication. On the other hand, the German party leadership was rather appalled, and the hostility generated against Bernstein exerted great pressure on that far from staunch spirit. Soon after Engels' death and his own promulgation of revisionism, Bernstein distanced himself from this great study of Lassalle, and later rewrote it. The original work eventually fell into a twilight zone. For the revisionists it was too hostile to a figure who had much in common with them, for the Marxists it was rendered suspect by Bernstein's byline. Engels' relationship to the production of this work is further described in Special Note A. It is immensely educational to look at Lassalle and his brand of state socialism through the eyes of this penetrating critique by Bernstein/Engels. Lassalle took his concept of the state directly from Hegel and Fichte, as if nothing had happened after them to render this old Hegelian philosophy of right, political theory, as backward as the theory of monarchy by divine right. The Bernstein/Engels critique duly traced this current in Lassalle's writings even before the start of his political agitation in 1862, back to his first philosophical work on Heraclitus. 21 But it was in the major political speeches of his 1862 to 1864 campaign that Lassalle gave this ideology its rounded form and linked it with his political program. The old Hegelian ideological concept of the state, said the Bernstein/Engels critique, induced Lassalle to instill into the workers a semi-mystical reverence for the state at a time when, above all, it behoved them to shake off the police state, that is, the existing state of Prussian absolute monarchy. It is no exaggeration to say that of the idea of the state he made a veritable cult. The immortal vestal fire of all civilization, the state, I defend with you against these modern barbarians, that is, the Manchester Party, he exclaims to the judges of the Berlin Kammergericht, Court of Appeal, in his speech on indirect taxation, and similar passages occur in almost all his speeches. 22. The context of this speech, the Berlin judiciary, was as significant as its words. Addressing himself to an arm of the absolute monarchist state, Lassalle demonstratively aligned himself with the state bureaucracy in a united front against the liberal bourgeoisie, the Manchester Party. He had started along this road with one of his first agitational addresses, in June 1862, published under the title The Workers' Program. Bernstein/Engels pointed out that, already here, his ideology leads him to sing paean to the state, to the concept of the state. The ideology was given an ethical cast. Lassalle asserted that workers have quite a different conception of the ethical aim of the state from the bourgeoisie. The liberal bourgeoisie's concept was that the sole function of the state was to protect the personal freedom and property of the individual. But this, said Lassalle scornfully, was a night watchman idea of the state. Bernstein/Engels summarized Lassalle's idea further. To accomplish the development of the human race toward freedom, this is the true mission of the state. The state is the unity of individuals in an ethical whole. And further, the object of the state is to bring man to positive expansion and progressive development, in other words, to fashion the human destiny, i.e., the culture of which the human race is capable into actual being. It is the education and development of man to freedom. So clearly is this the true and higher mission of the state that this mission has been more or less carried out by the state through all time, by the force of circumstances, and even without its own will, even unconsciously, even against the will of its leaders. 24. This Lassallean theory of the state was straight out of Hegel, a pure distillation of Hegelian idealism which provided the theoretical basis for supporting the state of an alien class, alien to the working class. Lassalle ascribed this view to the workers, with whom, incidentally, he had never had the least substantive contact, workers who have the profound instinct that this is, and must be, the destiny of the state, because the workers were in a helpless position. 25 The beneficent state must emancipate them because self-emancipation was impossible. For Lassalle the concept of the state was an eternal one, and classical antiquity was right, as against modern bourgeois liberalism, in viewing the state as the institution in which the whole virtue of mankind shall realize itself. But, stated the Bernstein/Engels critique, the grafting, upon the society of today, of the state concept as understood by the ancients, involves the danger of a modern state slavery. 26. The critique then showed that even if Lassalle's intentions were taken to be democratic and socialist, his view meant the cult of the existing state. The cult of the state as such, means the cult of every state, and even if Lassalle's democratic and socialist views made it impossible for him to support directly the existing state, it did not prevent this cult from being exploited later on by the advocates of the existing state in its interest. Indeed, the Achilles heel of all ideology, of all theory built upon preconceived concepts, is that, no matter how revolutionary in intention, they are really always in danger of being transformed into a glorification of existing, or of past institutions. Lassalle's concept of the state is the bridge that was one day to bring together the Republican Lassalle and the men fighting for absolute monarchy, the revolutionist Lassalle and the out-and-out reactionaries. Philosophical absolutism has at all times had a tendency inclining it to political absolutism. 27. The existing state that was guarding the vestal fire of all civilization in Lassalle's Prussia was the state of the absolutist bureaucracy, still aspiring to autonomy from the ruling class of civil society, the bourgeoisie, that is, it was the monarchical state of Bismarckian Bonapartism, still fighting the rearguard action which we have discussed elsewhere. 28 If the state that Lassalle confronted had been a more or less modern state like England's, his ideology might have clothed itself in political forms indistinguishable from other reformisms. We may add here that eventually Lassalleanism did merge into the main body of reformism. But in 1862 reformists still had a choice between contending ruling classes, the old one still in control of the state and the new one dominating the economy. Lassalle chose the power that still visibly monopolized the state machine, whereas other reformists, especially in South Germany, made the other choice, viz., chose the leading strings of the liberal bourgeoisie. In this pattern, which will be useful in order to understand subsequent developments, the South German bourgeoisie, being anti-Prussian, was hostile to a German state still dominated by Prussia. Part of the South German condition was the existence of an immature socialist and labor movement that was tail-ending a liberal bourgeois party. When the Eisenacher Party, led by a young Turner named Babel and the experienced Confucianist Wilhelm Liebknecht, opted for unification with the Lassalleans at the Gotha Congress in 1875, Marx's pressure, and other influences, had only recently weaned them away from their collaboration with the South German People's Party, a typical liberal bourgeois organization that kept its back door open for workers' support. For a whole period before this, Marx had chafed at the choice between, on the one hand, the sectist policies of the Lassallean Party, which however at least openly advocated socialism, and, on the other hand, the opportunist line of the Liebknecht-Babel wing of the People's Party in failing to practice independent working-class politics. It is important to understand that until the South Germans broke with their People's Party and formed their independent Eisenacher Party, Marx refused to support them against the Lassalleans, in spite of his dim view of the latter. 3. The State ad nostrum. From his cultist view of the state, it was easy for Lassalle to conclude that the state, indeed the existing state even unconsciously, even against the will of its leaders, was destined to bring about the solution of the social question, that is, the socialistic reorganization of society. The idea of a social monarchy had been around for a long time. At bottom it meant the possibility that the crown cum bureaucracy, as the old ruling class, might see its way clear to using the working masses, below and behind the bourgeoisie, as a counterbalance against the growing political power of the bourgeoisie, the new ruling class in civil society which was also reaching out for political power. The state had to be helped to see its destiny. A clever man could help destiny along, and Ferdinand Lassalle was cleverer than most. A philanthropic-minded petty bourgeois democrat, Schulz of Delitzsch, who liked to hyphenate his name as Schulz Delitzsch, had tried to solve the social question by founding self-help cooperative societies of workers. In part these were simply attempts at producers' cooperative associations such as England and France already knew, but Germany was more backward, and Schulz Delitzsch's scheme was even more suitable for the small handicraft masters who still abounded. By cooperative management of credit, raw materials, and distribution outlets, these obsolescent producers would be enabled to better compete with modern industry. Lassalle found his own solution in a statified version of Schulz Delitzsch's. For him the key was state aid. A massive state loan to provide the capital for founding large-scale productive cooperatives, which would proceed to take over all industry and all branches of the economy in the course of time. This was the key political demand. This plank was not new. Julius Waldteich, who became the first secretary of the Lassallean organization, wrote in his history of the movement. His proposals, producers' cooperatives with state credit, universal suffrage, and the organizing of a workers' association extending through all of Germany, were in themselves nothing new or startling, but to us were thoroughly familiar. We were aware that the whole plan, including the 100 million thaler state credit, had already been placed before a workers' congress in Berlin in June 1848.29. That is, the plan emerged from the 1848 revolution. Later, Engels summarized as follows, but he was reminded of the similar program devised by Butch's group in Paris, already mentioned by Marx, as related earlier in this chapter. This was no longer the bold socialism of the manifesto. What Lassalle demanded in the interests of the working class was the establishment of producers' cooperatives by means of state credit, a new edition of the program of the Paris Workers' Group, which before 1848 adhered to the pure Republican, i.e., bourgeois Republican Le National of Marist, hence a program which the pure Republicans counterposed to Louis Blanc's Organization of Labor. Lassallean socialism, as one can see, was very modest. 30. Modest indeed. All that Lassalle really claimed was that it would someday lead to socialism, in a distant future. To obtain this political demand, state aid, the workers had to organize politically, independently of the liberal bourgeoisie, in order to lead the state to its historic mission. To give clout to the workers' political movement, universal suffrage was necessary. Lassalle knew that Bismarck had been contemplating introducing universal suffrage in order to dish the liberals, so the demand was not unrealistic. In this calculation, universal suffrage could be won by a grant from above. The Bernstein/Engels critique tied the state aid plank up with Lassalle's economics. To convince the workers of the futility of self-help as preached by the bourgeoisie and Schultz-Delitzsch, Lassalle adduced the law of wages in capitalist production as formulated by the classical political economists, especially Ricardo. The iron and inexorable law, according to which, under the domination of supply and demand, the average wages of labor remain always reduced to the bare subsistence which, according to the standard of living of a nation, is necessary for the maintenance of life and the reproduction of the species. According to Lassalle, workers and the wages of labor circled forever round the extreme margin of that which, according to the needs of the time, constitutes the necessary means of subsistence, and this never varies. Because of this iron law of wages, every effort by workers to improve conditions through their own efforts was doomed to fail, not only cooperatives but also trade unions. The working class must become its own employer, and this could be accomplished only on a large state-sponsored scale. Lassalle insisted, stated the Bernstein/Engels critique, that the means to do this, the necessary capital, i.e., the necessary credit, must be provided by the state. 31. Lassalle insisted that his programmatic plank, state aid, did not amount to socialism, yet provided the germ of it. "I can't understand," he wrote to Rodbertus, "how anyone can fail to see that the association, proceeding from the state, is the organic germ of development that will lead on to all that lies beyond." 32. Yet the state and its rulers were expected not to see this, otherwise would they finance their own demise, and the working people who were not yet ready for socialism were also expected to ignore the germ. Lassalle's scheme was to organize the movement on a plank which contained the germ of socialism without being socialism, so that the movement would be led to fight for socialism without knowing it. The workers were supposed to back up into the future. Writing to Rodbertus about the ultimate goal on which they agreed, supersession of property in land and capital, Lassalle emphasized that the mob must not be made aware of this. Certainly, not yet today need one tell this to the mob. For this very reason I have very much avoided it in my brochures. But I believe that if we get the state credit for associations, this is precisely the little finger that must lead thereto, with the logic of self-developing life, gradually, to be sure only in 100 to 200 years, even if not 500. 33. The secret goal, socialism, might as well remain secret if it were going to take some centuries of self-developing. Meanwhile the vestal fire of civilization, the state, would fortunately be around to rule. Socialism was for the distant future. For the present, the road was a statified society. The Bernstein/Engels critique commented on this clever scheme to change society before changing mass consciousness. The excuse that the mob must not be told what this ultimate end was, or that the masses were not yet to be won over to it, does not hold. If the masses could not yet be interested in the actual end of the movement itself was premature, and then, even were the means attained, they would not lead to the desired end. In the hands of a body of workingmen not yet able to understand their historical mission, universal suffrage might do more harm than good, and productive cooperative societies with state credit could only benefit the existing powers of the state, and provide it with a praetorian guard. But if the body of workingmen was sufficiently developed to understand the end of the movement, then this should have been openly declared. It need not have even then been represented as an immediate aim, to be realized there and then. And the critique ends this passage with an instructive lesson about means and ends. Not only the leaders, however, but every one of the followers that were led ought to have known what was the end these means were to attain, and that they were only means to that end. 36. Thus once more the principle of workers' self-emancipation had to be spelled out, as against the crafty idea of making the revolution behind the backs of the people themselves. We need hardly comment on the Marxological myth that is here added to the Mother Goose list, the myth that Marx and Engels believed in a principle called the end justifies the means. Incidentally, This passage was an advance comment on the aphorism with which a transmogrified Bernstein was going to inaugurate revisionism a few years later: the final end of socialism is nothing, the movement is everything. Lassalle had already said something similar in his verse drama Franz von Sickingen: show not the end and aim, but show the way. The way to what? Why, to an end and an aim that your guide does not want to show you. Lassalle followed through by asking his followers to think of nothing but universal suffrage. Don't look either to the right or to the left, be deaf to all that is not called universal and direct suffrage, or is related thereto, and may lead to it. 37 Reformism itself was to be reformed into a single-issue tactic, with blinkers. To support the expectation that the existing state could somehow be induced to back its way down the road to socialism, Lassalle developed an argument identifying the state with the working class by means of arithmetic. The true function of the state was to facilitate the great forward march of humanity. For this, he cried, the state exists, for this it has always served and must serve. But what then is the state? He cited statistics to show that over 96% of the population were miserable and oppressed. To them, then, gentlemen, to the suffering classes does the state belong, not to us, to the upper classes, for of them it is composed. What is the state? The answer: yours, the poorer classes' great association, that is the state. 38. If, after some millennia of the state's existence, 96% of the people were miserable and oppressed, ordinary minds would conclude that this was so because the state did not belong to the 96%, but rather was the instrument of the 4% or part of it. Certainly if the state belonged to the masses by definition, there was no need to conquer it. We must assume that this rather simple-minded demagogy reflected the actual role of the state mystique in Lassalle's mind. 4. State socialism and state Caesarism. Lassalle's dealings with Bismarck at the time were no dark secret, but were heavily rumored and reported in the ranks of the German movement. Marx heard about them from his friends in the Lassallean organization, and was able to piece together much of what was going on, from reports not only by Liebknecht but also from information gained through Countess Hatzfeld, Lassalle's patron. But what Marx had to piece together we can now read in a single letter, which was discovered in 1927, the letter sent by Lassalle to the Junker Chancellor about a fortnight after the founding of the General German Workers' Association, GGWA, in May 1863. With this letter Lassalle sent Bismarck the statutes of the new organization, to show him how the dictatorial powers of the president were tailored to Lassalle's demands. The new workers' leader crowed over the constitution of my empire, which perhaps you'd have to envy me. But this miniature picture will plainly convince you how true it is that the working class feels instinctively inclined to dictatorship if it can first be rightfully convinced that such will be exercised in its interests, and how very much it would therefore be inclined, as I recently told you, in spite of all Republican sentiments or perhaps on those very grounds, to see in the Crown the natural bearer of the social dictatorship, in contrast to the egoism of bourgeois society, if the Crown for its part could ever decide on the, to be sure, very improbable, step of taking a really revolutionary and national direction and transforming itself from a kingdom of the privileged classes into a social and revolutionary people's kingdom. Lassalle then asked Bismarck if it was really your intention, as your excellency expressed it, to move the Crown one day to the turnabout, to the proclamation of universal suffrage and to the alliance with the people. 39. The dictatorship aspect of this modest proposal was discussed in KMTR 3, Chapter 7. The proposed partnership and alliance of the Crown representing the absolutist bureaucracy with a workers' movement under a Lassallean dictatorship was based on the desire of the old ruling class to dish the aspirations of the new economic rulers who were reaching out for political power. This was the reality behind the talk about the prospects of a social monarchy. This talk was undercutting the liberal bourgeois pressure for a constitution. Lassalle, who had been rejected by the liberal movement as its would-be leader just before he accepted the mantle of workers' dictator, made no secret of his hostility to the liberal bourgeois forces. He even blurted it out in public, in a court speech. The fight for a constitution, he sneered, was only that of a clique against the monarchy. The crown could not yield to this clique, but it could call the people upon the scene, remembering its own origin, for all monarchy has originally been the monarchy of the people. And La Salle added, a Louis Philippe monarchy, a monarchy created by the bourgeoisie, certainly could not do this, but a monarchy that still stands as kneaded out of its original dough, leaning upon the hilt of the sword, might quite certainly do this, if it determined to pursue truly great, national, and democratic aims. Leaning upon the hilt of the sword. This, said the Bernstein/Engels critique, is the language of Caesarism 40. La Salle, in this his last year of agitation, went on to spell out the content of his social Caesarism as he continued to glorify the crown and the monarchist regime. In his so-called Ransdorf address, he publicly boasted, as he had privately to Bismarck, that the entire authority of the GGWA, the Lassallean party, was in his single hand. He represented his workers as saying, we must weld the wills of all of us into one single hammer, and must place this hammer in the hands of a man in whose intelligence, integrity, and good faith we have the necessary confidence, so that he may be able with that hammer to strike. This, of course, was what he was hammering into the heads of his workers. Our organization, claimed La Salle, has reconciled freedom and authority. This meant, translated, his authority had been freed from all control from below. And thus it becomes on a small scale the prototype of our next form of society on a large scale, he went on to explain. With us there is not a trace of that malcontent spirit of liberalism, of that malady of individual opinion and superiority with which the body of our bourgeoisie is eaten up. To this proclamation of social Caesarism, the Bernstein/Engels critique replied with a longish section. There is good reason to quote the whole of this Marxist reply to the aspirations of the workers' dictator, it makes important reading today. But because of practical considerations we give only the essential lines of the reply. It emphasized that mass workers' action does not mean personal dictatorship. Indeed, where the masses abdicate their will, they are already on the road to become, from a revolutionary factor, a reactionary one. In the struggles of modern society, personal dictatorship has invariably been the sheet anchor of the reactionary classes. Seeing their existence imperiled, no one is so ready to renounce negative acrid individualism as the modern bourgeois so soon as his money bags and his class privileges seem seriously threatened. The classes that feel themselves incapable of self-government do that which La Salle is here imputing to the workers. They abdicate their own will to oppose any private interests of this person as restless, malcontent individualism 41. The example of Bonapartism followed. The French bourgeoisie attacked its own malcontents in this spirit until Napoleon Louis Bonaparte was strong enough to proclaim himself dictator against the bourgeoisie, instead of contenting himself with the role of mere maintainer of law and order for the bourgeoisie. A growing revolutionary class, continued Bernstein/Engels, has absolutely no reason to abdicate its will, to renounce the right of criticism, to renounce its superiority vis-a-vis of its leaders. La Salle needed the dictatorship in order to be sure of the workers whenever he should require them for his actual ends, and he needed the endorsement of his dictatorship to appear to those in higher circles as a power to be treated with. Point 42. That last point was the crux of La Salle's tactic. The policy he was pursuing, the critique went on to say, could only be carried through if the members and adherents of the movement followed their leader without criticism, and did his bidding without a murmur, but this meant nothing but pure Caesarism, so his adherents also were to be ready, on the word of command, to don the livery of loyalty. Caesarism outside the workers' movement had to be shored up by Caesarism inside it. La Salle had the GGWA secretary, Julius Waldteich, disloyally expelled because Waldteich would not go along without a murmur. Point 43. But no one man can serve two masters. It is doubly a pronunciamento of Caesarism within the ranks of the party, and Caesarism in the politics of the party. Point 44. The hours of conversation that La Salle spent with Bismarck did not prove to be entirely useless to Bismarck. The sequel showed that the Junker learned a few things about up-to-date demagogic mass politics and state socialistic facades. Bismarck did not need to make actual concessions to Lassalle in order to get something out of it. Soon after, a good deal of the Bismarck-Lassalle relationship came to light in 1878 through statements from Countess Hatzfeldt and the Chancellor himself. Marx told an interviewer, Bismarck encouraged Lassalle's course at that time in every possible way. He wished to use the working classes as a set-off against the middle classes bourgeoisie who instigated the troubles of 1848-45. We saw at the beginning of this section that, in his now notorious letter to Bismarck, Lassalle pretended to convey the feelings of the working class. That this working class was a pseudonym for F. Lassalle was shown by the very similar letter that Lassalle sent to the Catholic social conservative V.A. Huber a few months later, this time openly as his own opinion. After expressing wholehearted agreement with Huber and Tsar Nicholas that a constitutionnel monarchy was ridiculous and organized self-destruction, Lassalle went further. As I said, I have been a Republican from childhood on. And despite that, or perhaps just because of it, I have come to the conviction that nothing could have a greater future and play a more beneficent role than the monarchy, if it could only decide to become a social monarchy. I would then carry its banner passionately, and the constitutional theories would be laid on the shelf quickly enough. But where is there a monarchy that has the courage and discernment to lend itself to a social monarchy? You yourself will concede that such can hardly be found. After Lassalle's death, Dr. Julius Fress wrote about Lassalle's belief in the state's omnipotence in his paper Demokratische Korrespondenz, the organ of the liberal South German People's Party. Fress related, when he would chide Lassalle for expecting the impossible from the state, the man would answer very seriously, "What would you? The state is God." Coming from an atheist, this was a fitting summary of state cultism. 46. 5. Marx on Lassalle. The point of view embodied in the Bernstein/Engels critique is a necessary guide to the political condemnations of Lassalle which dot Marx's correspondence especially after 1862. The year 1862 marked Lassalle's last meeting with Marx and the beginning of Lassalle's public political agitation. This meeting is described elsewhere in this volume. Lassalle revealed not only his dictatorial ambitions but also his Bonapartist proclivities. 47. Before he left London to go back to Prussia, Marx had told him flatly that politically we agree in nothing except some far distant ultimate ends. 48. Lassalle kept sending copies of his speeches and publications to Marx, who read them with rumbles of disapproval. Marx's dilemma was that he was reluctant at precisely this time to come out publicly with the opinion he had formed of Lassalle, since the man had placed himself at the head of a struggle taking place in Germany to form a movement for the first time in decades. He did not want to undermine this movement, or even seem to be undermining it. When in April 1863 Marx received a copy of the open reply, Lassalle's opening gun in his political campaign, he grumbled to Engels as he exhibited some of its gems. He behaves with an air of great importance, bandying about phrases borrowed from us altogether as if he were the future workers' dictator. The problem of wage labor versus capital he solves like child's play, literally. To wit, the workers must agitate for universal suffrage and then send people like him armed with the unsheathed sword of science into the Chamber of Deputies. Then they form workers' factories, for which the state advances the capital, and these institutions degree by degree embrace the whole land. 49. Since Marx was here writing to Engels, he did not have to enlarge on these points, he simply pointed. By June 1863 there were already heavy reports about Lassalle's negotiations with the Chancellor. The fellow is now working purely in the service of Bismarck, Engels opined, exaggeratedly. 50. Marx more than ever became conscious that Lassalle had effected a political switch-over from his original attempt to take over the leadership of the liberals. He was now lined up with the Bismarck government against the liberal bourgeoisie. During 1859, Marx wrote to his friend, he belonged wholly to the Prussian liberal bourgeois party. Now he may find it more convenient, under the degree auspices of government degree, to fly out against the bourgeois, rather than against the Russians. 51. In the course of 1864 Marx received a report, shortly after Lassalle's Ronsdorf speech, which reinforced its effect. Liebknecht wrote to Marx as follows. Things are in ferment in the Lassaline Workers' Association. If Lassalle does not give up his dictatorial ways and his flirting with reaction, there will be a scandal. About this flirting, a little anecdote: before his departure he gave a dinner, to which about 20 workers were invited. At the end of it he gave a speech, against the bourgeoisie. It was the sole enemy, and we had to swear to him to fight against this enemy to the death, and in this connection not to draw back even from an alliance with the monarchy. At these words I sprang up in a rage. He looked at me, taken aback, turned fiery red, and immediately, resuming the speech he had in fact ended, he protested against possible misunderstandings. The monarchy was itself no enemy of the workers, to be sure, but it would also not help them. Without revolution no salvation, etc. 52. Lassalle had said almost as much in the Ronsdorf speech, but had not openly mentioned an alliance with the monarchy. In any case, only his sycophants could now close their eyes to the course he had chosen. Lassalle was saved from his own policy by two things: Bismarck's rejection of his overtures on the ground that the workers' dictator had nothing substantial to sell, and his death a few months later due to a duel. Lassalle was very ambitious and by no means a Republican, Bismarck explained to the Reichstag in 1878. He was very much a nationalist and a monarchist. His ideal was the German Empire, and here was our point of contact. 53. Bismarck went so far as to say that he did not consider Lassalle a social democrat. 54. At the time this was the most acute aspect of the Lassaline malady in the movement, the perspective of an alliance with the old ruling classes, called the reaction, for short, in contemporaneous language, against the upcoming ruling class, the bourgeoisie, which was already economically dominant. As Engels put it later, Lassalle demanded that, in the fight between royalty and the bourgeoisie, the workers should range themselves on the side of royalty. 55. Interesting historical metaphors for Lassalle's role appear in Marx's correspondence. For one thing, Marx liked to bring up the figure of the Marquis Posa, advisor to Philip II of Spain, as depicted in a famous drama by Schiller, Don Carlos. For the 19th century the Posa character was the very model of the wise statesman who seeks needed reforms by getting the sovereign's ear and filling it with enlightened advice on how to preserve the power of absolutism by bending a little in a progressive direction. In Lassalle's last speech, wrote Marx, he played the part of the Marquis Posa with handsome Wilhelm of Prussia as his Philip II, whom he would push to the abolition of the existing constitution, proclamation of direct universal suffrage, and alliance with the proletariat. Since he was writing to Engels, Marx had only to add a grunt, the modern redeemer. 56. A second model was Lassalle's own character Franz von Sickingen, in the drama so titled, for Sickingen wanted to force Charles V to put himself at the head of the movement. 57. Lassalle dreamt of acting out his own retrogressive hero figure. Engels had an even harder attitude on Lassalle's scheme for a deal with the monarchy behind the backs of the workers' movement. Subjectively his vanity may have made the affair with Bismarck appear plausible to him, objectively it was a rascality, a betrayal of the whole workers' movement to the Prussians. In addition, it will not be long before the time comes when it will not only be desirable but necessary to make this whole business public. 58. Marx soon echoed this. Now we know, moreover, that Itzig Lassalle, what was not at all known to us in this way, wanted to sell out the Workers' Party to Bismarck, in order to become known as the Richelieu of the proletariat. 59. In this last reference was a third historical model for an aspect of Lassalle's type. Richelieu had established the absolute monarchy against the old feudal class. Lassalle wanted to help establish the absolute monarchy against the rising bourgeoisie. Still a fourth model was suggested by Engels. It can be seen that Itzig has given the movement a Tory Chartist character which will be hard to destroy. Everywhere this disgusting cringing before the reaction shows itself. 60. This referred to the Chartist sympathizers who were politically oriented toward the so-called Tory democracy or Tory radicals such as Richard Osler. Engels' reference to the need to make this whole business public no doubt had in view a proper public exposé of Lassalle's machinations with Bismarck. We know, however, that both he and Marx long held their hands on this, first, for fear of seeming to embarrass the initial steps toward workers' organization, and later because of the pressure of the anti-socialist law of 1878 to 1890. Engels finally made a move only in 1891, and then under provocation, as we will see elsewhere in this volume. 61 Lassalle's death in August 1864 only shifted the problem to the Lassallean organization that survived him. 6. Marx on the Lassallean movement. Marx and Engels thought the first need was for political education to counteract Lassallean ideas. Engels, in close collaboration with Marx, quickly wrote, and in February 1865 published, a pamphlet titled The Prussian Military Question and the German Workers' Party, which was set out at some length in KMTR2 and need not be repeated here. 62 The final part of this pamphlet was devoted to a polemic against the Lassallean position of aligning with the reaction in opposition to the liberal bourgeoisie. The work of writing reinforced Engels' revulsion against Lassallean politics. He was reminded what a vile thing it was for the Lassalleans to refrain from mentioning with so much as a word the patriarchal exploitation of the rural proletariat under the whip of the big feudal aristocracy because of their hope of alliance with the reaction. 63 Engels had originally started writing this work as an article for the Lassallean organ, but, as Marx pointed out to him, it was too sassy to be printed by its targets, that is, it was impudent in challenging the Lassalleans' pro-Bismarck orientation too openly. 64. In the Lassallean organ Sozialdemokrat, editor J.B. von Schweitzer was doing worse than ever. He was starting a series of articles actually supporting Bismarck's imperial policy and glorifying the monarchical regime at the expense of the bourgeois liberals. Schweitzer's first two articles especially were along these lines, shocking Marx among others. The concluding article said, "Two factors are alone capable of action in Germany, Prussia, and the nation. Prussian bayonets or the fists of the German proletariat. We see no third." Since the said fists were still hardly in position to run the country, it took little perspicacity to deduce that only Prussian bayonets were left, that is, the Prussian bureaucratic state. Marx and Engels sent in their resignations as contributors, a number of others did likewise. Schweitzer was not yet president of the GGWA as well as editor. The presidency was held by the incompetent Bernhard Becker. In November 1865 Becker was succeeded by C.W. Tolk, known as a quite open monarchist sympathizer, who once embarrassed the organization by publicly calling for cheers for the king. In January 1866 the Sozialdemokrat under Schweitzer's editorship posed the following alternatives: either the Social Republic, or else a strong autocratic monarchy, which, filled with the natural jealousy of the ascendancy of the propertied class, must seek its support in the real people, the propertyless people. In the 1866 election the GGWA formally supported Bismarck's personal candidacy. In May 1867 Schweitzer took over the GGWA presidency. On October 18, in the North German parliament, he declared, "We have perceived that the Prussian nucleus of power has at length brought our German fatherland, so long despised, to a place of prominence and honor among the foreign powers, and will also do this in the future. And be it far from us with them to disown and to criticize in Prussia those very qualities which last year a world at enmity with us was compelled admiringly to acknowledge in the Austro-Prussian War. In a word, we stand with the fatherland." 65. As mentioned, Marx and Engels broke with this movement in a public statement, drafted by Marx. "About 10 days ago I wrote to Schweitzer," he informed Engels, "that he must stand up against Bismarck, that even the appearance of a flirtation with Bismarck on the part of the Workers' Party must be dropped, etc." Not only did the Sozialdemokrat cravenly flirt with Bismarck, but it continued to glorify Lassalle, although they know now what treachery he was secretly harboring. The public statement would declare war against Bismarck and against the knaves and fools who dream or drivel about an alliance with him for the working class. 66. The Lassalleans' aim of getting state capital for their producers' associations would only help the government extend its tentacles into the workers' movement, wrote Marx to Engels. The Prussian state of Bismarck cannot tolerate workers' coalitions, any kind of workers' organizations and trade unions. This is certain. In contrast, government support to a few lousy cooperative societies is just the kind of crap that suits it. It means extending the noses of officialdom, controlling new monies, corrupting the most active of the workers, emasculating the whole movement. 67. In this letter Marx told Engels of his realization that Lassalle was actually against trade union organization, and thus reveals, to us, that he had retained an illusion or two about how bad Lassalle's politics were. On the same day, Marx wrote to Schweitzer, first about the need to support trade unions 68 and then about the meaning of the Lassallean state aid nostrum. About the latter, Prussian governmental aid to cooperatives would be minute in extent and of little economic value, while at the same time it serves to extend the system of tutelage, corrupt part of the working class, and emasculate the movement. Marx had already used this language in writing to Engels. More to Schweitzer. The Workers' Party will discredit itself, if it imagines that the Bismarck era or any other Prussian era will make the golden apples just drop into its mouth, by grace of the king. It is beyond all question that Lassalle's ill-starred illusion that a Prussian government might intervene with socialist measures will be crowned with disappointment. The logic of circumstances will tell. But the honor of the Workers' Party requires that it reject such illusions, even before their hollowness is punctured by experience. The working class is revolutionary or it is nothing. 69. Schweitzer's reply told Marx, in effect, to subordinate himself in all practical questions to his, Schweitzer's, tactics, so Marx informed his friend. Schweitzer was telling him, if we translate a bit, your job is to spin theories in London, it is my job to operate real politics, stick your nose out of my bailiwick. At the same time the Lassallean boss proceeded to publish another article in his pro-Bismarck series. 70 Marx and Engels then sent in their joint resignation from the list of contributors to the Lassallean organ. 7 Marx's break with the Lassallean party. Their letter of resignation was a terse statement. It said that they had repeatedly demanded that at least equally bold language should be used toward the Bismarck ministry as toward the progressives. That is, socialists had to oppose both camps, not ally themselves with one against the other. The policy of the Social Democrat was a flim-flam which they called Royal Prussian Government Socialism. They pointed out that as far back as 1847 they had expressed their opinion about a position in which an alliance of the proletariat with the government against the liberal bourgeoisie had been proposed, and they were still opposed to this kind of politics. 71. The 1847 article in question, actually by Marx, was one titled The Communism of the Reinheitsbeobachter. It had attacked feudal socialism and its goal of a monarchy relying on the support of the people. 72 Thus they tied the new phenomenon of Lassallean state socialism to the old form of Royal Prussian government socialism. This side of Lassalleanism, its tendency to tie the workers' movement to the existing state, was the most dangerous one at the time, and Marx and Engels recurred to it more than once. The statement of resignation, Engels explained later, was compelled by Schweitzer's attempts to steer his paper into feudal and governmental waters. 73 In a review of Capital cooked up by Marx and Engels for a Stuttgart paper, special attention was given to publicly taking a fall out of Lassalleanism. While Lassalle's whole socialism consists in reviling the capitalists and flattering the Prussian cabbage junkers, what we find here in Capital is just the opposite. Herr Marx expressly proves the historical necessity of the capitalist mode of production, as he calls the present-day phase of society, and likewise the superfluousness of the Landowning junkerdom which simply consumes. While Lassalle had high-flown ideas about Bismarck's vocation of introducing the socialist thousand-year Reich, Herr Marx disavows his wayward pupil loudly enough. Marx has explicitly stated that he has nothing to do with any Royal Prussian government socialism. 74. To a friend Marx wrote a longish explanation on two aspects of the issue, aside from the fact that, as Marx wrote, he and Engels did not like the paper's editing, the Lickspittel Lassalle cult, and the occasional flirting with Bismarck, etc. The first of these two aspects is the one we have been discussing, seen from another side. Marx emphasized that the Bismarckian state would never concede the legalization of independent trade unions, whereas a liberal bourgeois government of the Progressive Party could be pressured into such a reform. I had written to him Schweitzer previously that the progressives could be intimidated on the question of workers' combinations, but that the Prussian government would not now or ever concede the complete abolition of the combination laws against workers' organization, because this would bring with it a breach in the bureaucratic system, the workers' coming of age, the smashing of the regulations on servants, the abolition of rump flogging by the aristocracy in the countryside, etc. etc., which Bismarck could never allow and which in general was incompatible with the Prussian bureaucrat state Beamten State. 75. This was a continuation of the same argument which Marx had made in his polemics against feudal socialism, which we will take up later, and which Engels had made in his unpublished and untitled pamphlet The Status Quo in Germany almost 2 decades earlier. 76. It was a question of understanding what class ruled the state. The Prussian state, Marx emphasized, was still a Beamten state, and this meant not simply a bureaucratic state, for bourgeois states are bureaucratic too, but, more specifically, the bureaucracy state. 77. The second aspect of Marx's letter concerns reforms. Legalization of combinations or coalitions, meaning trade unions or other independent workers' associations for economic struggle, would certainly be an important reform. Schweitzer and the Lassalleans were indeed reformists, but reformists of their own brand. Marx made a point about this in terms of realpolitiker types, operators in practical politics, whose idea of practicality in politics was to conform to existing conditions. It was a question in Marx's mind of a type of short-sighted reform politics, which sought to gain reforms by giving up the independence of the movement. Lassalle went astray, Marx explained, because he was a realpolitiker of the same short-sighted variety as the ex-radicals, like a certain Miguel, who hitched themselves onto the wagon of the Prussian liberals in order to advance the interests of the bourgeoisie under the protection of Prussian hegemony. Lassalle wanted to do likewise in the name of the proletariat, only the hitching was to be to the wagon of the old ruling class, the bureaucratic ruling class of the Bismarckian state. The former type, who latched onto the liberal bourgeoisie, were more justified than Lassalle insofar as the bourgeois is accustomed to take the interests that lie right under his nose as reality, and insofar as this class has in fact struck a compromise everywhere, even with feudalism, whereas in the nature of things the working class must be straightforwardly revolutionary. 78. The other type, Lassallean reformism, appealed to a German working class which was still demoralized by a long period of reaction, and so was ready to hail such a quack savior, who promised to get them at one bound into the promised land. 79. This was realpolitik. I think, explained Marx, that Schweitzer etc. have honest intentions, but they are realpolitiker. They want to take account of existing conditions and not leave this privilege of realpolitik to Herr Miguel and company alone. They know that the workers' papers and the workers' movement in Prussia, and hence in the rest of Germany, exist only by the grace of the police. They therefore want to take conditions as they are, and not irritate the government, and so on, just as our Republican realpolitiker are willing to go along with the Hohenzollern Emperor. But since I am not a realpolitiker, I have found it necessary, together with Engels, to break off with the Social Democrat in a public statement. 80. One way to explain what made Lassalle tick was this: he was a man in a hurry, like opportunists in general. Writing some years later with a judicious evaluation of Lassalle, Marx gave a partial explanation along these lines. Lassalle originally latched onto the State aid nostrum as a plank with which to counteract the Schulz-Delitzsch self-help movement, but, being far too intelligent to regard the slogan as anything but a transitory piezolar expedient, Lassalle was only able to justify its use on the grounds of its immediate, alleged practicability. To this end, he had to claim that it was feasible in the immediate future. The state was, therefore, transformed into the Prussian state. He was thus forced to make concessions to the Prussian monarchy, to Prussian reaction, the feudal party, and even to the clericals. 81. he allowed himself to be governed too much by the immediate circumstances of the time, Marx summarized, thereby pointing to the essential definition of the term opportunism. And so, while it was true that Lassalle and Schweitzer were reformists, they were not the traditional type of bourgeois reformists that later dominated the social democracy. The difference is worth repeating still again: the ruling class that the Lassalleans bet on was the old one, the bureaucracy cum crown, whereas the traditional reformists attached themselves to the rising ruling class of the bourgeoisie. Both types of reformism had much in common, in particular, adaptation to the status quo, whatever it was, the reformism of socialism from above. Their difference was historically determined. For a period this difference stood in the way of the full political fusion of the Lassallean current into the social democracy its homogenization with the bourgeois reformist current represented, later, by the Bernsteinian revisionists. The development of Germany had to proceed far enough so as to negate the special class content of Lassalle's state socialism, a state socialism oriented to the state of a pre-bourgeois ruling class, the Prussian Beamten state. We seem, wrote Lassalle to the social monarchist Rodbertus, to have come into the world as Siamese twins in spirit. 82 The world into which these Siamese twins came in spirit, the little world in which the state bureaucracy still held state power, was a world that was progressively on the wane and which was soon to go by the board. Lassallean state socialism made sense only in this world, but its fate illustrated many facets of reformism in general. 8. Lassalleanism and the Gotha unification. The Lassallean-Bismarckian relationship had two sides. From the side of the Bismarck government, there was a role for a movement like the Lassalleans, even though Bismarck claimed to be uninterested in buying it up. In the early 1870s Engels thought he saw Bismarck's state attempting to organize its own bodyguard proletariat to keep the political activity of the bourgeoisie in check, though this Bismarckian operation did not reach its high point for another few years. What is this, asked Engels, but the quite familiar Bonapartist recipe which pledges the state to nothing more, as far as the workers are concerned, than a few benevolent phrases and at the utmost to a minimum of state assistance for building societies à la Louis Bonaparte, 83. In this case the bodyguard proletariat, of course, was the Lassallean state socialist movement. Engels made this explicit 15 years later when the term state socialist had become current. Orthodox Lassalleanism, with its exclusive demand for producer associations assisted by the state, was gradually dying away by the 1870s and proved less and less capable of forming the nucleus of a Bonapartist state socialist workers' party. 84. As we have seen, Lassallean strength declined as the society modernized, that is, as the specific weight of the bourgeoisie in the state power grew greater. Especially in the south of Germany, the Eisenacher Socialist Party led by Bebel, with Liebknecht at his elbow, gained strength. The trade unions that the Lassalleans thought to keep tethered to their own party dictatorship grew restive and broke away, their state aid nostrums no longer looked like the only practical thing, their organization weakened, and split-offs joined the Eisenachers. Lassalleanism was in decline. This was the background of the unity negotiations that led to the Gotha Party Congress of 1875 and its program. To Marx it meant that the Lassalleans were being forced into a merger out of galloping weakness, as an alternative to their wasting away. Marx looked to a different road toward unification of the two movements, one that did not involve making substantial concessions to Lassalleanism. In the first place, it was Marx's political view that there was no need to make important political concessions to Lassallean ideology. Unity, yes, by all means, but not at the cost of the program. If the Lassalleans insisted on their independence, let them continue to exist with their own program, which was proving a dead weight. Marx's positive proposal, to the Eisenachers leadership, was the establishment of forms of united action between the two social organizations, a sort of united front. To use a later term, this would be possible without organic fusion. There could be simply an agreement for action against the common enemy, while a period of common activity prepared for further steps. The vital step to be taken was not agreement on a common program, but rather the advancement of the movement, every step of real movement is more important than a dozen programs. 85. This was the thinking behind the critique of the Gotha draft program which Marx sent to the Babel-Lenik leadership of the Eisenachers, before the Unity Congress itself. But this leadership in particular Liebknecht, partly out of euphoria over the magic word unity, partly from a lack of understanding of Lassalleanism, and partly out of simple opportunism, get rich quick, acted as if the accession of the Lassallean group was the be-all and end-all of strategy. See the note on Marx's critique which forms the last section of this chapter. Marx's opinion of the Gotha draft program was summarized in these words: the whole program, for all its democratic clang, is tainted through and through by the Lassallean sex-servile belief in the state. 86. There were two essential parts to Marx's objection. For one thing, the state in question was the Bismarckian state resting on the reactionary classes, and this highlighted Lassalle's choice of which class to take as ally. Marx's critique pointed out that Lassalle, for reasons now generally known, attacked only the capitalist class and not the landowners, and that his formulations were devised to put a good color on his alliance with absolutist and feudal opponents against the bourgeoisie. That was why the one reactionary mass formula was indeed not at all displeasing to Herr Bismarck. 87. Secondly, and more specifically, the Gotha program enshrined the Lassallean nostrum cooperatives through state aid. It cannot be overemphasized, for Marx's followers have rarely been clear on this point, that Marx's objection to the state aid nostrum was not to state aid per se but to its place in the program. After all, it was unquestionable that Marx and Engels thought socialists should support cooperatives, and as for state aid, there were many cases where socialists made demands on the state, including demands they did not expect to win. Why then should Marx not be in favor of state aid for cooperatives? Or rather, why should they rule it out as a possible demand? No reason at all. What the Lassalleans did with this plank, as Marx reiterated many times, was to make it a universal panacea by itself, as a substitute for a rounded socialist program. This was what determined the character of the Lassallean approach to basic program. There was no other socialistic plank in Lassalle's political platform. This was it. Engels argued that the universal panacea of state aid should be, if not entirely relinquished, at any rate recognized, as a subordinate transitional measure, one among and alongside of many other possible ones. 88. Here transitional measure meant a measure taken by a workers' state in the transitional period after coming to power, as in the 10-point program of the Communist Manifesto. 89. As a matter of fact, a state aid plank was also in the Eisenachers program, but Engels stressed that it was only one of many transitional measures and did not figure in the program as the sole and infallible panacea for all social ailments. 90. There is a useful analogy with another question that has led to confusion: the meaning of reformism. For Marx, reformism did not mean the advocacy of reforms. Marx advocated many reforms, this did not make him a reformist. Reformism meant assigning a certain all-encompassing meaning to the fight for reforms, its elevation to the be-all and end-all of politics, that is, reformism was defined by the place of reforms in the program. That is exactly what we said about state aid. Still, it is well known that from Marx's time to ours, all sorts of self-styled and would-be Marxists have confused the concept of reformism with the practice of advocating reforms. This may help us to understand why some well-intentioned followers of Marx failed to understand a similar point when applied to the state aid nostrum. The best case in point was Babel, precisely because he was more clear-headed than the confirmed Confucianist Liebknecht. As a disciple of Marx, Babel had fought the Lassalleans for some years, and was accustomed to condemn the state aid for cooperatives proposal as a Lassallean nostrum. Then one fine day in 1885 Engels himself proposed a plan, about the steamship subsidy question, which we will discuss later, involving support for, gasp, state aid to cooperatives. Babel's pained reaction showed that he was under the impression that the demand itself was inadmissible, and even when Engels tried to explain the point in some detail, he failed to grasp it. 91. Some years later, Engels related of the Lassalleans that although the masses more and more grasped the necessity for the socialization of the means of production, the specifically Lassallean watchword of producers' cooperatives with state aid remained the sole publicly avowed program. 92 The elevation of a single nostrum to the sole content of a political platform was typical of the sectist mentality glorying that this platform was theirs and no one else's. The chief offense, wrote Marx in his critique of the Gotha program, does not lie in having inscribed this specific nostrum in the program, but in taking, in general, a retrograde step from the standpoint of a class movement to that of a sectarian movement. 93 In public references to the Gotha program, Marx tried to play down the state aid watchword as a mere concession to the Lassalleans that did not count. 94 In his critique, Marx emphasized the relationship of the state aid plank to the total revolutionary perspective, as the indicator of the plank's political meaning. The trouble with the Gotha plank was this Lassallean characteristic. Instead of arising from the revolutionary process of transformation of society, the socialist organization of the total labor arises from the state aid that the state gives to the producers' cooperative societies and which the state, not the worker, calls into being. Thus Lassalleanism assigned the basic creative role to the state, not the working class. It was the very opposite of the principle of self-emancipation. Marx added, "It is worthy of Lassalle's imagination that with state loans one can build a new society just as well as a new railway." If the Gotha plank threw in the codicil that the state aid was to be under the democratic control of the toiling people, this was only lip service. 95 Marx distinguished his own favorable attitude toward cooperatives, an attitude most plainly to be seen in Capital, by the way, from the Lassallean type plank as follows: cooperatives mean that the workers are trying in this way to revolutionize the present conditions of production, but this has nothing in common with the foundation of cooperative societies with state aid. 4. As far as the present cooperative societies are concerned, they are of value only insofar as they are the independent creations of the workers and not protégés either of the governments or of the bourgeois. 96. The key word is independent of the state, independent of the bourgeoisie. Lassalleanism was the negation of the principle of self-emancipation. This is what its state socialism came down to. Note on the suppression of Marx's critique of the Gotha program. The facts of this episode are seldom made clear in the literature, though the facts are not controversial, merely embarrassing in some quarters. Liebknecht set out to make sure that not all members of the executive knew of and saw Marx's blast against the draft program, and the chief target of this suppression campaign was Bebel. Liebknecht was, of the Eisenacher leadership, the most mindlessly euphoric over unity, and rightly feared that Bebel, who was in jail when Marx sent the document, might be susceptible to Marx's argument. Liebknecht, that much inflated figure, was eminently successful in keeping the document from Bebel's knowledge. 97. Even in 1891, when Engels finally by threats got the critique published, the party leadership tried its best to suppress publication, and would probably have succeeded, perhaps permanently, if Engels had not been still alive to break through the conspiracy of silence. 98 Even so, Engels was punished by being sent to Coventry for a while by the German leaders. Liebknecht was again the chief operator of the conspiracy. Between 1875 and 1891 he had devoted much effort to fabricating his reputation as a disciple of Marx, soldier of the revolution, etc. Later the first edition of the Marx-Engels correspondence, edited in practice by Bernstein and Franz Mehring, was massively falsified by deletion, by decision of the Social Democratic leadership, in order to suppress passages revealing Marx's true opinion of both Liebknecht and Lassalle, among other things. This was the most massive text falsification in socialist history. 99. 4 of State Socialism, Bismarckian Model. In the Germany of the 1880s, the question of state socialism was transformed from a matter of theory to a burning political issue, and then to a veritable crisis in the Social Democratic Party. Engels had to deal with it almost alone, for Marx's health was already failing well before his death in 1883, and Engels' main allies in the German party, Babel in the party leadership, and Kosky and Bernstein on the journalistic theoretical side themselves had to be educated on the issue and bucked up to oppose a swelling tide of opinion in the new and politically untried movement. The 1875 merger of the Lassalleans with the Eisenachers was still fresh, only the latter group had contributed a dash of Marxist influence, and they now faced an influx of Lassalle-type state socialists. The crisis brought about a classic test of theories, which could effectively guide a revolutionary workers' party, Lassalleanism or Marxism. But did the Marxist responsibility rest on the shoulders of people who were competent to assume it? As the historian Littke says, the situation offered Karl Kosky and Eduard Bernstein their first significant opportunity to employ Marxism in a major ideological struggle. 1. As already mentioned, the term state socialism had become current in Germany by this time, but Littke properly warns that although it had become part of the common parlance in Germany by 1880, it had no precise meaning, even to those academicians who were knowledgeable in all the relevant literature too. In fact, the state socialistic academicians found its imprecision useful. One could tell the working class public we are socialists too, without being committed to anything precise. In 1881 Professor Adolf Wagner, one of the leaders of this school, ran against Babel in the Reichstag election and helped to effect a drop in the Social Democratic vote. 3. From the imprecise academicians it was adopted by the reformist wing of the social democracy, which tried to get the party to take it seriously, that is, to move closer to the Bismarckian socialists. Engels pointed to the emptiness of the term when the reformists precipitated a debate on it at a party congress. The term state socialism has been picked up. This term expresses no clear idea whatsoever, but, like social question and the like, it is a purely journalistic expression, a mere phrase, with which one can mean anything or nothing. To argue about the real meaning of such a term is for the birds. Its real meaning consists precisely in not having any. The last sentence is a key to much of the history of socialist terminology. Engels went on to suggest how the debate should have been handled. In the political discussion, they did Vollmer an enormous and quite superfluous favor when they wrangled with him about what state socialism is and isn't. You can go round and round on that forever, it is a pointless bit of twaddle. In my opinion, this is what should have been said at the party congress: Dear Vollmer, we don't give a hang about what you conceive of as state socialism. 4. Rather, he went on, attention should have been focused on Vollmer's actual statements about policy, and on his brown-nosing of Kaiser Wilhelm and Caprivi, that is, of the state and its government. In short, what was needed was not confusion over abstract terminology, but exposition of its concrete political meaning. 1. The Bismarck attack. In 1878 the Bismarck regime, alarmed by the growing strength of the socialist movement, put through an anti-socialist law to suppress the Social Democratic Party. By our present-day standards it was a mild suppression, no massacres took place, and above all the parliamentary side of the party's activity remained legal. The 9 Social Democratic deputies elected in 1878 still functioned in the Reichstag, thereby becoming the only legal representatives of the party in the country, and socialist candidates still ran, and won, in elections. In fact, during the 12 years of the anti-socialist law, 1878 to 1890, the party's vote increased rapidly, especially from 1884 on, thereby proving that the law could not do the job. But for its time it was a drastic suppression, particularly in the first years of its operation, and all propaganda and organizational activities of the party went underground, with the party organ Sozialdemokrat published in Zurich and smuggled into Germany. Bismarck was too shrewd to depend only on the policeman's club. The stick to the donkey's rear had to be supplemented by the carrot dangled in front. 5 In the course of the 1880s Bismarck brought out a whole bunch of carrots. Familiar to us now, they then looked revolutionary to many, a series of social welfare measures providing for accidents, illness, old age, and other workers' disabilities. Bismarck's first proposal, for insurance against industrial accidents, came in 1881 and was defeated in the Reichstag by the bourgeois parties. After all, Bismarck's aim was not only to isolate the working class from the socialists but also to mobilize a bodyguard proletariat of its own in order to dish the liberal bourgeoisie and its demands for constitutional liberties, its aspirations for bourgeois dominance in the government and the weakening of absolutism. The new measures being proposed by the Bismarck government were going to be paid for by the class that was the government's main target. The proletariat was not only supposed to come all over grateful to the state but also to turn antagonistic to the state's main political opposition, the Liberals, or Progressive Party. But the bourgeois liberal deputies could not resist very long, in this as in anything else. In 1883 a Sickness Insurance Act was passed, with the workers contributing only a third of the cost. In 1884 an accident insurance law followed, with costs borne by employers alone. In 1889 an old age and disability measure was adopted. In 1903 came a code of factory legislation, with a system of labor exchanges to promote employment. Many of these measures were the first of their kind in the world. By the time of the World War Germany had become the model land of advanced social legislation, under the pressure of the absolutist state, not the bourgeoisie. However, unemployment insurance was never passed. It took a revolution to achieve this reform under the Weimar Republic. There was a connection between this beneficent program and the coming World War, for Bismarck's social strategy had still another side. It was intended to ensure internal unity and class peace while the state intensified an aggressive foreign policy of colonialism and foreign market penetration, thereby compensating the bourgeoisie, at least its upper reaches, for its social welfare expenses. This foreign policy was also going to drive a wedge between the right wing and left wing of the Social Democratic Party, but we will see only the beginning of this process before this chapter ends. In part to finance the technological substructure for war, Bismarck introduced another installment of socialism, a state tobacco monopoly in 1882, a big source of revenue, and the nationalization of the railways. Here was something that began to really look like socialism to many people. At any rate, it was a definite intervention by the state into the economy, even if still on a small scale. Bismarck himself did not represent this program as socialist. He left this task to others, as we will see in the next section, except when conversing privately with very gullible people. 6. It was presented as a program to succor the poor and disinherited, always with a side glance at the grasping greed of the bad bourgeoisie. The Junker Chancellor spoke vaguely sympathetic words about Lassalle's specific state aid nostrum. The idea itself does not strike me as absolutely preposterous and absurd, he told the Reichstag in 1877, and he suggested it might be advisable to experiment with respect to human labor in the same way as with systems of cultivation in the Ministry of Agriculture. This might help to solve the question which, though usually called democratic socialism, I should prefer to speak of simply as the social question. The function of the Crown and of the state was to elevate the laboring classes. Had not Frederick the Great said, "I am king of the beggars"? The state must provide help to the weakest of our fellow citizens. As early as 1865 Bismarck had trotted out a workingmen's delegation from Silesia to lay their grievances before the Crown, and he defended this subversive act with the statement that Prussia's kings have never aimed at being the kings of the rich. 7. It was in this connection that the Lassallean president, Tolk, led in giving 3 cheers for the king. If the state, said Bismarck, will show a little more Christian solicitude for the working man, then I believe the gentlemen of the Social Democratic Party will sound their bird call in vain. 8. Thus Bismarck sounded his own bird call, the mockingbirds, in order to achieve 3 interrelated objectives: undercut the influence of the socialists over the working class, mobilize the working class as a counterpoise against the liberal bourgeoisie's campaign for a constitution, and prepare for imperialist expansion. For these ends Bismarck was prepared to be flexible in tactics on the social question, one of those imprecise terms, remember, in order to consolidate the status quo on the political question of the day. To the Coveter socialists, Bismarck's program of social welfare measures and state monopolies was promptly hailed as a kind of socialism by a kind of social theorist, especially by a wing of the Academy's economists who rejected Manchesterism or Smithyismus, that is, rejected the political economy of the liberal bourgeoisie, called economic liberalism. Laissez-faire economists had used the term state socialism pejoratively to condemn the intervention of the state in regulating the economy. The Bismarckian economists adopted the term as their own, and a group of them published an organ called Der Staatssozialist 9. It helped provide a theoretical scientific label for Bismarck's practical program, social welfare, ad hoc hole and corner nationalization, but no political reform of the existing state institutions, no democratization. The state power would not be touched. It was largely these professors who told the country that Bismarck's measures were state socialism, and who wrote as if they were proposing a kind of socialism alternative to the brand favored by the Social Democratic Party. Thus they constituted themselves the theoretical wing of something that became known, especially journalistically, as Bismarckian state socialism, or even monarchical socialism. This tendency, with national roots in Fichte and Friedrich List, and with congeners in French Bonapartist socialism and British Tory radicalism, had incubated a decade before Bismarck began implementing it. At the end of 1871, a liberal journalist named H.B. Oppenheim had given this tendency the derisive name Katheder Sozialisten, Socialists of the Cathedra, University Chair of Learning. Point 10. The Cathedra Socialist tendency organized itself at a congress in 1872 at Eisenach into an association for social politics, Verein für Sozialpolitik, to solve the social question through state-oriented economics without political concessions to democratization or constitutionalism. Its luminaries were prominent economics professors, Adolf Wagner, Hermann Wagner, Gustav Schmaler, Rudolf Meyer, Adolf Held, Wilhelm Roscher, and others. The Cathedra Socialists typically argued that all civilized governments are more or less socialistic, since every government activity has something to do with regulating society. The state was viewed as the highest of cooperative institutions, the grandest moral institution for the education and development of the human race. True, the ideal socialistic state might not be realized for 1,000 years or so, but all progress tended to this same end. Adolf Wagner discovered the law of history, long before the humorist Parkinson, that the functions of government constantly increase, and he extrapolated from it to the final socialistic state. The historian Ely summarized: in this socialistic state there would be the same difference in rank as at present between the different governmental employees. At the top of the social ladder there would still be an emperor, and at the bottom ordinary laborers, steadily employed in the service of the state, as, example, the workmen on the state railroads now. Point 12. This socialism, then, would be as bureaucratic a socialism as the existing Prussian state itself, for it was seen as the spirit of Prussian absolutism writ large without bourgeois contamination. Like most types of socialism that repudiate class struggle, it presented itself as an ethical socialism, with an additional emphasis on Christian self-denial, self-sacrifice, and similar virtues that are highly praised by pundits, papers, parsons and politicians. The Cathedra Socialist leaders freely admitted that they were reacting to the danger of proletarian socialism. Just as in his social message to the Reichstag in 1881 the Kaiser explained that a policy of social reform was necessary in order to isolate the social democracy, so too in his opening address at the Eisenach Founding Congress Professor Schmaler deplored the open war between masters and workmen, between owners and proletarians, and the danger, still distant but threatening in the future, of a social revolution, which called not for socialistic experiments but for the abolition of the most crying abuses. 13. The Cathedra Socialists discovered their own Marx in the figure of Johann Karl Rodbertus, recently dead in 1875, who in the 1840s had deduced socialistic conclusions from Ricardo, in ignorance of his British predecessors, the so-called Ricardian socialists. But Rodbertus had cast this Ricardian socialism in the mold of a monarchical state socialism hostile to any form of democracy. As we saw in the preceding chapter, Lassalle had not only corresponded with Rodbertus very warmly but had assured him that they were soul twins in politics, and indeed the similarity between Lassalle's basic ideas and the views of the Cathedra Socialists was unmistakable. Thus the catheter socialists were in a good position to confuse the social democratic public with these dubious relationships. Bismarck praised Rodbertus in the Reichstag. 14 Adolf Wagner published an edition of Lassalle's letters to Rodbertus in 1878, and there was a flurry of publications about Rodbertus well into the 1880s. There was an additional to-do over the claim that Marx himself had plagiarized from Rodbertus, a rather silly claim which Engels quashed in a couple of essays. 15. Marx had dealt with Rodbertus as an economist in his notebooks, especially his theories of surplus value. 16 But it was Engels who had to deal with the political impact of the pro-Rodbertus drive on the Social Democratic Party. This he did, as often, in letters to Babel, Kosky, and Bernstein, the party leader and the two political writers whom he sought to train up to the theoretical tasks of the movement. Engels complimented Rodbertus' early writings because they came close on the track of the concept of surplus value, though Rodbertus failed to follow through, in part because he went after his utopia and in part because, as a Pomeranian landowner himself and an exploiter of cottagers, he was held back by his own conditions of existence and never broke away. He might perhaps have become an economist of the second rank if he had not been a Pomeranian, but in the end the man accomplished absolutely nothing in economics. He had much talent, but always remained a dilettante and, above all, an ignorant Pomeranian and arrogant Prussian. Still, how can it come to pass for a generally decent fellow to count as the gospel of the careerists of Bismarckian socialism? 17. But although as a talented economist Rodbertus was worth much more than the mass of German vulgar economists, including the catheter socialists, who indeed live only on scraps picked up from us, his political meaning properly made him the real founder of specifically Prussian socialism, now at last recognized as such. He did not have to invent social institutions out of his own head, for Rodbertus it is much easier. As a good Prussian he appeals to the state, a decree of the state power orders the reform. His whole reform scheme was adapted to the Prussian state of that time. He simply refers the whole matter to the decision of the bureaucracy, which determines from above the share of the worker in his own product and graciously permits him to have it. 18. But the problem was not primarily a scientific evaluation of Rodbertus. This Pomeranian was being used as a stick to beat the social democracy as a movement and belabor Marx as its guide to socialist theory. Ever since certain people have been trying to pit the great Rodbertus against Marx, and now that even Adolf Wagner and other Bismarckians have been exalting him as a prophet of careerist socialism, we have absolutely no grounds to go easy on this much trumpeted celebrity, Engels wrote to Kosky. 19. The problem was the mounting crisis in the party, as a part of the right wing saw an opportunity to wrench the movement off its class struggle tracks. This was the meaning of substituting Rodbertus for Marx. Publicly and privately Engels, like Marx, remained contemptuous of the scientific attainments of the catheter socialist economists. They were merely slightly philanthropic vulgar economists who had now become simple apologists of Bismarck's Staatsozialismus. He informed a Russian correspondent. 21 Approach to the problem had to be to educate the party membership, and also the party leadership, to understand why this was so. 3. The crisis in the party. The state socialist development outside the Social Democratic Party had its inevitable impact inside the party, mediated through the party's academic and intellectual elements who latched onto the new persuasion. On the one hand, catheter socialism was eminently respectable and even government-sponsored, hence Engels' repeated references to it as career socialism. It could be very attractive indeed to certain elements as the alternative to an outlawed and persecuted position. Consider the difference, defend Marx, and you might land in jail, cry up Rodbertus, and you might well advance a career in academy or government. On the other hand, Rodbertus' views purported to offer a theoretical scientific basis for those party elements that wanted to find a replacement for Marxian politics and a class struggle approach. Thus there sprang up a wing of the social democratic movement which actually set out to install the monarchist enemy of democracy Rodbertus, taken hand in hand with Lassalle, in place of Marx as the scientific authority of socialism. A similar effort had been made before this on behalf of Professor Eugen Düring. For a short period it looked as if the only ones standing in the way were the small core of conscious Marxists that Engels was training up. The situation cast a cold light on the common belief that the German Social Democratic Party was Marxist. The leader of the pro-Rodbertus drive inside the party was Karl A. Schramm, whose previous association with Hochberg's group, the Three Zurichers, we have noted. 21 Schramm's tendency carried on a vigorous campaign at least up to 1886, when it was clearly defeated to win the party for Rodbertusism, and in this effort it was the figure of Lassalle that this group glorified above all. Lassalle was God and Rodbertus was his prophet. In 1884 Kosky warned Engels that Rodbertus has a great number of enthusiastic followers in our own ranks. A genuine hatred against Marx and Marxism dominates our educated people, and they eagerly grasp after every non-Marxist socialist, from Louis Blanc to Rodbertus, to play them up against Marx. 22. Of course the hatred was not personal. Marx had died only the previous year, and it seemed like an opportunity to bury him deeper. These people, grasping at their Pomeranian straw, had for the most part only recently been recruited from the bourgeois intelligentsia, and many had exhausted their intestinal reserves by actually lining up with an outlawed movement. Engels wrote of the situation in a letter to Bernstein: the Rodbertus cult stems from the desire to pit a non-communist rival against Marx. For all the people who hang around the state socialist outskirts of our party, and trot out sympathetic speeches but want to avoid anything contrary to police regulations, His Excellency Rodbertus is a godsend. 23. In the pages of the Neue Zeit Kosky, writing under the tutelage of Engels' letters, was the main stalwart in the theoretical campaign against Rodbertus' political economy. In the Social Democrat the editors aimed a little lower. Why, asked an article in 1884, are the educated socialists in the universities and the careerists of all sorts enthusiastic about Rodbertus? And why do they hate Marx as Schramm had admitted and seek to belittle him? Because with Rodbertus they can be Bismarckians and make careers for themselves. 24. You had to decide what kind of socialist you wanted to be, the kind that Bismarck encouraged or the kind his police hunted down, and perhaps the latter may be excused for thinking hard thoughts about the former. The Lassalle connection, already publicized by the Rodbertus-Lassalle correspondence, was further pushed to the fore by the editor of that correspondence, Adolf Wagner. Wagner, disagreeing with Schmaler, indicated that Lassalle's state credit scheme might be worth adopting. 25. As already mentioned, even Bismarck made statements tending to co-opt Lassalle to the new monarchical socialism. 26. An undertow of sentiment linked the whole of the still strong Lassallean current in the party to the new kind of socialism which made it so much easier to be a socialist of sorts. There was another important connection. One of the cathedral socialists, Albert Schaffel, in 1875 published an influential book Die Quintessenz des Sozialismus, The Quintessence of Socialism, which went through 13 editions by 1891. It discussed the views of social democracy and Marxism with such an attempt at fairness, if without understanding, that many of the party leaders were convinced that it would make a useful party textbook. Hochberg, a year before the manifesto of the Three Zurichers, dipped into his fortune to buy 10,000 copies for distribution to academics and intellectuals. Schaffel's book did qualify as a textbook in state socialism. Once again a cold light was cast on the belief that this was a Marxist party, that is, cast by the reception given this book. Even before we look at the politics of Schaffel's book, we should note a non-political side to the affair. The reception was partly due to a feeling of parvenu gratification, on the part of many social democrats, elated that socialism was being recognized by respectable professors. Engels, commenting on a similar point made by Bernstein, stressed this: in what you say about courting praise from opponents you are entirely right. We have often disgracefully worried our heads about happily registering in the Volksstaat and Vorwärts the pettiest fart of approval by a cathedral socialist. 27. True, Schaffel himself did not scheme this out, but in fact the party euphoria over the Schaffel book was one of the first demonstrations of the value to the ruling classes of treating the party like a dog, that is, kick it and it became vicious. pat it on the head and it wagged its tail. Engels' thought was that as long as a party reacts in this way, it was still a long way from revolutionary fitness. That can be considered only a preliminary sidelight. Politically, Schaffel presented Marx's socialism as primarily a view of a future society, precisely what it was not, and he also did Marx the naive favor of portraying this future society as the sort of state socialism that he, Schaffel, admired. The alpha and omega of socialism is the transformation of private and competing capitals into a united collective capital, Schaffel explained in italics. Everything that centralizes is very closely allied to socialism. Socialism is the universal application of the special principle of the state and the municipality, the extension of the idea of an official public service. The collectivist principle is essentially a state principle. Schaffel did not claim to find this in Marx, he honestly assumed that what he read in much of the social democratic press was Marxist. It was a Marxist party, wasn't it? He had no idea that this sort of thing was what Marx consistently attacked. He did not intend to caricature or slander Marxism, he thought he was praising it, presenting it as something really quite reasonable, something worthy of a Prussian professor's attention. The Social Democrats were not wild men. They believed in the state like all other civilized people, even though, as Schaffel explained in another book, their socialism was impossible. 28 For a generation or two, professors found out what Marx taught by reading Schaffel, and the results are still visible in the literature. As a result of all this, a crisis confronted the Social Democrats on both fronts, theory and political practice, outside and inside the party. If Bismarck's social welfare and state monopoly program was really socialist, then it was possible to bring about socialism, or a reasonable facsimile thereof, through this Kaiser state and without a democratization of society and government. A wide swath of leaders and middle figures in the party were ready to assent to this proposition, not only the well-known right-wingers, but persons considered to be more moderate. 29 Standing out against the sweep of this current were Engels and the party leaders he influenced directly. We will see that there was a tendency, certainly a wish on Engels' part, to underestimate the impact of Schaffel and his similars on the party ranks, and the reasons for this tendency are plain to see in his and Marx's correspondence. Firstly, they found it hard to believe that politically educated comrades could take this stuff seriously. In the 1870s, before the party crisis matured in reaction to the Bismarckian program, both Marx and Engels in their letters treated the professor's quintessence of socialism as a butt for ridicule. The book showed, to be sure, that German bourgeois ideologists were being infected with socialistic ideas, wrote Marx to a friend, but it was half a joke, full of involuntary comedy. Schaffel wrote it for Protestant parsons who wanted to flirt with socialism like their Catholic rivals. He paints the future socialist millennium so nicely, with true Swabian fancy, that it will be the perfect realm for cozy petty bourgeois. 30. More seriously, Marx objected to Schaffel's invention on his behalf of what he called Marx's social state. 31 In early 1881 Engels protested to Koski that he considered it a sheer waste of time to refute, for instance, the horrendous rubbish which Schaffel alone has compiled in his many big volumes. 32 And to Bernstein he wrote that Schaffel was so inane that he confesses in his book that for 10 years he pondered over the simplest, point in capital before he got to the bottom of it. And then he made it into pure nonsense. 33. Secondly, I suspect that Engels was in any case fighting shy of having to do for Schaffel what he had done for, or to, Professor Düring. In addition he, as well as Marx, perhaps overestimated the theoretical level of the party leadership. But the problem was going to continue in one form or another all through the 1880s and into the 1890s, and Engels in particular had to deal with it very seriously. For flashback, Marx on state intervention. Keeping this problem in mind, let us now take a flashback on Marx's views. Marx had not been previously confronted with the problem of state socialism in this form or in any clearly formulated way, and so, as usual, his earlier writings had only glancing references to issues that bore on it. We are not concerned now with the overarching question of attitude to the state, hostility to the state as against glorification of the state, but to a more specific issue: what is the meaning for socialists when the state substitutes itself in the economy for private capitalists? The general answer to this question was clear enough. Marx regularly denied that intervention by the state was per se socialistic. When a capitalist state engaged in economic life, it merely generalized capitalist relations. There was a forerunner of this approach as far back as Marx's Paris manuscripts of 1844, where he criticized the crude communism of the day for being the logical expression of private property, in that it negates the personality of man in every sphere. The kind of community, Gemeinschaft, that this communism dreams up, he wrote, is only a community of labor with equal wages paid out by communal capital by the community as the universal capitalist. 34 At this point, we must remember, he had barely started his economic studies, and he was not grappling with a state socialist view as such, but only trying to show how crude communism remained bound by bourgeois relations. In the 1850 address to the Communist League, Marx and Engels took up the economic program of the petty bourgeois Democrats, called the Democracy, which included some demands for state aid. To relieve the pressure of big capital on small producers, they wanted public credit institutions and laws against usury, by which means it will be possible for them and the peasants to obtain advances on favorable conditions from the state instead of from the capitalists. The dominance of capital was to be counteracted also by restricting the right of inheritance and by transferring as many jobs of work as possible to the state. At this point the authors commented, "As far as the workers are concerned, it is certain above all that they are to remain wage workers as before. The democratic petty bourgeois only desire better wages and a more secure existence for the workers, and hope to achieve this through partial employment by the state and through charity measures." 35. The bourgeois-wage relation remained, whatever these demands were worth as palliatives. They certainly had nothing to do with socialism, no matter how many jobs were transferred to the state payroll. Journalistically, Marx took sharp note of a sort of statification which later became known as socializing the losses. Writing in the NYDT about the 1857 economic crisis, he explained that the Prussian state was, vainly, trying to hold prices up by paying pre-depression prices. Degree in other words, the fortune of the whole community, which the government represents, ought to make good for the losses of private capitalists. This sort of communism, where the mutuality is all on one side, seems rather attractive to the European capitalists. 36. Bismarck's later nationalization of the railways was a classic case of socializing the losses. If private capitalists could not run the indispensable railway system at a profit and as it should be run, the state had to run it on behalf of the capitalist class as a whole. Here and there, when the subject came up, Marx treated state capital invested by governments in railways, mines, and other enterprises as an integral part of the social capital of the system as a whole. 37. In the 1870s, after the catheter socialists made their splash, the record shows direct comments by Marx only on their economic theory. In an unfinished manuscript dating from 1879 to 1880, Marx criticized a textbook on political economy by Adolf Wagner. He made the following basic point: where the state itself is a capitalist producer, as in the exploitation of mines, forests, etc., its product is a commodity and hence possesses the specific character of any other commodity. 38. The state is a capitalist producer when it undertakes a productive enterprise within a socio-economic framework that is still essentially capitalist. Such an enterprise may be tagged with that protean term state capitalism, if you wish, or even with state socialism in one of its many meanings, but neither term is enlightening by itself. The question became more insistent the more industry developed, with pressures for state intervention. On this subject, as on many others in this last decade of Marx's life, it was Engels who wrote directly on the new situation posed before the movement. His first and principal statement was embodied in Anti-Düring, which was written over a period of nearly 2 years centering on 1877. We will consider this statement in the next section. To introduce it, it is necessary to re-emphasize a point made in KMTR1, on what is there called the Engels versus Marx myth, which often boils down to an effort to separate Anti-Düring from Marx's imprimatur. Since in a preface to Anti-Düring Engels mentioned that I read the whole manuscript to him Marx before it was printed, it is sometimes assumed, for no known reason, that before this final reading the two friends never discussed what was going into the manuscript from week to week and day to day, at any time during those 22 months. 39 Yet there is a plethora of evidence that the two of them engaged in long conversations almost every day. For the period after Engels moved to London in September 1870, Lafargue's reminiscences relate, from 1870 to the death of his friend, not a day went by but the two men saw each other, sometimes at one's house, sometimes at the other's. 40 Eleanor Marx wrote, during the following 10 years after 1870 Engels came to see my father every day. They sometimes went for a long walk together, but just as often they remained in my father's room. In that room they discussed more things than the philosophy of most men can dream of. 41 A few months after Engels moved to London, daughter Jenny wrote a friend that more Marx and he Engels go out for long walks together, whenever Moore's health permits it. 42. Some people must assume that the two discussed only the weather, medieval French verse, ancient battle formations, and other subjects known to be dear to one or the other, but that they never talked about the important problems of politics and theory that were occupying their minds and on which Engels was writing during those 22 months. To believe this requires a Herculean effort of will. In considering the long and justly famous passage from Anti-Düring which is discussed in the next section, as in other issues in the Engels versus Marx myth, we certainly cannot assume that Marx would have written exactly the same thing, but the probability is great that there was a basic identity of views. We will see further that Engels repeated essentially the same view of the matter for the next several years, whenever it came up. 5. On capitalist statification. Engels' exposition in Anti-Düring, slightly revised when this section was included in the popular pamphlet Socialism Utopian and Scientific, begins with his explanation that the socialized organization of production in the capitalist factory stands in contradiction with the anarchy of production in society as a whole. The pressure of the advancing productive forces demands the practical recognition of their character as social productive forces. And this stronger and stronger command that their social character shall be recognized, forces the capitalist class itself to treat them more and more as social productive forces, so far as this is possible under capitalist conditions. One outlet for this tendency is the growth of joint stock companies, which are a form of the socialization of great masses of means of production. 43. In Socialism Utopian and Scientific Engels added a passage of explanation on this form of capitalist socialization of production. The capitalists develop a trust, a union for the purpose of regulating production. Whole industries are turned into single trusts, competition turns into monopoly. And the production without any definite plan of capitalistic society capitulates to the production upon a definite plan of the invading socialistic society. Certainly this is so far still to the benefit and advantage of the capitalists. But in this case the exploitation is so palpable that it must break down. 44. The bold figure of speech in the phrase the invading socialistic society points to the way in which the society's need for a socialist transformation achieves distorted recognition as the capitalist system tries to adapt to the need without going through the transformation. The actual transformation achieved is the change from competition to monopoly, and, as Engels says, the capitalists reap benefits from this. But this screws the original contradiction, the contradiction between socialized production and capitalist anarchy of production, to a higher pitch and brings the end nearer. But the joint stock company form of socialization is not enough. At a further stage of evolution this form also becomes insufficient. With trusts or without, the official representative of capitalist society, the state, must ultimately undertake the direction of production. And this necessity for conversion into state property is felt first of all in the fields of communication and transportation, post office, railways, etc. 45. That is, it is felt first in those industries that are essential to the operation of the capitalist system as a whole. The qualifier ultimately, schließlich, was added in Socialism Utopian and Scientific. It represented a slight revision, but was intended to clarify, not to change. Point 46. Now Engels hangs his important footnote on the proposition that the state must ultimately undertake the direction of production. For the polemic against during this is a side issue, but of course Engels has in mind the Bismarckian socialist tendency as a whole. The footnote goes as follows. I say must. For only in case the means of production or distribution have really outgrown their management by joint stock companies, and therefore their statification has become economically imperative, only in this case does it mean an economic advance, the attainment of another step preliminary to the taking over of all productive forces by society itself, even if it is the present-day state that carries this out. But of late, since Bismarck has thrown himself into statifying, a certain false socialism has appeared, and degenerated now and then even into something of flunkeyism, which declares without further ado that every statification, even the Bismarckian kind, is socialistic. To be sure, if the statification of the tobacco business is socialistic, then Napoleon and Metternich are to be numbered among the founders of socialism. If the Belgian state, for quite ordinary political and financial reasons, itself constructed its chief railways, if Bismarck without any economic necessity statified the chief Prussian railway lines, simply the better to establish and use them in case of war, to bring up the railway officialdom as voting cattle for the government, and principally to create for himself a new source of revenue independent of parliamentary decisions, this was in no way a socialistic step, directly or indirectly, consciously or unconsciously. Otherwise, the Royal Maritime Company, the Royal Porcelain Factory, and even the regimental tailor of the army would be socialist institutions, or even, as was seriously proposed by a sly dog in the 30s under Friedrich Wilhelm III, the statification of the brothels. Point 47. This was probably the first definite repudiation, within the socialist movement, of the view that statification equals socialism, or that statification was progressive ipso facto, to be supported by socialists more or less automatically as a step in their direction. It was a direct repudiation of the Schaffel doctrine that was even then being promoted by so many in the German party. The reference to Bismarck in this passage did not primarily concern his social welfare program, it was his statification measures that were more confusing to many elements in the party. To be sure, such statification, like the joint stock company form of socialization, had progressive consequences of a sort that the party was familiar with. It proved how unnecessary the capitalists were. Production went on without them. All the social functions of the capitalist are now performed by salaried employees. The capitalist has no further social function. 48. It also had to be said that the new forms of socialization of production under capitalism did not do away with the capitalist nature of the system. This was plain in the case of the joint stock companies, which were openly owned by capitalists. But the state, which did all this statifying, was also owned by the ruling classes. Therefore the state functioned essentially in the economy as a collective capitalist, Engels' term, Gesamtkapitalist, an instrument serving the capitalist class collectively. It is unfortunate that the term collective capitalist was eliminated from the standard English translation, along with others thought too difficult for Anglo-Saxon skulls. For that matter, even the German Gesamtkapitalist has been shoved into the shadows. The implied thought does not go well with the reformist aspiration to collectivize capitalism and call the result socialism. Let us restore the illuminating term to Engels' original argument, in the following passage. The bracketed words were added in Socialism Utopian and Scientific. Engels has taken off from the thought stressed above, that the capitalist no longer has an indispensable social function. But the transformation either into joint stock companies and trusts or into state ownership does not abolish the nature of the productive forces as capital. With the joint stock companies and trusts this is obvious. And the modern state, again, is only the organization that bourgeois society takes on in order to maintain the general external conditions of the capitalist mode of production against the encroachments of both the workers and individual capitalists. The modern state, no matter what its form, is essentially a capitalist machine, the state of the capitalists, the ideal collective capitalist Gesamtkapitalist. The more it proceeds to the taking over of the productive forces, the more it actually becomes the collective capitalist, the more citizens it exploits. The workers remain wage workers, proletarians. But the capitalist relation is not done away with, it is rather brought to a head. But, brought to a head, it topples over. State ownership of the productive forces is not the solution of the conflict, but concealed within it are the formal means or handle for the solution. Point 49. This statement was the key to Engels' approach to both the theoretical and political problems in confronting Bismarckian state socialism and in dealing with Bismarck's fellow travelers of the cathedral. On the theoretical plane, the issue was squarely based on the class nature of the state which was doing the statifying. On the political side, the party was shown how to combine two notions, gratification that the capitalist class and the state are compelled to resort to these measures, for the reasons given by Engels, and, at the same time, refusal to support them politically nevertheless. This statement requires a side remark, at the risk of digression. What we have just seen is a kind of combination that Marx as well as Engels proposed more than once. We will see another case in the next section. The combination is quite simple, yet history shows there must be some difficulty in getting the point. There is a persistent tendency to believe, and to proclaim as a principle of Marxism, that if an event is considered progressive, i.e., accompanied by progressive consequences of some sort, then it is not only desirable, but must be politically supported, usually along with its sponsors. In contrast, Marx and Engels thought of this pattern like generals in combat. If your enemy is compelled, for example, to introduce conscription, you may be delighted and gratified because of what this shows about his position, or for other reasons, but you do not consequently conclude that you have to support his introduction of conscription. That is a matter of political support, and it does not automatically go along with gratification. For Marx, taking a political position meant literally taking up a position in the class struggle, as in a battle, and was not merely the expression of an opinion about the objective or scientific meaning of an event or act. End of digression. Engels' exposition in Anti-Düring continued with a passage bearing on the difference between socialization and statification. As we have seen, there are different kinds of socialization, it depends on what is being socialized. Under capitalism, production is socialized to a high degree both by the joint stock company and by state ownership, that is, ownership by a capitalist state, and to this, as mentioned before, you may wish to apply the tag state socialism or indeed state capitalism. Whatever you call it, it is a socialization of production that stems from capitalist trustification or capitalist statification. It is still bourgeois inasmuch as the bourgeoisie remains the ruling class at least in civil society, even if the Junker state still controls political power. The precondition which Engels did not have to make explicit is simply that there still is a bourgeoisie, that it has not been abolished. What makes the great difference is not any change in the economic forms, it is rather the conquest of state power by the proletariat. This is what is highlighted in Engels' analysis, this is its crux. The proletarian state takes production out of the hands of the capitalists on a large scale, and therefore turns it in the first instance into state property. But this is a step in a new process of socialization, the socialization of ownership itself, the taking over by society of the productive forces. Here is how Engels presents it. First, the leap in socialization. This solution can only lie in the factual recognition of the social nature of the modern forces of production, and therefore in the harmonizing of the modes of production, appropriation, and exchange with the socialized character of the means of production. And this can only come about by society taking possession, openly and not roundaboutly, of the productive forces which have outgrown all control except that of society as a whole. As this passage continues, Note how the stress is on the social consequences of political power. The social character of the means of production and of the products today reacts against the producers, periodically disrupts all production and exchange, acts only like a law of nature working blindly, forcibly, destructively, but with the taking over by society of the productive forces, the social character of the means of production and of the products will be utilized by the producers with a perfect understanding of its nature, and instead of being a source of disturbance and periodical collapse, will become the most powerful lever of production itself. 50. This brings us to what happens in the first instance. While the capitalist mode of production forces on more and more the transformation of the vast means of production, already socialized, into state property, it shows itself the way to accomplishing this revolution. The proletariat seizes political power and turns the means of production in the first instance into state property. But, in doing this, it abolishes itself as proletariat, abolishes all class distinctions and class antagonisms, abolishes also the state as state. 51. This reference to the abolition of the states leads, of course, to another famous question, which is not now our subject. At this point, it should be clear that what is in the forefront of Engels' thought is an argument about class political power. The statification that takes place under capitalism and for non-socialist motives, he points out, shows the way to accomplishing the real revolution. When the proletariat gains political power, then its establishment of state power is a first step toward the general socialization of ownership, which, to be sure, can take place in many forms other than direct state ownership. Since it is only a first step, we will see that what takes place in the first instance is followed by other instances. Now this discussion of stratified economy in anti-Dühring was provoked by the contemporaneous issue of Bismarckian state socialism and the claims of the cathedral socialists. The latter especially were trading on the well-known fact that state ownership had something to do with socialism, so everyone thought. Engels did not stand this on its head and claim that statification had nothing to do with socialism. Instead, he set out to show the limits of the connection. The limits were set especially by the proletarian conquest of power, the class nature of the state, and the tendencies that this class shift unleashed. That is why this argument about state socialism led, in anti-Dühring, directly into the section on the dying away of the state under socialism. 6. Argumentation. Even before anti-Dühring was finished and on through the 1880s, Engels wrote a series of letters to German party leaders, bucking them up against the state socialist attack, and explaining the issues in terms of both basic analysis and ad hoc political considerations. The party crisis, after all, was not over state socialism in the abstract whatever that was thought to be but over the specific campaign by a specific German regime. A survey of Engels' lines of argumentation shows points made on several levels. In the first place, it was important to expose the regime's motivations, since Bismarck was posing as the royal friend of the poor. While the overall aim of the Bismarckian program was to offer an alternative to proletarian socialism, it had a number of additional advantages for the regime. Prussiandom, that is, the Bismarckian state, argued Engels, would get an enormous increase in power. For one thing, the state was aided in gaining complete financial independence from all control, in particular, from control by the parliament's power to vote taxes, since revenues from the state railways and tobacco monopoly would fill the government's coffers regardless of the bourgeoisie's political institutions. 52. This indicated why this alleged socialism is nothing but feudal reaction, for one thing, and for another, a pretext for squeezing out money, for anything that made the government independent of parliament favored feudal reaction. In a letter to editor Bernstein, obviously with press propaganda in mind, Engels urged heavy propagandistic stress on this motive. With Bismarck it is a question of money, once and again money, for the third time money, and he changes his pretexts to get it from purely external considerations. 53. For another thing, the regime gained power through direct sway over two new armies, the army of railway officials and of tobacco sellers, and the related power of handing out jobs, and corruption. In a letter to Bernstein emphasizing the money motive, State revenue. Engels added that Bismarck had the additional intention of turning as many proletarians as possible into officials and pensioners dependent on the state, of organizing alongside the regimented army of soldiers and army of officials alike army of workers. He snorted, electoral coercion by state superiors instead of big factory overseers a fine socialism. But there's where you get when you believe what the bourgeoisie itself doesn't believe but only pretends to believe, that the state is equal to socialism. And, into the bargain, the state's tobacco workers would also be immediately placed under the anti-socialist law as government employees, and their freedom to organize and strike would be taken away. 54. Even leaving these considerations aside, Engels argued, the meaning of statification was ambiguous. It should not be forgotten that every transfer of industrial and commercial functions to the state nowadays can have a double meaning and double effect, depending on circumstances, a reactionary one, a step backward toward the Middle Ages, and a progressive one, a step forward toward communism. 55 Circumstances showed that Bismarckian statification was reactionary. With regards to railway statification, Engels stressed what might be called a muckraking argument, that the railway statification is of use only to the shareholders, who sell their shares above value, and not a bit of use to us socialists, since we will make a finish of the couple of big companies just as quickly as of the state, supposing first we have it. 56. The muckraking element Engels wrote up at greater length in an article on the socialism of Herr Bismarck in the French party press, arguing that the scheme to concentrate all the railways in the hands of the imperial government has for its starting point not the social welfare of the country but the individual welfare of two insolvent banks. The summary conclusion was that the German Empire is as completely under the domination of the stock exchange as the French Empire of Bonaparte was in its time. It is the stock exchange speculators who work up the schemes that are carried out to line their pockets by the government. 57. 7 More consequences of statification. The same article on the socialism of Herr Bismarck devoted its first half, for the benefit of the French public, to a state interventionist issue that was a part of the Bismarckian program, the protective tariff policy. Engels argued not only that this bit of state intervention had nothing socialistic about it, but also that it was a mistake from the standpoint of modernizing, developing, German industry. He made the same argument in a letter to Babel. From our viewpoint, protective tariffs are entirely wrong-headed in Germany. An industry like iron needs a protective tariff only against the home consumers, so as to sell dirt cheap abroad, as the facts show. 58 The tariff was touted in Germany under the vague heading of social measures, but it was really a means of exploiting the workers in their capacity as consumers. Inside the party, the tariff issue intersected the issue of Bismarckian state socialism. This story illustrates the kind of impact that the latterism had on the Social Democrats. The protective tariff question arose in sharp form in 1879 when Bismarck proposed tariff legislation. Although formally the Social Democratic Party had not adopted a tariff policy, and there were opinions on different sides of the question, the Reichstag fraction of the party, always the fortress of the right wing, allowed Max Kaiser, who alone endorsed the whole of Bismarck's tariff program, to be the only party deputy to speak on the floor. Karl Hirsch's Social Democratic later attacked Kaiser's pro-Bismarck speech, and was in turn denounced by fraction leaders. Marx and Engels came vigorously to Hirsch's defense. They devoted Part 2 of their circular letter to Babel et al. Of September 1879 to a denunciation of the Kaiser speech and of the fraction's indulgence of it. This was the extremely important circular letter which ended with the attack on the manifesto of the three Zurichers, i.e., the Hochberg Group. Marx and Engels argued that, despite the formal absence of a party position specifically on protective tariffs, Kaiser's speech was a violation of two standing party principles: 1. Against voting for indirect taxes, whose abolition is expressly demanded by the party program, and 2. Against granting money to Bismarck and thereby violating the first basic idea of all our party tactics, to this government not a penny. Engels followed up with another letter to Babel giving more argumentation against the Kaiser line. 59. In this controversy, the state socialistic, or state interventionist, aspect of the protective tariff question was usually subordinate to the political strategic, that is, to the principle of all-out opposition to the Bismarck regime and all its works. Subsequently, as the issue of state socialism developed further, Engels tended to subsume the tariff question under its head. Aside from the tariff question, there were consequences, side effects, of the Bismarckian program that were positive, or progressive, from the Social Democrats' angle, and it was necessary to understand this too, provided that such understanding did not become a pretext for support. A good example was provided by the new tobacco monopoly, which would help transform the feudalistic conditions in the East Albion region, where Junker domination was strongest and where tobacco was a domestic, cottage, industry. As we saw above, Engels had stressed that economic activities in the state could have a reactionary and retrogressive effect or a progressive one, and he continued as follows. But in Germany we have just crawled out of the Middle Ages. What the highest possible development needs with us, is precisely the bourgeois economic regime, which concentrates capital and drives contradictions to a head, especially in the Northeast Albion region. The economic dissolution of feudal conditions east of the Elbe is in my view the most necessary advance for us, plus the dissolution of small-scale establishments in industry and trade in all Germany and their replacement by big industry. And this is, in the end, the only good side to the tobacco monopoly, the fact that with one blow it would transform one of the most infamous domestic industries into big industry. 60. What this shows is that the good side did not in the least depend on the fact that it was the state doing it. Any bourgeoisification would have a similar effect in this backward region. In fact, it showed that this statification was playing the role not of socialism but of bourgeoisification, modernization. In this context the terms state socialism and state capitalism equaled each other in imprecision. There was another advantageous side, involuntary on Bismarck's side. Editor Bernstein pointed it out in a Social Democrat article, and Engels applauded enthusiastically. Very good, he said of the treatment of the Bismarckian statification mania as a thing which we don't have to come out for but which, like everything that takes place, redounds willy-nilly to our advantage. 61. Here again is an example of the combination noted in section 5 above, in the so-called digression, about political support to progressive phenomena. What Bernstein's article did was, in Engels' view, to show the other side of the point that Bismarck was aiming to build an army of workers dependent on the state. The longer-range consequence of this process must be that these state workers would become the most effective support of the revolution. This army now consists 4/5 of proletarian employees, many of whom already support socialism, and as Bismarck statifies the railways, he is recruiting for us, exclusively for the social democracy. The workers of the Upper Silesian railway workshops will become firm supporters of our cause the more they are sweated by the state lines. And Bismarck must sweat them, for he statifies not in order to give anyone nice ideas but for a very real goal, making money for Saint militarism. The state's workers suffer as much from economic pressure as private workers, or more, but in their case the political pressure which is put on them is far more disgraceful, far more extensive. And whatever small difficulties may be encountered by the victorious revolution in taking over social ownership of the big private enterprises and socializing them, the socialization of the state enterprises will have to proceed so speedily and immediately as would not be possible for the former. This enormous advantage which flows to us from Bismarck's statification activity should not be left out of account. The very term socialization of the state enterprises, used in this passage, was enlightening in view of Engels' repeated insistence that mere statification did not mean socialism. It meant that state enterprises still had to be made socialist enterprises, just as private industry had to be. The Bernstein article in Social Democrat concluded on this subject as follows. This army of state workers will stand on the side of the revolution, yes. We even go a step further and say, they will not only fight for the revolution and not against it, but they will very likely form the vanguard, for they have only one enemy and therefore hate it all the more strongly, the existing exploiter state, the existing holder of power. 62. This went to the heart of the social revolutionary potential in state socialism. Far from meaning that the state was instituting socialism, it meant that the state was setting itself up as the direct and immediate target of revolutionary discontent, without the intervening screen of private enterprise. The state became not only a political oppressor but the primary economic exploiter. Or to put it in other words, the political and economic ruling classes were fused into one enemy. Some aspects of the Bismarckian program, Engels argued, were neither helps nor hindrances, but simply mattered little. Thus, one of the party leaders, Paul Singer, visiting London, appeared to Engels, at this time, to be one of those who see, in the statification of anything at all, a semi-socialist measure or anyway a measure preparatory to socialism, and therefore are privately enthusiastic about protective tariffs, tobacco monopoly, railway statification, etc. These measures are humbugs, which are inherited from the one-sidedly exaggerated struggle against Manchesterism and which have supporters especially among the bourgeois and academic elements that have come over to us, because they help the game when they discuss with their bourgeois and educated milieu. We should not make ourselves ridiculous over such small considerations, neither politically nor economically. 63. It was ridiculous to base one's politics on getting a good talking point, to wax enthusiastic over the Bismarckian measures simply because they helped one make debaters' points in discussions with bourgeois friends and intellectuals. Engels thought that a measure like the tobacco monopoly is so trifling a statification that it cannot even serve us as an example in discussion, that besides it's all the same to me whether Bismarck puts it through or not, as either case will finally fall in with our needs. Was it a question of using these measures to prove to bourgeois friends that the capitalist is superfluous? But the joint stock companies have already provided the proof how very superfluous the bourgeoisie as such is, since the whole management is carried on by salaried officials, and to this, statification adds no new grounds of evidence. 64. Besides, one can never derive a declaration of bankruptcy by modern society out of anything done by a creature like Bismarck, who did not represent modern society. 65. Did the Bismarckian statification program prove that private enterprise was already obsolete? No, warned Engels, this debater's point could not be made either, though it was propagandistically tempting. Neither the railway nor the tobacco industry was actually being statified out of necessity in this case, as was true of the post office and telegraph. This was shown by the ad hoc motivations Engels had adduced. There was no reason to favor these new state monopolies simply because we would have as compensation merely a convenient new phrase in agitation. For a state monopoly which is instituted only out of motives of finances and power, not out of more compelling inner necessities, does not even offer us a proper argument. On the other hand, as soon as the statification backfired, for example, when the regime worsened tobacco quality and raised the price, the advocates of free competition will point jubilantly to this fiasco of state communism and the people would agree with them perforce. 66. In short, whatever one's estimate of positive and negative consequences, the crux was that the proletarian socialists must not take responsibility for such statification. Through all these arguments and approaches, Engels sought to reinforce the conclusion which we have already noted more than once, that the equation statification equals socialism was false. He summarized the point for Bernstein. It is a purely self-serving falsification by the Manchesterite bourgeoisie to label every intervention of the state into free competition as socialism, protective tariffs, guilds, tobacco monopoly, statification of branches of industry, the Maritime Trade Company of the Crown, Royal Porcelain Factory. We should criticize this, not believe it. If we do the latter and base a theoretical argument on it, then it will collapse along with its premises. 67. The basic point, he emphasized in an 1891 letter, was this: that so long as the possessing classes remain at the helm, every statification is not an abolition of exploitation but only a change in its form, in the French, American, or Swiss republics no less than in monarchical Central Europe and in despotic East Europe. Note that this approach bases the nature of the socio-economic system squarely on the nature of the state power, what class rules. and in order to drive the possessing classes from the helm, the first need was for a revolutionization in the consciousness of the mass of workers, the kind of change that was brought about by the modern development of industry, the maturing of bourgeois society, and the preparations and preconditions for the political rule of the proletariat. The other classes are capable only of patchwork or Shams 68. Workers still backward in consciousness will look for shortcuts, to be sure. One who is drowning grasps for any straw and cannot wait till the boat bringing rescue pushes off from shore. The boat is the socialist revolution, the straw is the protective tariff and state socialism. 69. But the revolutionary socialists in that rescue boat have no reason to urge grasping the straw, so went Engels' view. 8. The issue refuses to go away. As we have seen, Engels, looking on from London, tended to underestimate the impact of Bismarckian state socialism on the German party, in large part because like Marx he saw too clearly the theoretical vapidity of cathedral socialist ideology. Could anyone really believe that Bismarck was engaged in introducing socialism? Not verdammt likely. What Engels especially underestimated was the will to believe, or wish to believe, on the part of those party circles that looked desperately for some way of making the socialist enterprise more respectable. In 1882 German comrades proposed that Engels devote the preface of a coming German edition of Socialism utopian and scientific to Bismarckian socialism, but he objected that more space was needed, and he countered with a plan for a series of articles on the spurious socialism spreading in Germany, to be issued later as a pamphlet. The first part, on Bismarck's socialism, would take up, in successive articles, tariffs, railway statification, the tobacco monopoly, and the social security measures. But he made clear he was more interested in the second part, which would criticize a series of unclear ideas that have been adopted through La Salle and are still parroted by our people here and there, example the iron law of wages, the full product of labor for the worker, not workers collectively, etc. 70. From the standpoint of the party leaders, this reversed the order of importance. They did not want to see an attack on La Salle from London roiling the internal party waters, after they had suppressed Marx's critique of 1875 with difficulty, only a few years before. In short, Engels wanted to pick up Marx's attack on Lassallean state socialism, while the party leaders wanted to aim him solely against Bismarck. A few months later, Engels was complaining that the Germans had failed to send him requested materials on Bismarck's proposals, and anyway he was losing interest in Part I of the planned pamphlet, being pulled to other projects. Writing to Bernstein, he seized on some indications to claim that a special attack on Bismarck socialism is outdated. Enthusiasm for it in party circles had waned, he argued. So why use cannon to kill fleas? I think we'll let Bismarck socialism bury itself. Then there remains only the criticism of the bad leftovers from Lassalleanism. 71. It was the Lassallean brand of state socialism that had stimulated him to attack in the first place, and he was still ready to go after it. In consequence of these cross motivations, the projected pamphlet got nowhere. But if, as was dubious, Engels really thought that Bismarckian socialism was a dead dog in the party, the course of events enlightened him. 2 weeks after writing the above-cited letter, Engels had to note that state socialism was even taking root among Italian socialists. He had recently been visited by one specimen, Professor Achille Lauria, this little man who got his wisdom from the German cathedral socialists. 72. In the course of the next years, Engels could see the same tendencies independently at work in France. There was, for example, the case of Paul Brousse, Bakunin's lieutenant turned leader of the possibilists, right-wing reformists, who was announcing his discovery that les services publics offered the road to socialism. Paul Lafargue wrote to Engels that Brousse, who, in the wake of Bismarck, La Salle, Napoleon III, etc., has invented the public services, that is, the conversion of certain private industries into state industries, speaks contemptuously of what he calls the old Marxist game. Later, Lafargue published an attack on Brousse's views, which Engels applauded. Very good, wrote Engels to Laura Marx Lafargue. Degree it would do good in Germany too, when read where, the Virex and co are only too eager to use Verstaatlichungsstatification in the same bamboozling way as Bros and co use the Services Public 73. In 1884 Engels wrote, to a German party leader who inquired about recommended reading for a friend. In England and America, as in France and Germany, the pressure of the proletarian movement has given a catheter socialist philanthropic coloring nearly throughout to the bourgeois economists, and an uncritical, well-meaning eclecticism is dominant everywhere, a soft, plastic, gelatinous mass which lets itself be pressed into any shape you want, and therefore provides an excellent liquid diet for the cultivation of bacteria. The consequences of this enervating, limp mental pap is making itself felt, at least in Germany and here and there among German Americans, right into the ranks of our party, and is spreading thickly on its boundaries. 74. Ironically, this letter was addressed to Vollmer, whose own politics were going to turn, in a few years, into that gelatinous mass of reformism, and who, as was mentioned at the beginning of this chapter, was going to become a leading exponent of state socialism at the 1892 Party Congress. That Engels had to recognize the spread of this mental pap in and around party circles, as well as outside, was further evidenced over a year later in a letter to Babel. The economic theory of the Manchesterians, the vulgar political economy of the bourgeois liberals, was disintegrating, wrote Engels, in both England and Germany, though in the former country it is not so much the national state as the municipality which is supposed to intervene. The same is proved by the growth of catheter socialism, which in one or another form is more and more driving classical economics out of the academic chairs both here and in France. The actual contradictions engendered by the mode of production have become so glaring that no theory can gloss them over any more, unless it be the catheter socialist mishmash, which however is no longer a theory but rubbish. 75. Days before this, Engels had written to another friend about the state socialistic intellectuals who hover between the party and catheter socialism, advocate a social monarchy, and boost Rodbertus against Marx. 76. While Engels' attitude remained supremely contemptuous of these academic softies, Kathetersintflinge, and campus tamecats, Universitätssammlung, 77, the key fact was nevertheless the phrase growth of catheter socialism. So, although in 1883 Engels had wanted to let Bismarck socialism bury itself, by early 1888 he seems to have been planning to take it up, after all, in the unfinished work now usually called the role of force in history. At any rate, he made notes for a final chapter, never written, analyzing Bismarck's social policy à la Bonaparte, in two parts. The first part was to be on the anti-socialist law and Bismarck's crackdown on the workers' movement, and the second on his social reform crap, an irreverent way of describing state socialism in these rough notes. 78. The question would not go away, despite Engels' scorn. It is true, the reformist wing of the German party refrained from approving state socialistic statements, but, on the other hand, it succeeded in getting a specific repudiation of state socialism stricken from the Erfurt Party program of 1891. So says Susanne Miller's account of this issue in the German party, in her work Das Problem der Freiheit im Sozialismus. The party's election appeal in 1881, written for an outlawed movement reeling under the shock of the anti-socialist law, declared that the social democracy strove for the organization of labor by the state, the concentration of all economic power in the hands of the state, the utmost intensification of the power of the state. Even though the same election appeal previously declared that genuine state socialism was possible only in a democratic state because socialism is by its innermost nature democratic, what a police state, military state, and class state passes off as state socialism can at most be a barracks economy and fiscalism, yet the view expressed here is very different from Babel's, who declared that even in a socialist cooperative economy, the state does not have the role of the all-managing God. Elsewhere Miller records that the draft of the Erfurt program originally contained a passage strongly repudiating so-called state socialism, the system of statification for fiscal purposes, which puts the state in place of the private entrepreneur and thus unites in a single hand both the power of economic exploitation and the political oppression of the worker. 79 This did not appear in the final version. Arrayed against it would be the pressure of Lassaline influence, the widespread absorption of Schaffel's teachings, and compromise with Bismarckian state socialism. By 1894 Engels was again poo-pooing the whole issue in retrospect. I think he was still fighting shy of being distracted from his current projects. In connection with the Jors case discussed in the next section, when Engels called state socialism an infantile disease of proletarian socialism, he added that Germany had gone through it in the anti-socialist law period, but that even then only a negligible minority of the party was caught in that snare for a short while. After the Weiden Congress of the party in 1880, the whole thing petered out completely. 80 This is a good example of Engels' minimization of the dispute in the party. For the dates he gives do not jibe with reality. Besides the press of other work, it must be kept in mind that for Engels the biggest state socialist danger in the party was always the Lassaline variety, not so much the Bismarckian. But could they be separated for evaluation? In 1882 the worried editor of Sozialdemokrat wrote Engels that in Germany, thanks to the Lassaline agitation, a colossal state cult haunts our ranks, so the danger is always present that these elements will fall for an agreeable but completely unsocialist project, if only the word state plays a role in it. 81 Part of the trouble was that the external state socialist threat fed on the internal tendency. 9 For illustrative cases. As Engels said, the term state socialism was at bottom a purely journalistic expression, a vague way of pointing in a certain direction, that is, toward the intervention of the existing state in the socio-economic structure in a more or less blurry way. But he had no inhibition against using journalistic expressions, as long as they were not confused with scientific ones. Let us see some cases that reminded him of this particular expression. A. Tsarist state socialism. Polemicizing with a Russian populist, Engels argued that, in the crossroads of policy that followed the Crimean War, there had never been any real possibility that the Tsarist regime would take the path of developing the peasant village communes along communistic lines. He wrote, Russia could not really be expected to plunge into state socialistic experiments from above on the basis of the peasant commune. 82. There is an implicit analogy here. Tsarist government enterprise and subsidies to develop the peasant commune with state aid, from above, would be similar to Lassalle's notion of developing producers' cooperatives in Germany with Bismarck's state aid. In both cases, otherwise quite different, the existing state was expected to institute measures leading to a sort of alleged socialism from above, in both cases with equal futility. In the same work Engels made another leap from Russia to Germany. Referring to the communal cultivation of land in the Urals which was preserved from dying out because of military considerations, he remarked parenthetically that indeed, we too have cases of barracks communism in Germany. 83. B. State socialism in colonial Java. When in 1884 Engels read J.W.B. Money's book Java on the difference between Dutch and British colonial policy, he wrote exhilarated letters to both Babel and Koski suggesting that they use Money's material to make educational propagandist use of this model of state socialism which put Bismarckism in the shade. These two letters and Engels' line of thought were set forth in KMTR1 and need not be repeated here. 84. It is enough to remind that what Engels here subsumed under the journalistic expression state socialism was a case of the old village community system, primitive communalism, that had passed from subjection to an Oriental despotism over to subjection to a Western capitalist imperialism. The British colonialists in India and during their sway in Java, had tried to introduce modern bourgeois property relations in the system of land ownership. In contrast, the canny Dutch maintained the old communistic village communities and organized all production in so beautifully socialistic a fashion that they milked the native system very efficiently. Socialistic fashion indeed, just as socialistic as Bismarck socialism. Here one sees, added Engels, how, on the basis of the old community communism, the Dutch organized production under the aegis of the state, and hence were even more oppressively exploitive. The case is made more interesting by the wide gap that had to be leaped in Engels' mind in order to make the connection between Java and Bismarck. We can add that what Engels pointed to as an indictment of state socialism has also figured in some socialist literature as an argument in favor of socialism, for example, not only the primitive society of Java itself but especially the stratified economy of the Inca Imperium. This is characteristic of the subject, just as the same military barracks that figured in Engels' jibe at barracks communism has also been used as a model of socialism, for example in Edward Bellamy and Robert Blatchford. 85. Money's book stressed the governmental role in Java. Dutch government capital was laid out on a considerable scale for purposes of development, taking risks that private capital would refuse. When after 1839 to 1840 the government tried to shift in the direction of private planters, profitability started falling, because the native population reacted hostilely to private exploiters. Money's enlightened conclusion was that, in dealing with semi-barbarous races of ignorant, idle, and suspicious natives, it is impractical to institute free, competitive, unprotected, and uncontrolled industry. 86 The suspicious natives were so barbarous that they refused to work well for the profit of private exploiters and had to be deceived into believing that they were laboring for the community. Just the place for state socialism. C. Jors and the statification of grain imports. We have seen that protective tariffs, being a form of state intervention or state aid, to capitalists, figured in the discussions on state socialism in Germany. In France, in mid-February 1894, a parliamentary debate over the grain tariff saw Jean Jaurès, as leader of the socialist group of deputies, offering a proposal for the establishment of a monopoly on grain imports to be administered by the state. Engels was appalled. It was astounding for socialists to propose out-and-out protectionism for the benefit of the big landowners, since the small ones did not have much grain to sell anyway, thereby raising prices for the working class without even benefiting poor peasants by much. Jaurès, that peasant of genius who in Engels' eyes was ignorant, above all, of political economy, 87 was bending before the bigger peasants' desire for state aid for themselves. Engels wrote indignantly to Lafargue. But just take the proposal to make the state responsible for grain imports. Jaurès wants to prevent speculation. So what does he do? He makes the government responsible for the purchase of foreign grain. The government is the executive committee of the majority in the chamber, and the majority in the chamber represents as precisely as possible these very speculators in grain, shares, government stocks, etc. It's like the last chamber of deputies, where they made the Panamists the guilty politicians responsible for the Panama scandal investigation. And these Panamists, re-elected last August, are the people you want to make responsible for the suppression of speculation. It's not enough for you that they rob France by means of the annual budget and the stock exchange, where at least they use their own capital and their own credit. You want to present them with several billions and the national credit, so that they can clean out other people's pockets more thoroughly by means of state socialism. Similar state socialistic measures have popped up in other countries, without revolutionary pretenses, Engels pointed out. The petty bourgeois socialists in the canton of Zurich have for years been proposing a state monopoly in the grain trade, and their state, I may say, is a great deal more democratic than the French Republic. Jaurès was simply proposing a state socialism which represents one of the infantile diseases of proletarian socialism, a disease which was gone through in Germany, for example, more than a dozen years ago, under the regime of the anti-socialist laws, when it was the only form tolerated by the government, and even protected by it. 88. As chance would have it, exactly a month after Engels reddened Lafargue's ears with this lecture on state socialism, a Prussian Junker arose in the Reichstag to act out the meaning of his argument in practical politics. A motion for the statification of grain imports for the purpose of keeping grain prices up 89 was made. Degree by Count von Kaunitz, one of the most shining lights amongst those Prussian Junkers who are, according to Hermann Wegener, their theoretical champion and leading catheter socialist, either Ochsen von Geburt oder Ochsen aus Prinzip, Ochsen by birth or Ochsen on principle. This motion, made in the interest of the landed aristocracy of Eastern Germany, is almost literally the proposition yours which was to show the way to the socialist world how to use their parliamentary position in the interest of the working class and the peasantry. The German socialists opposed the Kaunitz motion, as did the Reichstag majority. What would yours have done? The same Juncker, mentioned Engels, had recently introduced another proposal, whereby the government would turn a profit of some billions by replacing gold coin with silver coin. Now if I wanted to be malicious, Engels added maliciously, I might ask M. Jors whether, in return for Kaunitz's acceptance of his corn grain motion, he would not accept Kaunitz's silver motion which looks equally socialistic. 90. Engels anticipated the reply, but we have a republic in France, in our case it's different, we can use the government for socialist measures. 91. So he had to go into a discussion of the class nature of the bourgeois republic. The reply assumed a non-class view of the state that was incompatible with Marx's, and such a non-class view was a necessary basis for any proposal to use the existing state, however bourgeois democratic in form, for socialistic measures as distinct from limited reforms. D. Bismarck's steamship subsidy proposal. This issue did not necessarily evoke the term state socialism, but it belongs under that head. In 1884, along with declaring a German protectorate over Southwest Africa, Bismarck proposed government subsidies to build new steamship lines connecting Germany with the Far East, Australia, Africa, and Samoa. This was colonialism in late bloom, just as socialistic as the rest of Bismarckian socialism. The Social Democratic press attacked this colonialism, though the party had not yet debated the question in general. The reformist wing had not yet come out openly for a colonial policy, except for Karl Hochberg. What appealed to them was the claim that the new steamship lines would provide new markets and new jobs for the unemployed, though some of them translated colonialism into their own language as bringing the people closer together and removing race hatred through improved contacts. 92. This right wing had just been encouraged by the party's success in the Reichstag elections, for a majority of the 24 deputies elected were the type that Engels denounced as petty bourgeois elements, in fact middle-class intellectuals for the most part. We have seen what Marx and Engels thought of these elements in general. 93. Now this wing dominated the party's Reichstag fraction. A party crisis lasting into 1885 was precipitated when a majority of the fraction wanted to vote in the Reichstag in favor of the steamship subsidy. A determined campaign of opposition was mounted by Bebel, who was willing to make an open fight in the party ranks on this question. The Social Democrat, edited by Bernstein as a left-wing voice, mobilized membership protest. The fraction majority was forced to agree to pose conditions for a yes vote, and this approach eventually resulted in all Social Democratic deputies voting against the Bismarck proposal in March 1885. Engels, like Bebel, was appalled at the spectacle that would be presented by the Social Democratic deputies voting in favor of such a Bismarck proposal, especially the effect of this spectacle on the international movement. Think of the infinite disgrace before the eyes of the whole world. Whoever voted in favor must consistently vote for colonies too, he argued, in agreement with Bebel. 94. But what was the alternative? Simply vote against. That would save the party's honor, to be sure. But Engels clearly saw the disadvantages of meeting this proposal, one which purported to help the working class economically by the simple negation of a no vote. This was a complication typically brought on by the party's successful growth. It was in response to this problem that Engels developed an approach which was later going to be labeled the concept of a transitional demand in a special sense. We will return to the subject of programmatic demands, in connection with reformism, in another place, but a brief explanation is necessary. The Social Democrats were used to the distinction between the party's minimum demands, realizable reforms, and maximum demands, which required the achievement of socialism. But what Engels did was develop the concept of a type of programmatic demand which could not be entirely subsumed under either one. Hence the long-standing confusion. The new type of demand was one which appeared to be an immediate reform measure, but which in actuality could never be granted in practice by the ruling class without fatal consequences to itself. It was transitional in the sense that insofar as the working class fought for it, it would be carried further to fight for an overthrow of the whole system. In the present case, Engels proposed conditions on the steamship subsidy which he thought the government could not accept. He expected that in practice the government would reject the conditions and force even the right-wingers to vote against the project. 95. But Engels' new idea was not understood by Bebel and Bernstein, who, immersed in the party fight and averse to any appearance of compromise, did not grasp what he was getting at. They thought, in fact, that Engels was yielding too much to the right wing. 96. On the contrary, how strongly Engels felt on the steam subsidy issue was shown by the following fact: it was in response to the threat that the fraction majority might vote in favor of the government scheme that he began, in letters to party correspondents, to write about the need for a party split in Germany to separate the reformist wing from the ranks. This is explicable only insofar as he was reacting to the state socialist content of the subsidy issue. In the first place, he emphasized how vital the issue was to him. The party fraction, wrote Engels to an American correspondent, was filled with petty bourgeois prejudices. Thus, for example, the majority wants to vote for the steamship subsidy in the interests of industry. Fortunately Bebel is there, and so I hope that it will pass off without disgrace. If not, if the reformists win out, it will be impossible for me henceforth to defend the party abroad, he threatened, writing to Bebel. In subsequent years, too, Engels kept recurring to the reformist threat to vote for the steamship subsidy as his prime example of the right-wing danger in the party. 97. His first suggestions about the need for a split, to separate from the people who wanted to vote for the Bismarckian proposal, came in April 1885, after the issue came to a head in the Reichstag. Whereas at first one of his considerations had been how to prevent the blow-up of the fraction, now he wrote to Laura Marx Lafargue that the separation from this element will come, but I would not like to provoke it as long as the anti-socialist law is in force. He repeated this to Paul Lafargue: if there wasn't the anti-socialist law, I would be for an open split. 98. Twice more in June, in connection with the steamship subsidy fight, he repeated the split perspective to friends abroad, finally even envisioning the possibility of a split while the anti-socialist law was still in force. We should not provoke a split at this juncture, he said, but if the gentlemen of the right wing should themselves bring the split about by suppressing the proletarian character of the party, then it may have to come. 99. Engels, like Marx, was led to contemplate the need for a split only by issues perceived as basically impugning the proletarian character of the party. The two had first talked of a split with the reformists in connection with the manifesto of the Three Zurichers, the Hochberg operation. Now Engels raised the possibility in connection with the new issue of the day in party work. It was not going to be the last time that Engels projected a split perspective in response to what he saw as an alien type of socialism taking over the movement. In this case, the alien ideology that was pulling at the social democracy was that of state socialism. 5. Of anarchism, Proudhonist model. Anarchism came into existence as a movement and as a distinct school of thought and action only in the last period of Marx's life, when the ingredients came together under Bakunin in the mid-1860s. Before this time, the basic ideas of anarchism had already been developed by the forerunner trio of Godwin, Proudhon, and Stirner, but not the idea of a distinctive movement for anarchist power. This chapter will present Marx's views on the forerunner period, that is, before he and his contemporaries were aware of the ism to be. Just as the ism itself was not yet systematically presented, so too the counterposition of views was not yet completely clear. 1. The reservoir of antistatism. One reason it took some time for anarchism to emerge as a separate and distinct viewpoint was that, for a long time, it was part of a much broader and encompassing tendency, which we have noted before, the general reservoir of hostility to government and politics. 1. Viewing the state as an unnecessary excrescence was one of the most ancient ideas in the history of social dissent, older and more primitive than either socialism or anarchism as an ideology or movement. An obvious speculation is that anti-statism, including dreams about abolishing the state, naturally arose along with the new burdens on people brought by the state itself and in reaction to the new kind of pressures it produced, and that it long survived as a reminiscence of a stateless golden age. In any case, this anti-statism was already found at least in ancient Greek and Chinese philosophy. This sort of anti-state hostility got a booster shot whenever the state grew more complex and its demands grew more onerous. All through the history of class society, from the angle of the little man on bottom, the state has appeared mainly as a grasping, oppressive force, most particularly to agricultural peoples living a more or less self-sufficient life. To the tiller of the soil, the state takes form in the person of the tax collector, or tribute gatherer, with armed men at his back. When the French peasant paints the devil, remarked Marx, he paints him in the guise of a tax collector too. The peasant sees the wealth of society produced by the act of his own labor on the breast of nature, and he sees the state as hands outstretched from the outside to take away this wealth that he has produced. Anti-statism has historically flourished best among individual and isolated producers, like peasants and handicraftsmen and domestic economy, workers, who do not readily see the connections between their personal labor and the functioning of society. In this limited framework, the state is only an alien intruder. By the same token, the hoped-for abolition of the state appears to be a simple matter of will and force only. One slash of the knife and the useless cancer is lopped from the body of productive society. Under these conditions, the aspiration for the abolition of the state is an easy common-sense idea, ready for instant execution, needing no theory but only a bold proclamation. In less consistent form, anti-statism may also appear as simply a hatred of laws as such, even more, of lawyers and lawmen, a hostility to officialdom, and a distrust of politics in general, that is, any contamination by the hated state. Away with laws, down with officials, abolish the state. These are the oldest and most primitive slogans in the social struggle. They took on a new lease on life as the revolutionary bourgeoisie fought against the bureaucratically hypertrophied state machines of the absolute monarchies. The resultant hostility to excessive bureaucratization tended to turn into anti-state rhetoric, once it was generalized and abstract-ionized by clever minds. To the bourgeoisie in its Adam Smith phase, the cost of the state machine was too much an unproductive drain on civil society, that is, on the purses of the bourgeoisie. 3 This was the ground on which laissez-faire was rarefied into bourgeois anti-statism, and Bentham was outbid by Godwin. With Godwin, a full-fledged anarchist theory, not so called, appeared on paper for the first time, as an etherealization of the aspirations of small enterprise. It was the primal scream of the petty bourgeois in a squeeze. Early socialism, from the traveling salesman Fourier to the peasant-minded Proudhon, from the fashionable ladies' tailor Whiteling to the semi-proletarian artisans of the Communist League, was tied by a network of threads to petty bourgeois producers caught in the act of turning into modern workers. All of socialism began with the tension between hostility to, and hope in, the state. This could be resolved only by a thought-through theory of the state, but the tension lasted for most of the 19th century. There was, then, a vast reservoir of inchoate anti-statism, lapping around the borders of the socialist movement, for a very long time, continually renewed as new streams of raw, undeveloped, unclass-conscious workers poured into the reservoir from the sea of peasantry. The history of anarchism, its flare-up and decline in one area after another, from the Jura Mountains to the plains of Andalusia, is one of history's best cases of correspondence between politics and technology. In KMTR1 it was stressed that pre-Marx socialism usually entailed hostility to politics. It was socialism counterposed to politicalism. This early socialism was inhospitable to concern with the major political issues of the day, constitutional democracy above all, which it saw as of interest only to the bourgeoisie or the politicians. It was a theoretical advance when Marx showed how it was possible to link the social question up with the political question in a single programmatic approach, which he called a new direction. The primitive state of mind in the movement, general anti-politicalism, was the source of several isms, including pure and simple trade unionism and cooperativism, and only in a specially abstract form did it also show itself as an ingredient of anarchism. Point 4. To be sure, this early socialism, for all its anti-statism, was never really able to abolish the state even in theory, just as in life the state was not abolished no matter how often particular states were overthrown. The reason is clear: the state has been a societal necessity, and primitive discontent has been unable to offer any substitute for the state's indispensable positive functions, no matter how strong its movement or how often it won. The state conquers its conquerors as long as society cannot do without it. As soon as anti-statism ceases to be merely negative, as soon as it even raises the question of what is to replace the state as the organizing principle of a functioning society, then it has always been obvious that the state, abolished in fancy, gets reintroduced in some other form. It is always instructive and sometimes amusing to follow this process in anarchistic utopias, where the pointed ears of a very anti-democratic state poke out as soon as there is a hint about the positive reorganization of society. This law may be tested on the specimens of anti-state utopias recommended by the anarchist writer Marie-Louise Bernieri in her Journey Through Utopia. For example, the society imagined by de Foyne, but it is necessary to go to the original, not to Bernieri's laundered summary. It is common for historians of socialism to point to Weitling as an anarchistic thinker because he breathes fire against the state, in spite of his explicit proposal of a messianic dictatorship as his replacement for the state. And one should not miss the attempt by two French anarchist leaders to describe in detail how we will make the revolution through the anarcho-syndicalist movement, for you can see the alleged anarchist non-state turning into a despotic state right in front of your eyes. Point 5. The first socialistic utopias often substituted social institutions for political institutions without understanding that their proposed new authorities constituted new states under disguising labels. Thus Fourier and Saint-Simon have been described as anarchistic by some modern writers who get a whiff of their deep animus against the state and are so bemused by this ancient language that they ignore the anti-democratic institutions that fill the state concepts of these utopians. Since anarchism is indubitably anti-political, it is sometimes assumed by a lapse in logic that therefore early anti-politicalism was anarchistic. But it does not follow that if all men are animals, all animals are men. For example, no one was more anti-political than Robert Owen, but not on anarchistic grounds, and he was no anarchist. Marx's anti-anarchist article Indifference to Politics offered a thought on why utopianism tended to reject politics. Since social conditions were not sufficiently developed to permit the working class to constitute itself as a militant class, the first socialists, Fourier, Owen, Saint-Simon, etc., inevitably had to limit themselves to dreams about the model society of the future and condemn all such attempts as strikes, organizations, and political movements undertaken by the workers to bring some improvement to their lot. 6. Marx also pointed to the case of J.F. Bray, the early Ricardian socialist whose book Labor's Wrongs and Labor's Remedy discovered mutualism considerably earlier than Proudhon. Bray, said Marx, condemned working-class political movements along with all other contemporary methods of struggle. This was typical. The early Christians likewise preached indifference to politics, but they had need of the strong arm of an emperor to be transformed from oppressed into oppressors. 7. In short, the idea that the future social order would do away with state and politics in some way was one of the common platitudes of early socialism. Obviously the catch lies in what was meant by the state in these discourses. Theorists who understood little about the nature of the state that was before their eyes were not likely to be reliable guides to the nature of non-existent states. It leaps to the eye that the state was often used to mean only a despotic state, while it was implicitly assumed that a state enjoying democratic freedoms was a non-state. We will see, in section 4 below, that this tendency cropped up even in leading anarchist theoreticians, and points to a bridge between anarchism and reformism. Insofar as this pattern was followed, fierce talk about abolishing the state meant, in actuality, championing democratic reforms, presumably by revolutionary methods. This seems to be a question of definition, to be sure, but since definitions were usually lacking, it was usually a question of fashionable rhetoric. State was a dirty word, even to theorists who cheerfully proposed dictatorial and hierarchical states of their own devising. It was also true that this anti-statism did not necessarily entail anti-capitalism, and in fact often did not. Of the three above-mentioned forerunners of the anarchist ideology, Godwin, Proudhon, and Stirner, none proposed a socialist type of reorganization of society in a modern sense. They cannot be regarded as basically anti-capitalist. It was only after socialism had already established itself as the ideology of social dissent that anarchism, in its Bakunin model, latched onto a consistent anti-capitalism. Proudhon and especially Stirner became the patron saints of that school of overtly pre-capitalist anarchism which became most prominent in the United States, with Josiah Warren and Benjamin Tucker, and whose spirit hovers over a wing of Republican Party conservatism and the University of Chicago. There was another stream of rhetoric about the state that poured into the reservoir, of special importance to Marx. This was Hegelianism, which, because of its special conception of the state, as explained in KMTR 1, allowed his followers to see non-states in unusual places, like ancient imperial China. 8 Of course there was no question of anti-statism in Hegel himself, but it was the special Hegelian concept of the state that was so handily abolished by the young Hegelian, Max Stirner, in 1844 in the convolutions of his book The Ego and His Own. 4 years before this, Proudhon had made the literary negation of the state well known in advanced circles, and when this idea traveled east across the Rhine, it married into young Hegelian circles and engendered Stirner in a cloud of philosophizing. This is the background of the statement made by Engels, looking back in 1871, writing to a pro-anarchist correspondent who thought anarchism was the latest thing down the turnpike. Engels told him that for himself and Marx, the abolition of the state is an old German philosophic phrase, of which we made much use when we were simple youngsters. 9. Anarchism did not introduce the abolition of the state idea, it turned it into a one-sided, abstract ionized concept, as we will see. 2. Godwin, Stirner, Hess. If we look for Marx's views on anarchism in his early comments on, say, Godwin or Stirner, we will find no such thing. The ism did not yet exist, it had to be read back into their writings, later, by the anarchist movement. Anarchism was not born in the consciousness of the time simply because in 1840 Proudhon made a stir by using the word anarchy in a favorable context, instead of pejoratively. By hyphenating it he wanted to show that, etymologically speaking, it did not mean mere disorder, which had been its only meaning so far. As Engels said a half-century later, Proudhon's innocuous, merely etymological anarchy, i.e., absence of a political power, would never have led to the present anarchistic doctrines without the ingredients added by Bakunin. 10. Godwin was the first writer to put forward all the essential anarchist ideas, in his Political Justice, but not until long afterwards were these ideas linked to an anarchist movement. This applies not only to Godwin's contemporaries and the subsequent anarchist thinkers, but also to Marx and Engels. Young Engels read Political Justice, and made excerpts from it, only 3 years after Proudhon had included the word anarchy in a book in an honorific sense, but he did not tie Godwin up with Proudhon. The link he and everyone saw was with Bentham, the liberal founder of utilitarianism. In an article published at this time Engels discussed Godwin and Bentham as a single current, and while he stated that both of them attacked the very essence of the state itself with his Godwin's aphorism that the state is an evil, this still unmarxified Engels seemed to think that Bentham went even further. 11. This view of Godwin was held by both Engels and Marx in the next period, in line with general opinion. Engels coupled Godwin with Bentham in a similar way in his book The Condition of the Working Class in England, and just as briefly in the German Ideology. In the plan for a library of socialist writers that Marx drew up in 1845, Bentham and Godwin likewise appeared together. 12. Discussing the inclusion of Godwin in the planned library, Publishers Series, Engels' letter to Marx showed no appreciation of Godwin's anarchism, only his hostility to organized society, which nowadays we connect up with his anarchism in hindsight. His letter reflected how Godwin appeared to contemporaries. Godwin touches on communism, but at the end of his work, Godwin arrives at the conclusion that people have to emancipate themselves from society as much as possible, and in general he is so decidedly antisocial in his conclusions. He adds, but if we include Godwin, we must not leave out his supplement Bentham, although the fellow is deucedly boring and theoretical. 13. One reason for the general failure to grasp the full import of Godwin's argument was that attacks on the very essence of the state as an evil were so commonplace and ancient. It was not anti-statism that marked anarchism as something new. What initially escaped general attention about Godwin, Proudhon, and Stirner was this: they put forward a particular rationale for this attack on the state, a line of thought about authority. We will see that it is this line of thought that defines anarchism, not mere anti-statism. Proudhon's Anarchy of 1840 had influence in young Hegelian circles, but it exerted this influence by the time the tendency was disintegrating, and Marx himself was beginning to face social and political problems as editor of the Rheinische-Zeitung. In Berlin, a circle of radical campus intellectuals formed around Bruno and Edgar Bauer, calling themselves Die Freie, the Free. They developed a solipsistic form of individualism, which was shortly going to be the Bauer's bridge to conservatism. Among the ideas freely tossed around in this circle was a development of Proudhon's suggestions about the devilish nature of authority. Edgar Bauer announced in December 1842, "The modern man shakes off all authority. He has respect for nothing more than himself." This anticipated the very essence of anarchism. There was a spate of philosophizing about the primacy of the ich, counterposing the creative ego to the dirty masses, as we noted in KMTR 1, and celebrating their own brilliant egos which incarnated the absolute spirit. 14. In this island of abstraction amidst the Berlin wasteland dominated by court and bureaucracy, the repudiation of authority was carried farthest of all, in bold print, by a mousy ex-teacher in a young ladies' academy, named Schmidt, writing under the name Stirner. In an article in the Rheinische-Zeitung in April 1842, not yet under Marx's editorship, Stirner drew the extreme consequences for education: only if based on free will would education achieve the full emancipation of people from all authority. In an article written the following year, he applied this view to all states, counterposing an egoism which alone could realize absolute freedom. 15. On the other hand, the young Hegelians, and others, who had become seriously involved with the Rheinische-Zeitung, as an embattled champion of democracy, and with the real problems of the day, were repelled not only by the Berlin clique's airy theorizing but also by its irresponsible bohemian lifestyle, its atmosphere of unseriousness, frivolity, rowdiness and blackguardism, compromising the cause and the party of freedom, so stated Ruge and Herweg, an editor Marx published their opinion in these terms in his paper. 16. In a letter to Ruge, Marx explained why he did not want to publish the contributions of these Berlin windbags: they were worthless, empty of ideas, a watery torrent of words in the old manner, worthless creations of freedom, a freedom which strives primarily to be free from all thought. Their writings find freedom in a licentious, sansculotta-like form, rather than in a free, i.e., independent and profound, content. Marx complained that they seasoned their slovenly articles with a little atheism and communism about which they knew little, and smuggle communist and socialist doctrines into theater criticisms and such, instead of offering a thorough discussion of communism and its New World outlook. 17. If the free also sprinkled some anti-state seasoning into their stews, Marx made no mention of it; that would be commonplace. This was probably the first time Marx ran into the practice of replacing thorough discussion by exercises in parsing the words free and freedom, an activity that was going to be the stock in trade of anarchism. An analysis of prestidigitation with the word free was going to be important also for understanding the language of political economy: free labor, free trade, free enterprise, and so on. 18. This understanding was still to come, but even in the first article Marx wrote for the Rheinische-Zeitung in 1842, he rejected vague manipulations of freedom, in particular objecting to the counterposition of freedom to law, authority. One must not think that necessarily what is lawless is free, that freedom is lawless. 19. In hindsight, the counterposition was this: freedom through and in laws that facilitate freedom, or freedom viewed as the eternal enemy of all law. In the latter case, which was the case of anarchism, freedom took on a special meaning. Stirner's contribution was to carry this tendency out to a bizarre end. With egoism unleashed, everything disappeared from social morality except the demands of the individual ego. His book, entitled The Ego and His Own in English translation, enjoyed a flare of notoriety. This was perhaps the first exposition of an anarchist doctrine which was recognizable as a distinctive ideology, though not yet called anarchism. The view, often expressed, that Stirner's influence was insignificant in the development of anarchism is not justified. His book had an impact on Bakunin just when the latter was being radicalized for the first time in young Hegelian circles. 20. Marx and Engels were correct in repeatedly ascribing Bakunin's anarchist initiation to the joint influence of Stirner and Proudhon. Many replied to Stirner's work. Marx and Engels were among these. Their criticism occupied about 65% of their unpublished German ideology, which discussed Stirner's views on society and philosophy in turgid detail, but there was not a single sentence clearly taking note of what we would now see as Stirner's anarchism. Stirner's anti-statism was evident enough, but it was lost amidst the critics' reaction to his discourses on other matters. His virulent anti-communism, for one thing. 21. Indeed, the German ideology has a couple of passages in which the abolition of the state enters, but it comes in as a communist idea, not Stirner's. 22. Stirner's ego and his own itself has no clear statement about the abolition of the state as a goal. There is one unclear reference which is tucked away in swaths of philosophizing. Indeed, in one passage he even seems to be ascribing the idea to the communists he is attacking. 23. He does not align himself with Proudhon's newly notorious anarchy. He has nothing but hostile criticism for Proudhon, and uses the word anarchic only to describe bourgeois liberalism. He rejects political or social revolution in favor of his ego rebellion and, true to his principles, he went through the revolution of 1848 to 1849 observing events through cigar smoke and a wet glass in Hippel's wine stube, the very image of the detached ego and of his own idiotismus. 24. At the time, egoism, the principle of self-enjoyment, was associated with Bentham's utilitarianism and its theory of individual happiness as the guide to social right, and, like Godwin, Stirner appeared to many readers to be screwing Benthamism up to a new pitch. Certainly when young Engels first read Stirner's book, he saw it as another offshoot of Benthamism. Stirner's principle, Engels wrote to Marx, is Bentham's egoism, only carried out more consistently on one side and less consistently on the other. This egoism was only the essence, brought to consciousness, of present-day society, the end product of bourgeois thinking along Benthamite lines. This line of thought, as we mentioned in KMTRL 25, eventually led to its own caricature in the bourgeois anarchism we will encounter below. Engels thought that, propagandistically, Stirner's argument could be turned against itself. In good dialectical fashion, it could be shown that egoism, understood as self-interest and driven to its highest point, could not remain one-sided but must turn straightway into communism. The reply to Stirner might go this way, he thought. His egoist people must necessarily become communists out of pure egoism. The human heart, from the start and directly, is unselfish and self-sacrificing in its egoism, and thus he still ends up with what he is combating. We are communists out of egoism. We want to be human beings out of egoism, not simple individuals. We have to take our departure from the I, the empirical living individual, not in order to get stuck there but to advance from there to the human being. 26. This was a valiant attempt to show that Stirner could be turned on his head, that individualism and self-interest, when properly understood in social context, might turn into their apparent opposite, communism, since only in society could the individual's interests be safeguarded. Egoism could be given a social content, but for Stirner it was simply unbridled individual will. A more important man than Stirner, Moses Hess, was the main figure in the Renaissance circle who was first influenced by the new ideas from France. Even before the appearance of Stirner's book, Hess published 2 essays picking up Proudhon's new use of anarchy. He combined the trinity of atheism, communism and anarchy into a single view, linking the components respectively to Fichte, Babeuf and Proudhon. While he freely praised Proudhon's anarchy for its negation of all political rule, the negation of the concept state or politics, he did not systematically develop an anarchist doctrine, and soon dropped this approach as he developed toward True Socialism 27. A few months before the publication of these articles, Hess had expressed some of his anarchoid ideas in an article about political centralization in the Rheinischen 28, and a fellow contributor was stirred to write a reply. This was Marx, not yet editor of the paper. We have only the first paragraphs of an unfinished article answering Hess. Hess had begun his article, in philosophic fashion, with the idea that in general every external law and any central state power becomes superfluous if one considers the matter from a higher standpoint. The crux of Marx's comment on this passage seems to be, kindly come down to earth. We are told that from this high standpoint, all laws, positive institutions, the central state power and finally the state itself, disappear. Philosophy must seriously protest at being confused with imagination. The fiction of a nation of righteous people is as alien to philosophy as the fiction of praying hyenas is to nature. The author substitutes his abstractions for philosophy. Here the MS breaks off 29. Marx, we see, was not willing to accept an easy imaginative solution without searching analysis. This was where the unfinished article was probably heading, but as a matter of fact Marx himself did not yet have the theoretical tools for accomplishing the task. Perhaps abandoning the attempt at an article was the better part of valor. When in 1843 Hess published 2 articles developing what Cornu has called his anarchistic communism, Marx praised the articles in his preface to his own Paris manuscripts of 1844, as one of the few original German works of substance on political economy. 30 Wasn't he interested in the anarchoid views expressed by Hess? There is no indication that he was, or that he even considered those views specially noteworthy. In any case, Hess's assumption that communism was ipso facto anti-state helps to underline Engels' quoted remarks, later, about the commonness of these ideas when they were simple youngsters. It is sometimes overlooked that among the simple youngsters who were subjected to the impact of Stirner's ego-anarchism and Hess's invention of a sort of anarcho-communism, sans name, was a young Russian named Bakunin, who had participated in a Moscow study circle on Hegel, the conservative Hegel, and who had arrived in Berlin in mid-1840. Bakunin was converted to young Hegelianism by the beginning of 1842, and by October had published an article in a young Hegelian journal, on reaction in Germany, which gained much notice. Its final words did not yet sound ominous: let us put our trust in the eternal spirit which destroys and annihilates. The passion for destruction is also a creative passion. When Stirner's book came out, Bakunin was in Paris, where he did Proudhon the disservice of introducing him to shards of Hegel. There can be little doubt that the Russian discussed the writings of Stirner and Hess like the rest of the people in the circles he moved in. 31 This was his most impressionable period. We may mention at this point that Engels in an 1893 conversation made the connection between Bakunin and the young Hegelian circles of the early 1840s. A Russian visitor named Vodin related in his later published talks with Engels. When I drew attention to the remarkable similarity of the views of the free and the critical critics Bruno Bauer's group with the ideology of the Russian subjectivists Narodnik theorists, Engels explained that the resemblance was due not to an unconscious reproduction of the German pre-March 1848 ideologies by the Russian intelligentsia, but mainly to a direct adoption of these ideologies by Lavrov and even Bakunin. 32. Returning to the early 1840s, we must point to another simple youngster who was impressed with this new rhetoric about freedom, Engels himself. We saw some of the results in KMTR1 in connection with 2 articles of his from the 1843 to 1844 period. 33 In another article of this period, young Engels wrote the following then fashionable nonsense. The Christian state is merely the last possible manifestation of the state as such, its demise will necessarily mean the demise of the state as such. The disintegration of mankind into a mass of isolated, mutually repelling atoms in itself means the destruction of all corporate, national, and indeed of any particular interests, and is the last necessary step towards the free and spontaneous association of men. There is no use asking whether the new social order was expected to function on the basis of a disintegrated mass of isolated mutually repelling atoms, for this early variety of anarchoid confusion had no better answer than later anarchists. This article by our simple youngster incorporated other muddles. The rule of the bourgeoisie, it asserted, was bound to turn first against the state and to destroy it, or at least, as it cannot do without it, to undermine it. This vision of a capitalist class which hesitates only between undermining or destroying the state is touching, but plainly this language is rhetorical, for we are also told that the undermining of the state was begun by Adam Smith by publishing his Wealth of Nations. 34. It should not be thought that this maundering was all derived from Hess. Invocations to absolute freedom were strewn all over the literature of young Germany like punctuation marks, and over young Engels' verse since he was a teenager. We saw some examples in KMTR1. The habit persisted to at least 1840, patience. A new day's coming, Freedom's Day. I, too, am one of Freedom's minstrel band. In 1840 he tried to get a publisher for a volume of his translations from Shelley. 35 Indeed, his enthusiasm for Shelley outlasted his youth, for after all, in Shelley's case freedom had some substance. What art thou, freedom? For the laborer thou art bread. 36. 3 Watershed, the ultimate aim formulation. We should expect to find, in Marx's early writings, the usual amount of leftist anti-statism then current, and we do, but in a more qualified and careful form than in Hess or young Engels. For young Marx too, the abolition of the state was a well-known old phrase and a commonplace of early radicalism, but he was not quite as simple a youngster. We saw that in 1842, the very first year of his career as a political writer, he had refused to follow Hess in a flight of fancy to the point where the state disappears in the mists of philosophical abstraction. To be sure, he had not yet declared himself for socialism or communism, but was studying the question. In the following year, as he was making the transition to communism, he brought up a similar question in his manuscript notes on Hegel's critique of right, political theory, and we saw in KMTR1 that he still refused to accept the presto changeo disappearance of the state in the theories being imported from France. The modern French view had it, he jotted down, that in true democracy the political state disappears, but this, he added, was only partially correct. In true democracy the state dwindled to its proper, limited sphere. 37. This was essentially the view of the matter that remained with Marx permanently, even if it was later expressed in different formulations. In KMTR1, in context, we noted other occasions when young Marx reflected the anti-state language and ideas of the day. The next notable case came in 1844, after the Silesian weavers' revolt. The social ills of society were seen as resulting from the principle of the state, instead of the other way round. Marx had not yet developed a socio-economic theory of the state, and this formulation did not last long. But at the same time he stated a long-lasting idea, after the revolution, which is a political act, when socialism's organizing activity begins, to construct a new society, their socialism throws away the political husk. 38 It was a seminal thought, but one should not read into it Marx's mature theory about the dying away of the state. There were still too many questions hidden in mist. In early 1845 he drew up an outline of a projected book on the modern state, and its last point read, Suffrage, the struggle for the abolition of the state and bourgeois society. 39 This suggests that, at this early point, Marx regarded universal suffrage as necessarily anti-state, a common enough leftist illusion of the time, one which was related to the anarchist pattern of identifying the concept state only with the despotic state. A basic point was clarified before 1844 was over, it is not the state that creates the social order, but rather it is the social order that underlies the state. The principle of the state is not the primary factor in society. This view, which by itself refutes anarchism, emerged in Marx's thinking as part of his development of a materialistic conception of history. The idea was stated fairly clearly in The Holy Family. Only political superstition still imagines today that civil life must be held together by the state, whereas in reality, on the contrary, the state is held together by civil life. 40. The decisive reformulation of the state principle was written down in the German ideology. Marx ridiculed the old fancy that the state collapses of itself as soon as all its members leave it. This proposition reveals all the fantasy and impotence of pious desire. A fundamental overturn was needed, one that was guided by the productive forces. Whereas previous revolutions within the framework of division of labor, example the French Revolution, were bound to lead to new political institutions, and to a new state, the case was different with the Communist Revolution, which abolishes the division of labor, and does away with bipartite political institutions in the end. The key phrase was in the end, schließlich, ultimately. It was a question of what happened to the state in the end. The abolition of the state was not the first word of the revolution but one of the last. This theory of the abolition of the state in the end showed up in the German ideology because it was in this work, as KMTR1 explained, that Marx first clearly put forward his characteristic theory of the state, as well as of social evolution, together with his thesis that the revolutionary proletariat must seek to conquer political power, that is, establish its own state. 42. In particular, it flowed from the understanding that the state performed a necessary function for society, and was not a mere excrescence or cancer, and that therefore it could not be abolished until society was able to perform this function with different institutions. This is the stumbling block over which anarchism breaks its neck theoretically. The perspective of establishing a new state, a workers' state, as the outcome of the revolution represented a clear break with the primitive anti-statism of the time, a wing of which later congealed into anarchism. When, many years later, Marx and Engels re-encountered the primitive notion in its latter-day Bakuninist dress, it was not news. Marx's theory of the state had now crossed a watershed. There were still several points wrapped in fog, but it was now possible to make progress toward clearing them up. When in 1847 Marx devoted a book to Proudhon, he, and his contemporaries, looked on the Frenchman primarily as an economist who offered a special basis in political economy for socialistic conclusions of a sort. Besides, by 1847 Proudhon had still said very little about either anarchy or the abolition of the state, and after all Marx wrote his Poverty of Philosophy as a reply to a particular book, Proudhon's System of Economic Contradictions or Philosophy of Poverty. In this book of Proudhon's there was no statement about anarchy, not even as much as the few pages of his 1840 work. Proudhon's System of Economic Contradictions was a polemic against establishment economics and in part against religion, but it had little of a positive view on any subject. 43. Nevertheless, Marx ended his Poverty of Philosophy with a positive statement of his own about what was not in Proudhon's last book, for the latter had become known for his anarchy bit. Marx's last chapter opened fire on Proudhon's bitter opposition to trade unions and strikes, that is, to the elementary struggle, a veritable civil war of the working class. Once this struggle reached a class-wide extent, association takes on a political character. And the emancipation of the oppressed class implies necessarily the creation of a new society. Does this mean that after the fall of the old society there will be a new class domination culminating in a new political power? No. The condition for the emancipation of the working class is the abolition of all classes, just as the condition for the emancipation of the third estate, of the bourgeois order, was the abolition of all estates and all orders. The working class, in the course of its development, will substitute for the old civil society an association which will exclude classes and their antagonisms, and there will be no more political power properly so called, since political power is precisely the official expression of antagonisms in civil society. 44. Although Marx later referred back to this passage more than once as a statement of his views, it is plainly far from clear on all points, taken by itself. The idea which in the German ideology had been expressed by the qualification in the end, or ultimately, schließlich, was here represented by the phrase in the course of its development. It was not even clear that this meant in the course of its development after the revolution, but it fortunately happens that precisely the same phrase was used, a few months later, in the corresponding passage in the Communist Manifesto, this time in a clear context. This passage came right after the manifesto's 10-point program, on how the proletariat will use its political supremacy. When, in the course of development, class distinctions have disappeared, and all production has been concentrated in the hands of a vast association of the whole nation, the public power will lose its political character. Political power, properly so called, is merely the organized power of one class for oppressing another. If the proletariat during its contest with the bourgeoisie is compelled, by the force of circumstances, to organize itself as a class, if, by means of a revolution, it makes itself the ruling class, and, as such, sweeps away by force the old conditions of production, then it will, along with these conditions, have swept away the conditions for the existence of class antagonisms and of classes generally, and will thereby have abolished het out its own supremacy as a class. In place of the old bourgeois society, with its classes and class antagonisms, we shall have an association, in which the free development of each is the condition for the free development of all. 45. The abolition of political power, the state, or state power, in any form was no longer a slogan. It was posed as the ultimate aim of the social revolution, and was embedded in a theory of societal transformation that gave it a new sense. 4. Interlude, bourgeois anarchism. In the political lull between the defeat of the revolution in 1849 and the outbreak of the Paris Commune, that is, during the 1850 to 1860s, there was little reason to pay attention to the anarchoid forerunners, but one distinctive aspect requires attention. Anarchoid ideas had played no noticeable part in the revolution of 1848 to 1849, and so Marx's and Engels' writings of 1850 to 1852 about the revolutionary experience included nothing of prime interest in this connection. In the press and leftist literature, the term anarchy or anarchist was found only with its traditional meaning. Anarchist was an establishment synonym for revolutionary or subversive. To the conservative press, revolutionary people were anarchists, and anarchy was what their struggle brought about. Marx's and Engels' articles ironically reflected this usage from time to time. 46. Furthermore, Marx began to speak of the smashing of the state, as we will see, but this meant its replacement by a new kind of state. It was not the old business of the anarchists' abolition of the state by fiat. But the abolition of the state did crop up in 1850 from an unexpected source, unexpected if we associate the phrase with revolutionary politics. Émile de Girardin, an early French Hearst-type press entrepreneur, was then going through a socialistic phase, and published a book on socialism and taxation. It put forward a scheme which might be described as bourgeois anarchist. This could be learned from a review of the book by Marx and Engels in the 4th number of their London magazine, the NRZ Review. Girardin's book proposed to solve the social question by abolishing both taxation and the state through a mutual insurance plan. It was a fine example of the historical link between aspirations to abolish the tax collector and to abolish the state, and Girardin plainly represented this link between primitive anarchism and bourgeois radicalism. He recommended his scheme because it meant the revolution without the revolutionary, and because it abolished the state without any shock, indeed without abolishing the social relations of capitalism. He was all for the harmony of labor and capital, of course. Marx and Engels commented, "Tax reform is the hobby horse of all radical bourgeois, the specific element of all bourgeois economic reforms. From the oldest medieval Philistines to the modern free traders, the main fight revolves around taxes. Reduction, or fair assessment etc. of taxes, this is ordinary bourgeois reform. Abolition of taxes. This is bourgeois socialism. Point 47. That is, it was bourgeois socialism in Marx's terminology here, compare the Communist Manifesto, but in the same sense, alleged abolition of the state, it was also bourgeois anarchism. To be sure, the review article showed that Girardin's abolition of taxes really amounted to a single tax capital levy, but Girardin thought he was abolishing the state because he replaced the state power with what he called an administrative commission. As usual, the state was given a new label, and the real state, having been abolished, returned by the back door. In the key passage of their review, Marx and Engels went from the present nature of the capitalist state to the morose elimination of the state, and in between they showed how Girardin reintroduced the state under another name. They began with the mutual insurance metaphor in the scheme. Girardin proposed mutual insurance instead of a state, and they replied that the state was already now the bourgeoisie's mode of mutual insurance. The bourgeois state is nothing else than a mutual insurance for the bourgeois class against its own individual members as well as against the exploited class, an insurance which must become more and more expensive and apparently more and more autonomous with respect to bourgeois society, since the suppression of the exploited class becomes more and more difficult. Changing the names changes not the least bit in the terms of this insurance. The apparent autonomy which Mr. Girardin momentarily ascribes to the individual with respect to the insurance he must himself immediately abandon. Now the argument referred to the terms of Girardin's plan. Whoever estimates his own wealth at too low a figure incurs a penalty. The insurance office Girardin's state substitute buys out his property at the value set, and even invites denunciations by offering rewards. And more, whoever prefers not to insure his wealth takes a place outside the society and is directly declared an outlaw. Society can naturally not tolerate that a class should form within it which revolts against its conditions of existence. Coercion, authority, bureaucratic intervention, which Girardin wants to eliminate, get back into society. If he has momentarily abstracted himself from the conditions of bourgeois society, this takes place only in order to come back to it by a detour. It is worth citing this at the necessary length so as to show how the trick was pulled off at both ends, how our would-be bourgeois anarchists sought to abolish the state, and eliminate coercion, authority, bureaucratic intervention, and how Marx exposed the futility of concealing the return of the state with anti-state phraseology. The Marx-Engels Review article added, behind the abolition of taxation is concealed the abolition Abschaffung of the state. The abolition of the state has only one meaning for the communists, it is the necessary result of the abolition of classes, whereupon of itself the need for the organized power of one class to suppress another ceases to exist. Wegfald. Point 48. Note that at this early point, 1850, they already accepted the abolition of the state as the communist aim with the ultimate aim formulation. The claim that they came to this view only because of Bakunin's later anarchist formulation is nothing but a myth. As Engels said, they had taken such a view for granted since youth. In contrast with the communist meaning, what was the bourgeois anarchist talk of the famous abolition? The review of Girardin offered a summary analysis that was going to apply more widely than the immediate subject. When anarchoids talked about abolishing the state, one had to ask what they understood by the state, and what states they were abolishing. Take, for example, the view encountered among the anarchoids on the nature of the state in the American Republic. The Marx-Engels article pointed out their tendency to speak as if it were a non-state. In bourgeois countries, so thought the bourgeois anarchist types, the abolition of the state means the reduction of the state power to the scale of North America. Here the class antagonisms are developed only incompletely, class collisions are always glossed over because the proletarian surplus population is drained off to the west, the intervention of the state power, which is reduced to a minimum in the east, does not exist in the west at all. The same anarchoids tended to think that abolition of the state in feudal countries meant the abolition of feudalism in favor of a bourgeois state. In Germany, they hocus-pocused bourgeois rights into absolute independence and autonomy of the individual. The article referred to the Berliners Stirner and Julius Focher as examples of this silly way of thinking. Point 49. Look back to the beginning of this passage for the naive idea that no state existed in a democratic republic like the United States. This was a very convenient conception of the state, for it made it easy to hocus-pocus particular states out of existence whenever dogma demanded. It was not only Faucher, a German Manchesterite free trade economist who was making anti-state noises at the time, nor was it only Stirner who viewed the state in this superficial way. This naivete was common among anarchist ideologists. Marx noted this tendency in Bakunin, and it can be found in Kropotkin, to take only the two major theoreticians of anarchism. The pattern appeared in Bakunin's 1873 book Statism and Anarchy, in a passage which Marx indeed copied out for his notes. In this passage Bakunin looked on Holland, England, and the United States as a new civilization, anti-state in its nature, but bourgeois in economics and liberal. For himself Marx jotted down the observation, "This passage is very characteristic of Bakunin. The capitalist state proper is for him anti-governmental." As for Kropotkin, his basic essay on the state declared that so far as Europe is concerned the state is of recent origin. It barely goes back to the 16th century and apparently did not exist in feudal times. That is, Kropotkin saw the medieval state as non-despotic, hence not a state. 50. Later in 1850, Engels started an article never completed on the latest German representatives of this trend. It began by reproducing the last summary passage quoted above from the review of Girardin, and continued. Abolition, Abschaffung of the state, anarchy, has meanwhile become a general catchword in Germany. The scattered German disciples of Proudhon, Berlin's higher democracy, and even the forgotten noblest minds of the nation of the Stuttgart Parliament and the Imperial Regency have each in his own way adopted this wild-sounding catchword. 51. The German followers of Proudhon may have been Ruge and Karl Grun, and the noblest minds Ludwig Simon and Karl Voigt, who reportedly published articles favoring the abolition of the state in some sense. 52. Engels expected his readers to know that the gentlemen who were using this fierce language were in fact anti-revolutionary, and the sense must have been Pickwickian. All these tendencies agree on maintaining the existing bourgeois society. They differ from the real representatives of the bourgeoisie only in the unusual form, which gives them the appearance of going further than anyone else. This appearance vanished before all real conflicts, when faced with the real anarchy, i.e., disorder of revolutionary crises, when the masses fought with brute force. These representatives of anarchy in every case did their utmost to check the anarchy. The German source of this tendency, Engels went on, was Stirner. Stirner's sermon on statelessness in particular is excellently suited to give Proudhon's anarchy and Girardin's abolition of the state the higher consecration of German philosophy. Stirner's book is forgotten, to be sure, but its mode of thought, especially its critique of the state, makes a reappearance in the Friends of Anarchy. 53. This fragment of an article seemed to be aimed at making Stirner's book its main subject, but before he ever turned to it Engels discussed the confusion of ideas from which it emerged. He linked this up with the tendency of the bourgeoisie as well as the conservative feudal party to make a show of advocating some brand of socialism in order to appeal to workers. Since the censorship imposed an abstract mode of expression for the censor, blue-penciled statements written in plain language, a suitably abstract terminology was provided by Hegelianism. The literary battle shifted to the religious and philosophical shadowland. The philosophical shadowboxing that went on below the surface of this confusion was a reflection of the real struggle, and attracted the educated public, a host of idle minds, apprentice lawyers, aspirants to teachers' posts, broken-down theologians, unemployed medicos, litterateurs, etc., etc. 54. Engels' unfinished article ended soon after this hint of how the etherealization of the state in the form of anarchoid phrases arose from such elements of the educated classes lacking social roots of their own. It was now clear that one of the main defects of these bourgeois friends of anarchy was that they did not really look to the abolition of the state, any real state. At the same time it was clear that Marx had, in his anti-Proudhon, counterposed a communist conception of the abolition of the state. It is the necessary result of the abolition of classes, whereupon of itself the need for the organized power of one class to suppress another ceases to exist. The mere abolition of the state was not enough to define anarchism. What else, then? A conception like the extravagant hocus-pocusing of bourgeois freedom into absolute independence and autonomy of the individual. We will see in the next chapter that the distinctively anarchist conception revolved around a thesis about authority. It involved the absolute sovereignty of the individual ego as against the imposition of any authority over it. Along these lines Marx had arrived at a distinctive approach to the old problem of anti-statism. There were still many questions to answer, but this much was plain: the famous abolition of the state had to be the end term of the social transformation, not the first step. 5. Anarchism's disguised state. Before we leave Proudhonism, we should point out that Marx and Engels themselves considered this approach of theirs to be new and distinctive. This transpired from an interesting epistolary exchange between them on the publication of a new book by Proudhon in 1851, his Idée générale de la révolution au XIXe siècle. Marx read it first, and sent Engels a long summary, with almost no comment, asking for his opinion of the book. 55. Engels read the first part, and was initially impressed rather favorably. In it he found a more sophisticated theory than in Proudhon's previous writings, and he thought he knew where it came from. Proudhon, speculated Engels, must have seen somebody's translation of the Communist Manifesto, for he could not read German. Perhaps he had also seen translations of Marx's articles in the NRZ Review, meaning the class struggles in France, and perhaps also the review of Girardin. Engels told Marx, "A number of points are unquestionably stolen from there, for example, that the government is nothing but the power of one class for the suppression of the other, and disappears Verschwindet along with the disappearance of class antagonisms." 56. Or had Proudhon absorbed this from Marx's early poverty of philosophy? Engels didn't think so. Now, however Proudhon had come by his sophisticated ideas, this much is certain: Engels regarded this approach to the abolition of the state as distinctively Marx's, as Marx's hallmark. It is probably useless to wonder how Proudhon came by the ideas that impressed Engels. He may have absorbed reasonable facsimiles of these ideas from discussions by other people and through the post-revolution ambience. After all, much later, in his Grundrisse notebooks, Marx commented pungently on Proudhon's capacity for keeping an ear to the ground. He indeed hears the bells ringing, but never knows where. 57. In any case, Proudhon did not develop any of this any further, nor was a development compatible with the rejection of the principle of authority that was prominent in the 1851 book. 58. Engels' copious notes on Proudhon's book were focused on Proudhon the economist. As before, and also as before, he, like Marx and the left in general, showed little or no interest in what we now see as the basic anarchist aspect of Proudhon's thought. In these notes, Engels mostly gave a summary of the anti-authority argument that was dotted with grunts like dithyramb, declamation, trash, verbose, general platitudes. The same approach was also evident in the exchange of letters between Marx and Engels in August 1851. In one letter Marx gave a précis of the principle of authority, and summed up only, "In this state concept carried to the extreme its degree nonsense degree comes to the fore." After summarizing the Proudhonian dissolution du government, his sole remark was, Stirnerian phrases 59. In another letter Engels did take note of the concept in connection with Proudhon's rejection of democracy, for he grasped the relationship and was repelled by the anarchists' anti-democratic bias. On the whole, one can read nothing more pretentiously superficial than his critique of politics, for example in the case of democracy. And what a great idea, that pouvoir, state power, and liberté are irreconcilable opposites, and that no form of government can give him a sufficient moral basis why he should obey it. Pardieu, why then was a pouvoir needed? 60. Still, he was mainly hooting at the idea, not really taking it very seriously. On the other hand, the Marx-Engels correspondence is often elusive because the two took for granted that ABC matters did not need to be explained. Even after Proudhon's death, When in 1865 Marx summed him up in an obituary article, Marx felt no need to mention Proudhon's anarchist aspect, let alone discuss it. 61 In fact, Marx and Engels never did class him under the tag anarchist in their own thinking. There was a telltale letter by Engels to Bernstein in 1884 in which the former wrote that the following passages show that we proclaimed the cessation aufhören of the state before there were anarchists altogether, whereupon he quoted from Marx's Poverty of Philosophy and from the Manifesto. 62 Plainly, by anarchists he meant the movement that appeared with Bakunin. At the risk of repetition, we remind that the Proudhonist movement did not represent itself as anarchist but rather as mutualist, and that Proudhon did not call himself an anarchist not at all until 1863 and then only by exception. 63 When a self-styled anarchist movement did come into being, the Proudhonist current, what was left of it, was hostile. These facts account for the usages of Proudhon's contemporaries, they do not impugn his place in anarchist history. Even in the early Bakuninist movement the label anarchist was not yet completely accepted. Bakunin's first lieutenant, Guillaume, who was a twister, wanted to drop anarchism in favor of federalism. 64. Still and all, Proudhon's anarchism did occasionally crop up, and there was an important point with which we must end. In the 1851 correspondence between Marx and Engels about Proudhon's new book, Engels touched a vital idea on the fly, so to speak. He had thought that Proudhon does seem to be making progress but only at the cost of a greater confusion. For, as in Girardin's case, the alleged anti-statism crumbled as soon as real alternatives were put forward. Au bout du compte, then, Mr. Proudhon also comes down to this, that the real meaning of the right of property consists in the disguised confiscation of all property by a more or less disguised state, and that the real meaning of the abolition abschaffung of the state is intensified state centralization. 65. Not only did the state return by the back door after being abolished but in fact it would become more, not less, bureaucratic on the basis of Proudhon's detailed scheme for a mutual credit bank to solve the social question. The mutualist bank is fused with the state on the sly or under another name, and the objective consequence will be that all real wealth will be centralized in the hands of the state or the commune municipality. 66. In his private notebooks, now published under the title Garnets, Proudhon spelled out fairly candidly the extraordinarily anti-democratic content of his non-statist scheme for a mutual credit society which would eventually take over society. A useful supplement to the Carnets is the biographical information about what happened when he actually set up his bank operation in 1849. It was as tightly controlled a personal dictatorship as could be planned by this champion of liberty, his own. Alongside this specific scheme, Proudhon's Carnets were equally frank about his yearnings for mastery over society. The picture is pathological. 67. The issues about the nature of the anarchist ideology were going to emerge more clearly with the man who turned anarchism into a movement, Bakunin. 6 Of anarchism, Bakunin model. Anarchism as a distinctive doctrine was put together, and made the basis of a movement for power, in the middle 1860s and early 1870s, by Michael Bakunin and his circle. To form this movement, he combined three ingredients, loosely mixed. 1. A social theory suggested by Proudhon, with at least a dash of Stirner the anarchist element proper. 2. A socio-economic program which was a changing version of the anti-capitalist collectivism current in socialist circles, including eclectic borrowings from Marxian theory to fill the chinks. 3. For political strategy, the conspiratorial putschism of the then current left Jacobin tradition of the Bs, that is, Babeuf, Bonarotti, Blanqui, Barbes, what historians nowadays loosely call Blanquism, all skewed by a Russian-accented terroristic nihilism. Later anarchists mixed the ingredients in different ways, also later, anarcho-syndicalism offered a different menu, and is not considered here. Some of the components of anarchism are taken up elsewhere. KMTR3 took up Bakunin's theory of the secret, invisible, dictatorship, and also the general politics of Blanquism or Jacobin revolutionism. Marx's positive views on the dying away, or abolition, of the state in socialist society are scheduled for our last volume, though the subject has already been touched on. The personal relations between Marx and Bakunin, a subject that has given rise to a mountainous mass of falsification and falsification, will be covered only in part. The general subject inevitably raises many of the problems of the history of the International, but this whole history cannot be fit into these pages. Some background facts about Bakuninism in the International are given in special note B. In this chapter we will be concerned essentially with the anarchism of the anarchist movement as Marx knew it, including the specific nature of Bakunin's ideology and operation. As always, terminology is a problem. In this case, one question of terminology lies at the heart of the problem. This is the deliberately fostered confusion about the word authority. 1. On the principle of authority. For nearly 2 decades after the summer of 1851, neither Marx nor Engels, as far as I know, mentioned the abolition of the state in writing. This hiatus was just about the same as for the term dictatorship of the proletariat, as we saw in KMTR 3, and the reason was similar, namely, the subject was not raised by events. Marx, as is well known, was generally reluctant to speculate about the future until experience set the agenda, and these 2 quiet decades had a different agenda. When a new period began in the 1870s with a war and a revolution, it also evoked the abolition of the state as a catchword in a new context. Bakunin's bid for domination of the International left through the instrumentality of the first anarchist movement. What marked this movement as anarchist was not simply the old catchword. It became a distinctive ideology, for one thing, by proposing that the first word of the revolution had to be the abolition of all authority over the sovereign individual by any power of any sort outside the individual ego. It was this ideology, construed with varying consistency by different elements, which, for the whole period, made anarchism so destructive, to the working class movement, and so unproductive, in furthering anti-capitalism. The anarchist theory of the state included the doctrine of instant abolition, since no authoritarian transition was permissible. This meant that as soon as revolutionaries succeeded in establishing a workers' state, the anarchists set out to destroy it, from within or without. Marx and Engels, who had scornfully dismissed the principle of authority when they had run across it in Proudhon and Stirner, now had to confront it seriously. By the principle of authority, the consistent anarchist means principled opposition to any exercise of authority, including opposition to authority derived from the most complete democracy and exercised in completely democratic fashion. Indeed, democratic authority is the worst of all since it is the most insidious. Of all ideologies, anarchism is the one most fundamentally anti-democratic in principle, since it is not only unalterably hostile to democracy in general but particularly to any socialist democracy of the most ideal kind that could be imagined. This basic truth is befogged a bit mainly by liberal friends of anarchy who like to dream of anarchist assuagements of the bureaucratic states they sponsor in practice. Let us review what we raised in KMTR 3 as a central problem of social organization. Since the anarchist denounces the most ideal forms of decision-making in society as an evil to be destroyed, one should think they must address themselves to the consequential question, what do you do when people disagree, in any organized society where individuals have to live in concert? If every individual ego is perfectly sovereign, how do you decide what a social group, any society, is to do? 1. No anarchist thinker has ever really answered this elementary question, and it requires heavy research to find any who even recognizes its existence. The common anarchist view, which can be called an answer in a sense, is that of the ants. Ants have no problem, they seem to come to an automatic consensus in some way which scientists investigate. Some anarchist theorists have solved the problem handily by assuming that people will behave like ants as soon as conditions are made natural, that is, as soon as the instant abolition takes place. To anyone who needs to have this nonsense refuted, we have nothing to say here. We should point out historically that the magic unanimity which suddenly descends on humanity, as soon as the decree abolishing the state has been read out, is also an article of faith among totalitarian creeds, like Stalinism. But if this magic unanimity is a fable, as of course it is, what do you do when people disagree? In time societies have devised a host of mechanisms by which societal decisions are made. The large majority were on how to impose decisions made from above, by a small number of rulers, over the mass of people. A very small percentage were on how to come to decision by the mass of people themselves, under optimum conditions for control from below. For our purposes, control from below is the operative condition for democracy. Through all the complexities of the problem, anarchism is basically concerned with only one aspect: everything must go by the board in order not to impose a social decision for a moment on a single sovereign individual who does not like that decision, let alone a minority who disagree. In the anarchists' language, democracy is authoritarian. It is accordingly of the devil, authoritarianism. Anarchism therefore says it rejects both democracy and despotism in any form. The history of anarchist thought, such as it is, has been the search for a third alternative that does away with all authority and yet permits society to exist. No such device has ever been found. There is a substitute. What anarchist theory does is substitute elocution about freedom. This invitation to confusion has been institutionalized in the use of the chameleon words authoritarian and authoritarianism, which became current after the rise of anarchism. Authoritarian, of course, started from the root meaning involving authority to become a common synonym for undemocratic or despotic, as if the very existence of authority was authoritarian. This non sequitur embedded itself in political jargon. This development might be considered among the curiosa, like other illogical etymologies, except that the political statement implied has been fostered by liberalism. What was an untenable notion of anarchism became a muddled language habit of liberals, who went along with the soul-gratifying counterposition of authority to freedom as happily as they went along with the advance of bureaucratism in society and the state. By their abstract ionized freedom consistent anarchists, as distinct from liberals, mean an individual's unconditional capacity to live by the motto of Theleme, do what thou wilt. The rhetoric is retained by liberals who have no intention of letting anyone do what they will, but who find anarchist phrases useful to belabor socialism in general and Marx in particular. Thus it has become the settled custom in writing about socialist history to label Marx the advocate of authoritarian socialism as against the anti-authoritarian doctrine of Bakunin, who is advertised to be a libertarian. A crude type of Marxology exhibits Engels' explanation of democratic authority as if it were ipso facto a defense of authoritarianism. Point 2. The question of authority in its simplest aspect was, as it happened, covered by Marx without reference to the new-baked anarchist movement, when he made notes for what was going to be the third volume of Capital. All social production, all cooperation in labor, indeed the very meaning of cooperation, involves the labor of supervision in some form, hence the exercise of a certain authority to see to it, for example, that a labor gang heaved a load all at the same time, else laborers could be seriously injured, or that lumbermen cut down only trees designated by some authority and not as they will. The labor of supervision and management is naturally required wherever the direct process of production assumes the form of a combined social process, and not of the isolated labor of independent producers. However, it has a double nature. That is, this need has a technological component and a social one. On the one hand, all labor in which many individuals cooperate necessarily requires a commanding will to coordinate and unify the process, much as that of an orchestra conductor. This is a productive job, which must be performed in every combined mode of production. On the other hand, this supervision work necessarily arises in all modes of production based on the antithesis between the laborer, as the direct producer, and the owner of the means of production. The greater this antagonism, the greater the role played by supervision. Hence it reaches its peak in the slave system. But it is indispensable also in the capitalist mode of production, for thus the difference between the technological and the social component entails a societal difference in the role of supervisory authority in production. Under different exploitive systems, there may be a difference in degree involved. Under socialism there is another difference of no small importance. In a cooperative factory the antagonistic nature of the labor of supervision disappears, because the manager is paid by the laborers instead of representing capital counterposed to them. 5. This case a producers' cooperative where the supervisor or manager is employed by the workers collectively under his supervision is naturally not the only form of worker-manager relations envisaged by socialism, but it is particularly good for testing the principle of authority. The commanding will is there, but there is necessarily a qualitative change in the social relations behind the form in which authority is being wielded. Wherever authority is democratized, another change takes place, it is demystified. The young Marx, 2 decades before, had criticized Hegel's treatment of the state's authority on grounds that included this: the state bureaucracy, of Prussian absolutism, typically has a defective attitude toward authority. Authority is the principle of its knowledge, and the deification of authority is its mentality. 6. In contrast, Marx later remarked in the course of discussing constitutions that government cannot be too simple, it was made complicated and mysterious by knaves. 7. The simplification of politics and state machinery, so demanded, made the real sources of authority a transparent thing. This was the demystification of authority. The demystification of authority was a precondition for effective control from below, of course. But the anarchist is happily spared any analysis of authority in its social context, for it is all evil. That makes the conclusion very simple: destroy it, instantly or sooner, and there's an end on t. 2. Engels on authority. Whether or not Engels was then acquainted with the above-quoted manuscript for Capital, in 1871 he had to explain much the same thing about how the Bakuninists misuse the word authoritarian. A short lexicographical excursus is in order. The word authoritarian was in early use by Bakuninist critics and followers, both, but it is hard to ascertain how far back this usage can be traced. The Oxford English Dictionary dates the word to 1879 in English, the ism much later. This certainly implies that it made its mark on English only after anarchist language had become well known, but just as certainly the word was in use before that date on the continent. At the beginning of January 1870, a disillusioned Bakuninist who was now the secretary of the Romance Swiss Federation, Henry Perret, wrote to the General Council complaining about the Bakunin Group's splitting operation. "These Democrats are authoritarians, they want no opposition," he wrote. Marx, sending Perret's opinions on to a Belgian, reported that the Swiss Federation had resolved to emancipate itself from the dictatorship of the Alliance. In an article for publication in Spain in 1872, addressed to readers accustomed to Bakuninist language, Engels wrote that in the Alliance, despite all the phrases about anarchy, autonomy, free federation, etc., there are in reality only two things: authority and obedience. In a circular for the GC in 1872, Engels used authoritative and authoritativeness to mean authoritarian and its cognate, a mistake that showed still uncertain grasp of the usage. 8 Certainly by the early 1870s the basic muddle had been implanted in language itself. Authority was now lexicographically, by definition, equated with anti-democracy. When Paul Lafargue prepared to go to Spain at the end of that year, Engels wrote him an educational letter. First he had to call his attention to the mystique around the word. As soon as something displeases the Bakuninists, they say, it's authoritarian, and thereby they imagine they have damned it forever. If they were workers instead of bourgeois, journalists, etc., or if they had but given a little study to economic questions and conditions in modern industry, they would know that no joint action of any sort is possible without imposing on some an extraneous will, i.e., an authority. That was the point made in the manuscript for Capital. But, Engels continued, there are different sorts of authority. Whether it be the will of a majority of voters, of a leading committee, or of one man, it is still a will imposed on the dissentients, but without that single and directing will, no cooperation is possible. Go and run one of the big Barcelona factories without direction, that is, without authority. Or administer a railway without the certainty that every engine driver, fireman, etc., will be at his post at precisely the time when he should be there. I should very much like to know whether the gallant Bakunin would entrust his large person to a railway carriage if that railway were administered according to principles by which nobody would be at his post if he did not please to submit to the authority of the regulations far more authoritarian in any possible state of society than those of the Basel Congress of the International. This is a form of the same question to which, as we said above, no anarchist has ever replied meaningfully except with elocution about freedom. Engels concluded this line of thought. All these fine ultra-radical and revolutionary phrases merely serve to conceal the utter poverty of ideas and the most complete ignorance of the conditions in which the daily life of society is carried on. Go and abolish all authority, even with consent amongst the sailors on a ship. 9. Aside from the anthill model, perhaps the most rational anarchist response is to advocate the breakup of modern society into atomized fragments on the land, with no interrelations among them, and while this would not really be a solution of their problem, it was obviously a recourse to an irrelevant utopianism of a backward kind. All of the examples of authority in the real world were going to be repeated by Engels in other writings. Let us note some aspects. We have already stressed, never too much, that the anarchist position was not simply impractical or destructive, it was very basically anti-democratic. In rejecting all authority, even with consent, it upheld the right of a small minority to impose its conceptions and desiderata on the large majority, if necessary by violence. It announced its intention of destroying the first workers' state that the socialists might be able to establish in the name of freedom, the freedom of an anarchist engineer to run his train onto a track that some despotic authority claimed as due to be occupied by another train. The anti-democratic nature of anarchism was brought out in the first years of the conflict. It was touched on concisely in one of Engels' more compact presentations of the time, in 1872, in a letter to a comrade. In this society, the Bakuninist ideal future society, there will above all be no authority, for authority equals state equals absolute evil. How these people propose to run a factory, operate a railway or steer a ship without a will that decides in the last resort, without single management, they of course do not tell us. The authority of the majority over the minority also ceases. Point 10. The last sentence made the connection explicit. The anarchist rejection of the principle of authority made democracy impossible. By the same token, it made any organization impossible, at any rate, any democratic organization. Engels continued, every individual and every community is autonomous, but as to how a society of even two people is possible unless each gives up some of his autonomy, Bakunin again maintains silence. And this deduction was acted out by the history of anarchist attempts at organization, all of which self-destruct with practiced ease. If the principle of authority made anarchist organization next to impossible, it was wonderfully well suited to destroy other organizations. Instant destruction was not only assured to the first workers' state they came across, it was wielded in the first instance against the International. The Bakuninists were the first radical group that made its conscious aim rule or ruin, even before the advent of the criminal adventurer Nechayev. After doing their all to reduce the International to a shambles, so that their own international alliance of the socialist democracy could take over, they quickly found that their own anarchist international was susceptible to the same methods of internal smash-up. In 1873, Engels published a short article in the Italian socialist press, on authority, giving a somewhat expanded version of the letters which we have quoted. It is something of a small masterpiece of educational elucidation. Its examples from the real world of production and social living were much the same as what we have seen. Above all, it boldly posed the problem of understanding words that sound bad. Authority, in the sense in which the word is used here, means the imposition of the will of another upon ours. On the other hand, authority presupposes subordination. Now, since these two words sound bad and the relationship which they represent is disagreeable to the subordinated party, the question is to ascertain whether there is any way of dispensing with it, whether given the conditions of present-day society we could not create another social system in which this authority would be given no scope any longer and would consequently have to disappear. Point 11. Everywhere in modern society, combined action tends to displace independent action by individuals, and this implies organization. Now, is it possible to have organization without authority? Will authority disappear in a social revolution, or will it only change its form? Well, in production the operation of, say, a cotton mill imposes certain regularities. For example, workers must work when the steam is up and they cannot work when it is down. The steam cares nothing for individual autonomy or, for that matter, for any other slogans. The workers themselves must make decisions about working hours, and these decisions must be observed by all, otherwise production stops. Whether they are settled by decision of a delegate placed at the head of each branch of labor or, if possible, by a majority vote, the will of the single individual will always have to subordinate itself, which means that questions are settled in an authoritarian way. Point 12. In an authoritarian way, we see that Engels was again trying to demystify the fearsome bad-sounding word. This authoritarian way involved the exercise of authority in whatever democratic fashion the workers might decide. This authoritarian way was the only democratic way. What a terminological tangle had been created. Engels continued to use words that sound bad in order to force a confrontation with the real issue tangled in the terminology. Nature, he went on, subjects people to a veritable despotism, and the automatic machinery of a big factory is much more despotic than the small capitalists who employ workers ever have been. This is the source of the despotism constraints imposed on people from the outside. We fight this despotism by conquering the forces of nature. But where the forces of industry, which we ourselves have created, impose a certain despotism on us, we cannot wish this despotism away or exorcise it with better sounding words. We can deal with it democratically, that is, by democratizing the delegation of authority. Here in part Engels was taking his cue from Marx's Capital, which discussed how the cooperation of laborers was enforced in modern industry, practically in the shape of the authority of the capitalist, in the shape of the powerful will of another in a form of control that is despotic, though this despotism takes forms peculiar to itself. 13. Looking back on authority, we find Engels again using the railway example. Here, too, the first condition of the job is a dominant will that settles all subordinate questions, whether this will is represented by a single delegate or a committee charged with the execution of the resolutions of the majority of persons interested. In either case there is a very pronounced authority. Point 14. In the case of those two railway trains that were due to converge on the same track, who exercised the authority to impose his individual will? It might be a train master appointed by capitalist owners, by state owners, by the railway workers, by a committee of workers in the industry. In short, one imposed democratically or not, but such a power must be despotically exercised by some very pronounced authority. Engels kept insisting that the anarchist mystique about authority fell away before this simple approach. There was a last qualification. We noted that the exercise of authority varied, in different social contexts, in quantity and quality, deified or demystified, bureaucratically imposed or democratically controlled. There was another question, the sphere to which it could be confined. It is absurd to speak of the principle of authority as being absolutely evil, and of the principle of autonomy as being absolutely good. Authority and autonomy are relative things whose spheres vary with the various phases of the development of society. If the autonomists confined themselves to saying that the social organization of the future would restrict authority solely to the limits within which the conditions of production render it inevitable, we could understand each other, but they are blind to all facts that make the thing necessary and they passionately fight the word. Point 15. Here Engels set the social goal of restricting authority within the limits enforced by the necessities of production and social life. This was a vital addendum to the very idea of democratizing authority. As against anarchism's instant abolition of authority and the state, it suggests a dynamic approach to the problem, for as the necessary conditions of production are changed by socialism, so also are the limits or boundaries within which authority has to exercise its despotism. Just as state authority is only one kind of authority in social relations, So also the dying away of the state can be viewed as one stage in a longer drama, the dying away of authority per se. This can be regarded as at least a tendency or direction, whether or not some absolute end is visible. But at this point we are peering into a dimmer future than we can probably see. 3. Revolution and authority. In practice, anarchists did not consistently apply their principle of authority to themselves, since consistent practice on these lines would often be hard to distinguish from plain lunacy. While the Bakuninists inveighed against all authority, even with consent, they made no bones about trying to impose their own authority over the masses without their consent. For example, in a putsch. A putsch was, to an extreme point, the imposition of anti-democratic authority. An example that Marx especially liked to use was provided by Bakunin on September 28, 1870, it was the fiasco at Lyons. This is the chapter title in Karl's biography of Bakunin. Perhaps because there was a certain grimly humorous side to the event, Marx and Engels referred to this story at least 6 times in letters and publications. Point 16 Attention should be centered not on the fiasco that resulted but on the authoritarian coup that precipitated it. On the fall of Napoleon III and the Second Empire, a popular uprising in working-class Lyons took control of the city. Bakunin rushed to Lyons to take personal command of his small band of followers. The day he arrived, a new city council was being elected under the auspices of a committee of public safety, but no one really knew what to do with City Hall. Bakunin stepped in, and here is how the International's pamphlet, written by Engels, Lafargue, and Marx, accurately explained what happened. Bakunin installed himself there in City Hall. Then came the critical moment, the moment awaited for many years, when Bakunin could carry out the most revolutionary act the world has ever seen. He decreed the abolition of the state. But the state, in the form and nature of 2 companies of bourgeois National Guards, swept the hall, and set Bakunin hurrying back on the road to Geneva. Point 17. The first sentence of Bakunin's decree was, "The administrative and governmental machine of the state, having become impotent, is abolished." However, it was not the state that was suffering from the fantasy and impotence of pious desire. The servitors of the omnipotent state not only brushed this putsch away, but worse insult, they did not take it seriously enough to jail the leader securely after rifling his pockets of a few francs. But let us see what happened to the principle of authority in this episode. Firstly, the state that our anarchist abolished by decree was not the old state of Bonaparte and despotism, but, rather, that of the provisional revolutionary government just established by the democratic movement. Secondly, the world historic decree of the abolition of the state as issued by Bakunin was signed by 20 of his friends, it was read to an ebullient meeting that cheered everything, and it was then placarded on the walls. Not only did the revolutionary people have nothing to say about this abolition, but even Bakunin's own little band had voted against the putsch 2 days before he pulled it off. Bakunin utilized a day of confused demonstrations, with the proclamation from the Standard balcony. The whole business reflected his usual autocratic methods. No majority was going to exercise its evil authority over him / for only the despot enjoys perfect liberty. All toil alike in sorrow, unless one were Lord of Heaven, none is truly free, save only Zeus, said Aeschylus. Point 18. To be sure, even if a majority of the people had somehow supported the abolition of the state decree, this would not have done away with the state, and it would still have entailed a massive imposition of authority even if by a democratic majority. Not even a pure fantasist can describe a revolution without an imposition of authority, as was proved by the rare case when an anarchist fantasy of this sort was written. Point 19. Marx made this point strongly in the crucial 1872 to 1873 period of the fight against Bakuninism. The International's pamphlet on the Bakuninist alliance did so, not for the first time. The anarchists, it said, like to decree the abolition of the state, as Bakunin did on September 28 in Lyons, despite the fact that abolition of the state is of necessity an authoritarian act. 20. The simple observation that the famous abolition was an act imposing authority could be illustrated from the Lyons events in still another way. Bakunin's decree provided capital punishment for anyone who tried to interfere, in any way whatsoever, with the activity of the revolutionary communes. 21 Obviously anyone who had his head chopped off for interfering with Bakunin's non-state was likely to feel that his freedom had been cut short. Among the issues were these: how was authority gained, and how was it exercised? Putschists like Bakunin necessarily imposed their authority despotically, since they were opposed on principle to getting democratic sanction. In the International Circular of 1872, Marx and Engels wrote that when Bakunin installed himself in City Hall, he refrained from setting up building guards, as this would be a political act. 22 To provide for the defense of the revolution against counterattack would certainly have been an act of political authority. The establishment of a guard would form the embryo of an armed force to safeguard the people's power, and this would be the first form of a revolutionary state. But Bakunin had just abolished the state with a proclamation. Engels presented the same elementary line of thought in terms of the democratic movement of the Paris Commune. He wrote to an Italian correspondent about the obviously authoritarian element in revolution. "I believe the terms authority and centralization are being greatly abused. I know nothing more authoritarian than a revolution, and when one's will is imposed on others with bombs and bullets, as in every revolution, it seems to me an act of authority is being committed." It was the lack of centralization and authority that cost the Paris Commune its life. It may be mentioned, as one of the curiosa of Marxological literature, that this passage, written in protest against the anarchist abuse of the term authoritarian, has been cited to prove that Engels was a conscious advocate of authoritarianism, in the anarchist sense, by the simple expedient of failing to explain what it was all about, and allowing the reader to assume that authoritarian means just what the anarchist claims it does. The passage continues as follows: "Do what you like with authority, etc., after the victory, but for the struggle we must unite all our forces in one fascio bundle, the Roman symbol, and concentrate them at one point of attack. And when I am told that authority and centralization are two things that should be condemned under all possible circumstances, it seems to me that those who say so either do not know what a revolution is or are revolutionaries in name only." 23. In short, a revolution imposes a new authority. A truly popular revolution can impose a democratic authority, which of course anarchists oppose on principle. The Italian revolutionist Garibaldi made a similar point when Bakuninists sought to claim him, and his prestige, as a supporter of their fight against the authoritarian principle. He rejected their honors, and told them, the Paris Commune fell because at the end there was no longer any authority in Paris but only anarchy. Engels cheered Garibaldi's statement. At the Hague Congress of the International, a French and a German delegate made a similar appeal to the example of the Commune to underline the necessity of authority, democratic authority. 24. Engels' article on authority came out the following year, to drive the argument home. Let the revolutionary movement be as overwhelming a majority as one might desire, still in a revolution, as in a war, one side imposes its will on the other. By pointing out that a revolution was a sort of war, Engels made another attempt to get readers to understand words that sound bad. A revolution is certainly the most authoritarian thing there is. It is the act whereby one part of the population imposes its will upon the other part by means of rifles, bayonets and cannon. Authoritarian means, if such there be at all, and if the victorious party does not want to have fought in vain, it must maintain this rule by means of the terror which its arms inspire in the reactionaries. Would the Paris Commune have lasted a single day if it had not made use of this authority of the armed people against the bourgeois? Should we not, on the contrary, reproach it for not having used it freely enough? 25. It is one of the marvels of Marxology that the defenders of democratic authority are labeled authoritarian while the autocratic perpetrators of the typical Bakuninist putsch are ticketed as libertarian. This might be considered one of the most remarkable hoaxes in history if we did not know its origin. At the Hague Congress there was a light-hearted moment which however was meaningful enough. Just as a form of this question was being discussed, and when the audience grew noisy at one point, the Bakuninist floor leader rose to demand that the hall be cleared. Calls resounded, very authoritarian. 26 With other people, this would have been a quip. For the Bakuninists, Clearing the hall would have been authoritarian only if they were being cleared out as they eventually were by a democratic vote. The crux can be summed up this way: the answer to bureaucratic tendencies in the world is the democratization of authority, not the abolition of authority, that is, the imposition of control from below on all authority. But the anarchist talk about abolishing authority was not meaningless. It had an operational meaning. The first place in which this operational meaning was analyzed was in the International's pamphlet on the Bakuninist operation, a substantial booklet entitled The Alliance of the Socialist Democracy and the International Working Men's Association. The first named organization was Bakunin's Front. For the nature of the Bakuninist operation, Engels and Lafargue wrote the bulk of this pamphlet, using some materials supplied by others. Marx helped draft the conclusion. This pamphlet demonstrated for the first time that the anarchist talk about freedom meant its opposite, if anarchist jargon is dropped. Seeking to ensure the freedom of the sovereign individual ego, Bakuninism in operation meant the imposition of its own authority in autocratic forms, the establishment of a special sort of despotism by a self-appointed elite who refused to call their dictatorship a state. They exemplified the familiar pattern whereby an abolished state returned by a back door. The specific dictatorship aspects of Bakunin's scheme have been set forth in KMTR 3:27. The International pamphlet aimed its documentation at the then current Bakunin enterprise, which, as always with Bakunin, involved a dual organization, a public front and a secret cadre of controllers. The public front was called the Alliance, or International Alliance, of the Socialist Democracy. The secret cadre of invisible dictators was often called the International Brotherhood. It is a recorded fact that some of the Marxologists who have celebrated Bakunin's libertarianism as against Marx's authoritarianism have also claimed that Bakunin's instrument for taking over the International was organized without the principle of authority. But in fact that sort of talk was for the goyim. The latest scholar to investigate Bakunin's operation, biographer A.P. Mendel, tells us, one could not imagine a more rigidly centralized, authoritarian revolutionary organization than the one Bakunin proposed as the weapon for carrying out this destruction of all authoritarianism, i.e., destruction of the International. The voluntary, freely federated society formed from the bottom upwards was reserved for the New World, after the Old World had been destroyed by a rigorously disciplined, martial organization formed strictly from the top downwards. Bakunin ipse dixit, he loved to lay out his scheme for cronies, and Mendel cites enough evidence. The biographer adds, even in its open, public mode, the alliance was to be a highly centralized organization, with all decisions on the national level approved by the Central Committee. Since it was the real controlling body, the secret organization was even more tightly centralized than the public organization. 28. It is true that during his lifetime Bakunin sketched one secret dictatorial scheme after another, most of them imaginary, as biographer Karl emphasized, apparently in the belief that this excused the pattern. But in his international operation Bakunin had live bodies to work on, a real movement. The International's pamphlet dealt with the complot du jour, and had to take it seriously. Its authors had to bring together a wide variety of materials, including translations from the Russian, hastily pulled together by Nicholas Yudin of the Geneva branch, documents turned up by Lafargue's sojourn in Spain, etc. Today there is far more evidence to go on. The overall picture drawn by the International pamphlet was quite accurate. Modern research paints an even more damning picture. Anyone who is still bemused by the fable of the libertarian Bakunin can maintain that state of innocence only by averting eyes from the new mass of materials, the very existence of which reflects a slow process of disillusionment with the anarchist myth. At this point we are interested less in the evidence as such than in the line of argument developed in the International pamphlet. 5. Analysis of the Bakuninist operation. The International pamphlet first showed that the Bakuninists' pretense of abolishing political power was a fraud, if one considered their prescriptions for a revolutionary commune. The specific Bakuninist document under consideration here is of no importance now, it was simply what the authors, Engels and Lafargue, had to go on. Thus in this anarchistic organization, We have first the Council of the Commune, then the executive committees which, to be able to do anything at all, must be vested with some power and supported by a public force. This is to be followed by nothing short of a federal parliament, whose principal object will be to organize this public force. Like the Commune Council, this parliament will have to assign executive power to one or more committees which by this act alone will be given an authoritarian character that the demands of the struggle will increasingly accentuate. The important outcome of this expose was the hollowness of the anarchist claim. We are thus confronted with a perfect reconstruction of all the elements of the authoritarian state, and the fact that we call this machine a revolutionary commune organized from bottom to top makes little difference. The name changes nothing of the substance. Indeed, Bakunin himself admits as much when, in Article 8, he describes his organization as a new revolutionary state. 29. No one had ever made this analysis of anarchist claims before. The state which was thus reconstructed by the anarchists under another label was as contemptuous of democracy as anarchist theory required. To give anarchy its proper direction, said the Bakuninist document, it is necessary that in the midst of popular anarchy, which will constitute the very life and energy of the revolution, unity of thought and revolutionary action should find an organ. This organ must be the secret and worldwide association of the international brethren. 30. This pattern of a secret elite of dictators bossing the revolution behind the backs of the anarchic masses occurred over and over in Bakunin's various drafts for his secret organ. This element was repeated because it was the practical answer to the problem of how anything ever got done in the midst of the anarchy. In pointing to this secret, the International pamphlet was the first work to unveil what has long been masked by the traditional Marxological account of the struggle in the International as that of libertarians versus authoritarians. Just as, in the history of society, anarchy tends to be the complement of despotism as has been mentioned before. 31. So also is this true in patterns of organization. This transformation into its opposite, wrote Engels in another connection, this final landing at a point diametrically opposite from the starting point, is the fate of historical movements that are directed toward merely illusory goals. 32. The International pamphlet added more information. The Bakunin scheme called for a revolutionary general staff composed of devoted, energetic and intelligent individuals who are above all sincere, not vain or ambitious friends of the people, capable of serving as intermediaries between the revolutionary idea and the popular instincts. But the number of these had to be kept small. For the International throughout Europe, 100 serious and firmly united revolutionaries would be sufficient. Elsewhere, the Russian schemer calculated that only 50 to 70 agents would be enough to control the world. 33. In short, the crude concept of a hidden circle of a handful of red dictators pulling the strings behind the backs of a horde of mindless masses. Heavens! Where have we seen this stuff? Isn't it the traditional favorite of Red Scares about the great communist conspiracy to rule the world, unless foiled by James Bond or Bulldog Drummond? Yet this version does not come from trash fiction, nor was it acted out by Marx's evil authoritarians. It was written down in documented programs by the great libertarian of anarchism, the same paladin of freedom who is the favorite of Marxologists. As a matter of fact, we do know where we have seen this conspiratorial scenario before. Bakuninism, from its rule or ruin pan-destruction to its rule and reign dictatorship, invented the type of conspiracy which is the model of the worst imagined excesses of the Stalinist type organization, unreconstructed. The International pamphlet explained, in its own terms. So everything changes. Anarchy, the unleashing of popular life, of evil passions and all the rest is no longer enough. To assure the success of the revolution one must have unity of thought and action. The members of the International are trying to create this unity by propaganda, by discussion, and the public organization of the proletariat. But all Bakunin needs is a secret organization of 100 people, the privileged representatives of the revolutionary idea, the general staff in the background, self-appointed and commanded by the permanent citizen, B code name for Bakunin as number 1. Unity of thought and action means nothing but orthodoxy and blind obedience. Perinda ac cadaver like a corpse, Jesuitic principle. We are indeed confronted with a veritable society of Jesus. 34. A good deal more from the Bakunin plan was cited by the International pamphlet, which still today has to be rescued from the ignorant contumely heaped on it by dupes of the libertarian myth, whose roll call was headed by Franz Mehring. But we must now go on to other myths, in particular the myth that the destructive struggle in the International was over anarchism. 6. The nature of the struggle with Bakunin. It would have been helpful to our present purposes if the struggle in the International had really been over Marxism versus anarchism, as historians usually advertised it. It might have been educational in that case. But this was not so, in terms of its formal political content. As it turned out, neither side wanted to make it so, for entirely different reasons. Bakunin never presented the International with an anarchist issue until the very last stage, when his faction was already planning to split. At the sole Congress he attended personally, Basel, 1869, when he was at the height of his prestige, and before an open conflict had broken out, Bakunin deliberately avoided posing any anarchist issue whatever, and in more than one case even put forward views that were incompatible with anarchism, for obviously opportunist reasons. His aim was to gather as large a following of malcontents as possible, on any issues, in order to discredit the General Council and fragment the movement, after which the invisible manipulators of the International Brotherhood would pick up the pieces. Marx, on his part, had worked hard to keep the International open from the beginning to the public coexistence of different tendencies, ideologies, and schools within the framework of the one organization. He had been instrumental in establishing a pattern, first outlined in his inaugural address, that subordinated clashes of doctrine, which would be inevitably destructive, to practical cooperation on common aims, in order to create a broad class movement. In the International it was taken for granted that individuals would and could publicly advocate their own views as individuals, and likewise political tendencies in the movement with compatible programs of their own could speak their mind, as long as they did not speak for the International, but just as the International did not gag any of these people, so too they had no need to demand that the organization adopt their special views as against all others. Marx excoriated the sectist principle, already well known, which held that one had to make every organization the mirror of one's own opinions. Thus Marx never proposed a vote on adopting any distinctively Marxist program, for the same reason that he would oppose turning the International into a Prudentist sect. Marx's principles called for keeping the International an inclusive assembly of the whole range of working class forces, and in view of the manifold disagreements it was a marvel that this character lasted so long. 35. How much the organization could adopt in the way of doctrine and still hang together depended on the course of education and experience that the movement went through, and this had to be worked out as the movement went along. The International never even committed itself to any sort of socialistic program or plank at the beginning, in order to carry along both the French Proudhonists and the English trade unionists. Its Congress adopted even a mildly socialistic plank, land collectivization, only at the Third Congress in 1868, that is, only when it could be done without a racking struggle. When Marx supported the proposal for independent working-class political action in 1871, it was not a Marxist property but widely advocated, for example by the Blanquists, French independents, and German Social Democrats. If therefore Marx did not want to make the anarchist creed an issue in the International to be voted on, this was no special policy. But nota bene, once the Bakuninists launched their war for the anarchist takeover, Marx made it explicitly clear that the ideological anarchists belonged inside the International. In the struggle against the Bakuninist bid for power, Marx and Engels kept the door wide open to anarchists who, while agreeing with Bakunin's ideology, might wish to separate themselves from his wrecking drive. The all-inclusive policy applied to the anarchists as to everyone else. This approach can be seen clearly in Engels' appeal to one of Bakunin's leading Italian followers, Carlo Cafiero. First, Engels stated the issue in terms of what Bakunin was doing, under the mask of anarchism, with the Bakuninist secret society, the Alliance, which, preaching the disorganization of the International to the uninitiated, under the mask of autonomy, anarchy, and anti-authoritarianism, practices absolute authoritarianism with the initiated, with the aim of taking over leadership of the association, a society that treats the working masses as a flock of sheep blindly following a few initiated leaders, imitating in the International the role of the Jesuits in the Catholic Church. He then appealed to Cafiero in the latter's capacity as an anarchist. But I cannot believe that you, an anarchist and anti-authoritarian of the purest kind, have renounced your dearest principles to such a degree. 36. For he felt confident that no honorable revolutionary who rejected authority on principle could fail to be revolted once Bakunin's dictatorial operation was understood. True, a number of Bakunin's dupes did fail, but by the end of the 1870s Cafiero abandoned anarchism. This approach, keeping the International open to ideological anarchists, was likewise embedded in the International pamphlet against the alliance. The issue was repeatedly put in terms like this passage from the summary in the pamphlet's introduction, which treated the offense as one perpetrated under the mask of anarchism. Here we have a society which, under the mask of the most extreme anarchism, directs its blows not against the existing governments but against the revolutionaries who refuse to accept its dogma and leadership. It brazenly substitutes its sectarian program and narrow ideas for the broad program and great aspirations of our association. This much Marx always denounced even when he met it in Marxist sects. The passage went on with specific reference to the Bakuninist form of sectism. It organizes within the public sections of the International its own little secret sections which obey the same instructions and in a good many instances succeed in gaining control of the public section by prearranged action. It resorts to any means, any disloyalty to achieve its ends, lies, slander, intimidation, the stab in the back, it finds them all suitable. 37. Engels reiterated the same view of means and ends a decade later, as he denounced the old Bakuninist tactics, which justify any means, lies, calumniation, secret intrigues. 38. It was this approach, this effort to keep the door open to anarchism as a creed divorced from the boring from within of the Bakuninist operation, that partly accounted for the form in which Marx and Engels even stated their view of anarchism itself. Thus, in the oft-quoted declaration which ended their anti-Bakuninist circular of 1872, they stated their position on the abolition of the state as one interpretation of anarchy, which here means not the ism but the future society envisaged.